satellites, and they put a lot of emphasis on the cartoons and the Star Wars and Star Trek and the Warhammer, and they get into their heads, and they go like, "Oh, how can you not believe this? Look at the CGI Earth. Look at the CGI hundreds of different Earth models."
Yeah, and you'll have guys saying, "Well, yeah, of course, it's because of the pressure and carbon, and of course, it makes sense. Yeah, it would have to happen." Like, seriously? Wow.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the same thing. I like when I argue, like, if you have two people, one person is a new person asking questions, and the other is a well-known for the last 30 years, a pathological liar, told you they're lying, told you that all those big accomplishments were lies, and then they're asking you, "Oh, look at this new thing I discovered." Like you're wondering, like, huh, should I trust the propaganda system, machine from the government that lies and takes billions of dollars a day? Or should I trust, or should I listen to this guy who also used to be just like me, who is now just questioning everything? Nah, I'm gonna listen to propaganda machine. I like cartoons. It's like,
Yeah, it's like they're Stockholmed. Really, there's no other way to say it. It's like you've been a captive for so long that you're identifying with the captor now and you're fighting for him. It's a sad state of affairs.
yeah, just remember we can only save all that we can, and leave those that are ignorant behind. It's the way. The funny thing, a good example. You guys ever heard of this guy named the guy who did Dilbert, the author of Dilbert? If you ever see his Twitter feed, that's pretty much like the whole level: denial, Stockholm, fight, all that stuff. And now he's just admitting that everyone that was trying to give him the info was right, and now he's asking for reliable truthers. You know, and that guy was fighting hard, bro. Yeah.
I always get him mixed up with Adam Scott. I forget if it's Adam Scott or Scott Adams.
Yeah, I think that's Adam Scott. I'm not sure. The guy who did Dilbert.
Yeah, he wrote a good book called God's Debris. I like that book.
What is Stockholm syndrome?
It's when a captive is held captive for so long that after a while they start to identify with the captors, and in most cases, like they fight for them. They'll stool on other captives and like help the captive type of deal. Psychological, mental damage. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Where do you see it? Is it like just in one area, or is it like pervasive in all areas, or?
Well, it was witnessed really in times of war, I think, where they had prisoners. I'm not like exactly sure the first instance of it, but it does happen in prisoner situations.
It also was research with women that were kidnapped by men, and when they had finally found out that she was missing and stuff like that, and they were doing a psychological treatment, like, no, you were kidnapped. Like, she had already bonded with the guy that kidnapped her. She was actually in love with him, even though like her earlier memories through like psychotherapy, like she was terrified, she was in fear, and her what they were even saying, that her mind warped him with like security. And eventually, because she wrapped her mind through security and that trauma based bonding, she felt like the only way for her to survive was to be with this guy. And you find that a lot with like girls that got kidnapped. And when they do the treatment process, like the mental treatment, that's why they call it Stockholm. Like that right there is because it for the girls, I guess. I haven't seen it in guys, but mostly with girls, like they have like some major issues of like dewinding.
Interesting. Yeah, because I had heard it used here, and I was just wondering if it's like analogous to like this scenario. I was just trying to understand it better.
Yeah, it's kind of like an analogy, pretty much, because, like, no offense to anyone, it's just that in some cases, dude, like, if you saw so many people are about to go off a cliff, but they don't see, they're blindfolded, like, and you've been unblindfolded, you want to fucking save as many people. None of us here, like, wants to see anybody here get hurt or misjudged. Look at what happened with the thing that we can't talk about on YouTube. how many people's lives got fucking ruined. Truthers weren't making no money out of that. No one was like selling the data folds that they had. All and anyone want to do, even me included, was to save as many lives as possible before this shit happens. And I did save a lot of lives, and a lot of people did save a lot of lives too.
But how do you see? Like, it's like, hey, they got Stockholm syndrome, right?
Yeah,
It's like, hey, I want to save these people. They don't realize the spell they're under, right?
yeah.
But what's to stop them from saying the exact same thing?
Well, that's the issue. They'll call it like they already given us labels 1,000 times. Conspiracy, anti this, anti this. But the issue is when you start like, try to corner them with information. Like, look at the information. And the best things you can do is like if someone actually is inquisitive and they'll look at this stuff and it's like, yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, yeah, why would they like blank out the ingredients? Like, think about this, bro. What do I gain from lying to you? Nothing. I get to save a life because I'm a good human being. What do they gain? One less carbon. You're the carbon that they're trying to reduce when it comes to global climate. And I'll show you videos of them literally saying the only way to save climate is to reduce the population. It's like, and they had a newspaper like Bill Gates, everything. So it's like, they're really cool. Yeah, they're what?
Really mean anything, but
it does mean something. It's like this: if some guy who's a multi-billionaire, who's talking about wiping people out with the jab, population control, everything, like, and then you see him working and investing in companies with jab, all of that, and he does it with a smile. And then you even look up Bill Gates' work performance with other people. People ever complain, and he's a vile, vicious motherfucker. Like, people do not like him. Yeah, I'm being dead serious.
What's his motives? Like, what motivates him?
Because what he has is called rich people syndrome. He thinks he's better than you, and he thinks he's the next thing to God, and he has the right to control, kill, curve, cut, and reap the population under his thing. He even and there's even cases in his memoir that he was quoted that he felt like he was the second coming of Christ. So when
it's not only that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just done. Sorry.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, it's not only that. It's when you get that rich, you feel the world closing in on you, man, and you start looking at people, and people are the enemy, man, because you're subconsciously trying to protect what you have, and you start feeling responsible for one. It starts off with them feeling responsible because they have so much money and they're guilty conscious, but then it takes over where they're it's a sickness, man, where they feel that everybody closing in on them.
Why would they feel guilty for bringing value to the marketplace?
Well, like responsibility, like your kids, like if something's happening to them, anything wrong, if they're starving or something, you're going to feel guilty because you're supposed to feed them. So, like I said, at first, subconsciously, the guilt kicks in, but then ultimately, the defending what they have, man. Yeah. It's a sickness, man.
Well, just think about this.
In my opinion.
Well, think of this way. What do you notice that a lot of rich people do? They go into joining up these large climate things. They talk about the climate. They talk about the environment. They talk about a lot of things impacting the world. They talk about the poor, like, and the poor children.
Philanthropic thing or philanthropic things, would you say?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like I said, if you look at anyone in this world, in this room, if you get anybody like $50 million, $100 million, they're generally would fuck off and be happy and retire and never talk to anyone again. But these guys, they make such an insurmountable amount of money. They can travel in a whim across the world. They can buy whatever they want. They can buy property. They can go over there and smack a lady and throw a checkbook right after, right? And that mindset makes them like have this ego, like I can do anything. I can,
as long as I don't lose what I have, right? As long as I don't lose what I have, and how can I lose what I have? People, you know what I'm saying? And what can ruin everything going good is all these fucking people.
Wait, what? You don't have people though. Like, you can't lose something. Like, you don't. If you're a billionaire, you don't have people. You have $1 billion.
Yeah, but who could take that money? Not a tree, not fucking a car. People are the only ones who can ruin it.
Well, and people are take your money. Like, they're not going to rob you. You don't have $1 billion in your pocket, right?
Bro, it's just naturally trying to protect what you have. Why does a fucking cheetah bring its kill in a tree, bro? To keep it away from other fucking cheetahs, right?
So these billionaires have brought value to the marketplace, and they've sold like Windows to millions of people, and they're now afraid that those people are going to take the money from them, so they're going to kill their customers.
Yeah, they're scared, dude. That who's ruining shit? It's a sickness, bro. I'm telling. It's in my opinion, it's a sickness. Like in their head, they feel the world closing in around them. So many more and more people, more responsibility, more fucking potential threats. It's just overpopulated, man. And
Yeah,
so
well,
they
hey, do you
even start to
promote?
believe they probably even start to believe that it's the people that are ruining everything around them. When
Yeah,
it's
well,
all
Alan,
it's all in the head, dude.
those really, really, really rich people are openly pro depopulation. So, you want to explain that to me?
I mean, plenty of people are pro a bunch of things, but I mean, I could see
Wow,
that there's a
great.
public sentiment of that there's too much people on the earth, but
Yeah, they're eugenicists and pro depopulation. Admittedly,
I mean, some percentage of them are right, and then some
the
percentage
majority
of
of the like billionaires. Yeah.
I mean, do we have like a, some data on that, or are we just kind of like conjecture? You know, what I mean,
No,
well,
no,
let's
there's
say they are.
videos.
Okay.
Let's say they are right. Cool.
That's
I
what
mean,
they say.
Okay, great. That's been a
Great.
popular like view, right? It's like everywhere you go, it's like, yeah, too many people on the earth. Yeah, fucking, we're gonna use up all our resources.
Oh, you think it's
Kind of-
moral to play the hand of God and decide how many people should live on the earth?
I'm saying it's a common sentiment shared by a lot of people.
Okay, that isn't synonymous with morality. I guess a lot of people shared the sentiment that slavery was cool back in the day. So, is it moral? That was my question.
Is it moral? What?
To play the hand of God and determine how many people can live on the earth.
I think people. I mean, are you talking about like killing people? You got to get specific.
Yeah, like controlling the life expectancy and the birth rate. Do you think that that's moral?
I guess I'd have to investigate it further. Like, do I think that like Hasidic Jews who have 15 kids, they're controlling the birth rate? They're like saying, yeah, I need like 15
Starting to
kids.
agree with
You're
you,
a
man.
contrarian, right? Like you're
You
not
gotta replace them
actually.
with the bots, man.
Yeah,
They're bad bots, bro.
You're not being genuine. Like, obviously, you just put up an example of people making more babies freely. I'm talking about them trying to make people infertile and like trying to talk about passing legislation to limit how many babies you can have, where it's not free. You don't make your own decision. You intentionally brought up an example of people adding to the birth rate when I'm talking about powerful select groups of people saying they want to control and limit how many people live on the earth. So I don't know why you would be motivated to be disingenuous and then basically play defense attorney for them. Yeah, you just threw the basketball out of bounds.
I'm asking you to be specific. I make an instance of where a specific number of people are created, and then you get angry at me for it. So
No, actually, you threw the basketball out of bounds, and you know damn well we were talking about them. I said depopulation. I said depopulation, and then you responded with people making lots of babies. So that's intentionally not relevant to what I'm saying.
you said controlling population.
I said depopulation. I literally said depopulation 3 times.
Look, just to make things a bit easier, it's like this, dude. Like having a bunch of poor commoners or middle class people talk about the world is populated, or there's a lot of poor, or a lot of sick. These are conversations that we all can have in topics and talk, right? But the difference between us having this conversation in this room and rich billionaires with too much money for them to utilize, they can take that money and invest it, and again, you can look throughout history when you had these these rich people investing in eugenics programs. Look at Planned Parenthood. Do you think Planned Parenthood was first subsidized by the governments? No. That Margaret Sazen, a Jewish woman, went up to multiple rich investors who did not like black people, who did not like the diversity people, and literally said, hey, I have a way we can do eugenics. And Planned Parenthood's origin was straight up paid and funded by rich folks. And this is just the same thing. And there's evidence. You could look up her books. You could look up her biography. You could look up how Planned Parenthood originally was made. And all that information is just straight there for you. They don't even censor it. But because no one really looks this up, or they just think it's a normal, they just step it by as that's like, oh yeah, it's okay that that a group of rich people wanted to wipe out diverse and people of color.
I think to answer the question is, I don't know if it's moral or immoral. I think it'd be a case by case basis.
A case by case basis? Oh, you mean for the other question, not towards me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just generally saying, like, if you're really straight up honestly curious, I would just look it up, man. I would look it up. Don't look at mainstream. Just look at what they said in their own books. And don't try to give this nuanced word of, well, this is not what they really meant. Oh, it was a joke. Because once you start doing that, making excuses for people who don't even know who you existed, right? And they have no problem going like this. Say if you lived in the neighborhood and you have some kids, your daughter, your son, your wife, and decided we got to do population control. Okay, well, I could put some sort of poison in the air and people will get cancer in 20 years. All right, that's a good idea. Now, say your family gets sick and your family die, and there's investigations and journalists, and they do a thing, and they're like, look what they did to the family. They'll make a setup. They'll pay a settlement money, but your family are dead. You're sick. Your entire life has been warped, changed, and it's hell for you. But they get away with it. They will never be charged. That's what we're talking about. This is not the first time. This is multiple cases. That's what we're trying to tell you, man.
Yeah. I have a question. Did anybody gravimeter? Is anyone familiar with gravimeter?
Yes.
What is the idea behind why it changes when it's placed above like different objects of density?
It doesn't always change directly relative to what the density prediction would be for your model. So, you tell me.
I mean, like when like oil and
I have
gas
an answer.
species.
You want my answer? Is that what you're saying? You want our answer?
Yeah, I'm just curious on the.
Yeah. Okay, everything's intrinsically electrostatic. Density is compactness of matter. All matter is electrostatic because all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. On the atomic and subatomic scale, the electrostatic forces 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be. So whenever you're over something with more density, you're going to have more electrostatic bonds holding that density together, i.e. being more compact. And then you're going to have a direct relationship with the electrostatic field in those two objects, and then have electrostatic induction, which causes downward flow to the object.
Interesting.
And then all the evidence actually shows us when we take a gravimeter, we put it in one location, we'll measure it. You know what a gravimeter is, right? Like you have spring loaded, then you have like a interferometric, like interferometry. That's the most popular. So it's little lasers that use crossing patterns to measure the acceleration precisely. Anyway, when you use one of those and you keep it at the same location, like inside of a building, the downward acceleration rate will change with wind. It'll change with wind inside of a building, inside of a vacuum chamber. It'll change with during lightning storms and thunderstorms and rainfall. That all makes perfect sense with electrostatics. Lightning is electrostatic discharge. Clouds actually rain because of the polarization of the charge, and once it reaches a certain level of polarity, it'll rain because the positive and negative charge separate out. Wind, there's something called ionic wind, which is electrostatic. You can actually run generators off of it and repel gas with electrostatic. So all that makes perfect sense with fluctuations within the electrostatic field. But how does that make sense, if it's mass attracting mass, which isn't even the claim anymore, or the bending and warping of space-time? So actually all the evidence with gravimeters directly supports that it's electric. Yeah, you got to scratch that one off the home run board for you.
Well, I mean, I could, but I just like, as with some of the claims, they're kind of a bit of a logical leap, so I'd have to investigate what you're saying.
Okay, so if it's the bending and warping of space-time, is that what you think?
What?
Gravity's the bending and warping of space-time?
I don't know what gravity is.
Oh. So I guess we're like way ahead of you then.
I guess.
Yeah. So you don't believe the mainstream model?
I don't know what the mainstream model is.
Why do you believe it then?
I have no reason to not believe it.
But you don't even know what it is.
I haven't had the dopamine to investigate.
So you just let other people think for you?
I can place trust in figures in which I'd have no reason to distrust.
But they don't even all agree, so.
Yeah, but like I don't need to witness things firsthand to know that they're true. I have the availability to go witness things firsthand, right? And like see for myself. But that's the advantage of trust, right? You can place trust in some individuals to know that that thing is true.
What individuals? They don't all agree.
I mean, I can trust that I have a cavity when I go to my
Why are
dentist.
you not responding to what I said? That's twice in a row that you've ignored it.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you're saying that you can trust these individuals without doing it or understanding it or even knowing what it is yourself. But I'm saying they don't even agree.
There could be some disagreement within the same field. Like they could have a different theory. That's totally acceptable. They
Yeah,
could
so
debate
what-
upon the nuance.
Are you saying you just believe whatever like the consent, whatever the majority believe?
This guy's literally just waiting to see what you have to say and then going against it. He has no stance.
Well, it's
Argument.
okay.
He's just
I
going
I let
against
him-
whatever you say. He's going to go against.
I'll let him know that I think they're just bots. It's okay. He knows that. He accepts
They're
that.
just critical thinkers. It's all right.
You know how like the bot will slowly, like in iRobot, it slowly begin to like gain some version of sentience. Like maybe he'll have that moment where he looks down at his hand and he's like, "Whoa,
Maybe you will
I'm
too.
a person." You know what I'm saying? Do you see the problem with the way that you're basically just saying that you believe whatever the consensus is, but you don't know what it is?
Yeah, I believe in the general understanding of gravity. I haven't looked at it and studied relativity or gravity or
Or did you know? Okay. Well, there's tons of problems with it, and tons of these people that you're appealing to know that it's wrong. It's known that it doesn't work on the quantum or cosmological scale. It doesn't even work on the solar system. Whatever. My point is, so you believe that it's the bending and warping of space-time. I just gave you my explanation. You're like, oh, it sounds like you just made a bunch of claims. But then you admitted you don't even know what your claim is or your position is.
well, you said that wipes it off any sort of I got you board or something.
Yeah, it does. It does because you don't even have a counter. You have
But
no
when you
explanation.
explained the CIA and the media earlier, you made some logical leaps, which
Oh my
kind
God.
of reduces your credibility.
Now you're poisoning the well. You're a textbook poisoning the well fallacy.
You made a logical leap earlier, which kind of gives some doubt as far as my ability to trust your conclusions.
Poisoning the well is a type of informal fallacy where adverse information about a target is preemptively presented to an audience with the intention of discrediting the argument, or discrediting or ridiculing something that the target person is about to say.
You're saying I should trust you.
No, I'm saying you should actually think for yourself and research things before you believe them in
Well,
order
you just
to
told me I
have a
should scratch it off the
justified.
board.
In order to have a justified belief, you have to actually know what that belief is. That would be step one. The point is that what I said is physically testable. It's electrostatics. That's physical and tangible and actual. If electrostatics causes things to fall down, then you could test that claim. So you can go do it and experiment. And I can manipulate electrostatics and I can literally make things levitate and go up. And I can make things fall down faster. And I can change the weight of an object by using a Van de Graaff generator and manipulating electrostatics. We see it happen in nature. We see bumblebees that aren't aerodynamic use electrostatic resonance to levitate. We see them like get the pollen to actually levitate up and stick to their body because they're positively charged and then the flower's negatively charged because it's connected to the ground. So I can test my claim with a scientific experiment and make things go up and down and change their weight and change how fast they fall. Can you do that with space-time?
Does it depend on the mass of the object being manipulated?
Mass is intrinsically electrostatic. You can't have mass without electrostatics.
Yeah, I know, but does the bumblebee phenomenon happen to elephants?
No.
Because maybe it's higher mass?
It's a greater weight relative to yeah, that it's not a rebuttal. Yeah, so what's the cause of mass and weight? Those are both electrostatic. That's the point. So can you do the test with space-time though? Can you do an experiment with space-time and show that you can make things go up?
Can I do an experiment with space-time and demonstrate things going up?
Yeah. Do you know what science is, bro? Like science is where we use experiments to test things, like science. You were just appealing to science. So
He's gonna argue with you. He's going to argue with you about what science is. Watch. Anything you say, it's going to just be in contention.
Science is where you have a naturally occurring observable phenomena That's called the dependent variable. And science is us trying to figure out what causes that to happen. What causes that naturally occurring observable phenomenon? That's natural science, right? So we see things fall down. We're like, okay, what causes that? So we're going to propose a hypothesis, which is a cause and effect relationship test. We're going to say, okay, I think electrostatics causes this. This is my presumed cause. So if I manipulate electrostatics, it will change the direction / weight of an object. That's our hypothesis. And with our cause and effect, we go test it. We manipulate electrostatics, our independent variable, our presumed cause. When we manipulate it, we can change the direction of the object.
Yeah.
So we've used science to show that improve, right? That's a cause of the effect.
But it's based on the mass of the object.
The mass is intrinsically electrostatic. What do you can you name any mass in the world that's not?
No.
Okay, so if all matter is electrostatic, invoking mass is not a rebuttal to this.
So what size objects can you move with electrostatic?
Technically, everything.
Is that like for instance?
Everything. It just you would need a lot of electrostatics relative to how big and how heavy the object is.
Yeah, just like an experiment though. Like
yeah, like I can do iron filings, I can do styrofoam, I can do paint chips, I can do every material you can name.
Pretty heavy object.
Well, you can have like a drone. They have electrostatic drones that are just 100% electrostatic with no moving parts. So the point is that like you can prove that it causes things to go up and down. So like, can you do that with gravity that you believe in? Can you change the mass of an object and bend and warp space-time and make things float?
No.
Okay, so then you agree that electrostatics is like significantly more scientifically validated then?
No.
Well, how?
Just because you can put a balloon on your arm doesn't mean that that's the reason objects go up and down.
So what is the reason?
Gravity.
Can you test it?
If you could put a balloon on your arm and it goes up, then that's got to be part of the cause, or at least one of its own causes, if it happens to be a factor.
Okay,
And
now
what are your
fill that balloon with lead and try and do the same thing.
And so the density is definitely a factor in all this, right?
Well, the density of lead is electrostatic. So like where's gravity come into this? Can you do a test? I did a test.
He's arguing against gravity, though. He's saying it's just density, I guess.
Like I have the test in my room. Like I can do it. I've done it. I can make things go up and down. So, I mean, you can do it. You can use a balloon. You can take 2 styrofoam plates and make one levitate above the other one. You can take a rod.
Mass.
What?
Depending on their mass, you can't reproduce it larger scale.
Yeah, but without changing the balloon's density, he can change the electrostatics. He can change the variable of electrostatics and change its weight. So he holds the density constant, and then he finds the cause of what's making it heavier or lighter, and he's varying electrostatics. So that's obviously part of it, right? You can't even concede that.
I don't know what that even.
Wow. Okay, we have a control variable. We can take the mass, the density, we can control that variable and keep it the same, and then manipulate the independent variable of electrostatics and change its weight or direction. You're saying that it wouldn't work on a bigger scale. That's objectively false. It's just that you would need a ton of electrostatics. I could make you levitate. I would just have to kill you to do it. You would need so much that it would kill you.
Okay. Well, maybe they could like do it on like a small steel ball.
Yeah, they can. I just told you they can actually make an entire drone fly.
Okay. Where's that? I'd like to see it. I'm not debating that it can't. I'd just like to see it.
Okay, just a sec. There you go. So can I get a space-time drone?
I'm reading it before I can rebuttal.
Of course, that's why I told you about bumblebees, right? I mean, I don't know why. I just told you about bumblebees, bro. Bumblebees are not aerodynamic.
I need to read.
All right, brother. After you read it, look up space-time drone.
Okay, is this an electrostatic powered drone, or is this an electrostatic? Is this a drone that uses electrostatic technology to pass through the spray tubes to disinfect?
It's an electrostatic drone.
No, I use this in the same industry as mine. It's to adhere to surfaces. No. Yeah, you're mistaken.
Okay, well, I'll just find the other one, then I gave you the wrong one. There's 100% electrostatic drone. It might have been MIT. Just assume the first article will be the same one, where they have no moving parts and the drone can fly.
Yeah, electrostatic sprayers are used in multiple industries.
There you go, MIT. MIT engineers fly first ever plane with no moving parts. Electrostatic.
I don't see this one. Okay.
That's a plane. That's not even. There's another one. I'll find another one. Here, there's another one using ionic wind, which is electrostatic. Well, while we're killing time, you know how the ballers always love to say that they have a dynamo model that does work, and I always try to tell them that they don't. Let's just let the supreme bot tell them why it doesn't work.
So ions were used to propel a low drag airplane.
Yeah, and there's an ion propulsion drone, and then there's a small drone that soars on ionic wind.
So what's the claim here?
We can fly things with electrostatics with no moving parts, including a drone.
Okay. Now, can we fly large things?
First of all, you said, can we get a metal ball? You're just shifting the goalpost over and over. That's what you're doing.
Well, I mean, I originally said mass, right? So we're still on that.
Is this not mass?
Yeah, I'm saying, is it a large object?
You said a small little metal ball. That's what you said. Now I gave you a whole drone, and now you need something bigger.
Yeah, this is a low drag wing.
Okay, can I get a space-time low drag wing?
I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah. Can I get a drone? Look at the other one right there. There's a drone that does it. Can I get look at the last article I dropped? Can I get a space-time drone? You're just moving the goalpost. I already explained to you, when you have something with
Oh.
a ton of weight and mass, you're going to have to introduce a ton of electrostatics, and it isn't feasible on a huge, massive scale. It's not that it physically doesn't happen. Are you saying physics changes at some point? At what point does the physics of electrostatics change?
Well, you're assuming that it's true, that your point is true. Now you're saying it's.
I'm not assuming anything. I'm sitting here showing you that it's objectively true. You can literally prove it's true. You can use a Van de Graaff generator and make
perpetual energy machines can be scaled.
What? So wait, are you saying that the physics changes at some point?
Yeah, they change with higher quantities of mass.
Really? Where does it change? Where does electrostatics no longer do what it does?
When it tries to move larger quantities of mass.
What quantity?
Higher than the ones that currently move.
Oh, really? So higher than the drone. Right after the drone, then you can't do it anymore. Is that your claim?
Well, that's an ionic field which is pulling an airfoil through the air.
Okay.
It's not propelling it upward. You have to drop it from somewhere. It's not like taking off and then doing a distance around the football field and then
That's
landing.
incorrect. I just gave you a drone. It stays on the ground, and then it comes up off the ground, and it levitates with no moving parts.
The square one?
Yeah.
Okay, let me look at that.
You're just moving the goalposts. Just wasting my time, so I'm disinterested.
All right, I guess I'll just...
You're being disingenuous, bro. You don't want to know the truth. You want to find a way to somehow prove me wrong. But this is what the funny part is. You hear how critical you are of my position, right? Where you asked a question, I gave you a position. I told you tests you can do. I told you that everything's electrostatic. We can manipulate it. I explained the scientific method and how it applies to this. I gave you many examples, right? You're real critical of it all. Like, none of it's satisfying to you. I'm like, oh, look, we can move little pieces. You're like, I want something bigger. I'm like, okay, here's something bigger. Here's a bumblebee.
That I'm critical.
Wait up. And I'm like, here's something bigger. You're like, oh, I need something bigger than that. I'm like, okay, here's a drone. Oh, I need something bigger than that. Oh, you're super critical of it, right? And you don't even know what you believe to be true, much less have you been super critical of it. And you admitted you can't get anything, no matter how small it is, to levitate with space-time.
Levitate with space? What are you talking about?
You believe gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, so that means you should be able to bend and warp space-time and make things levitate.
So gravity exists, therefore I should be able to lift things with gravity.
Yeah, by manipulating gravity. That's right.
So I should be able to prove to you that I can manipulate gravity.
That's how science works, my dude.
Oh, so I just need a gravity manipulation machine to prove to you that gravity exists.
You didn't know that's how science works?
It's a gravity perturbator.
Oh, really? What is that, Left Lane?
It's where you perturb the gravitational field. It perturbs the field and you can manipulate it.
Oh, yeah. How so? Let's give us some details.
Yeah,
You got a
it's just
space-time
made up.
manipulator?
Yeah, no, you don't even know. You don't even know what that is.
Yeah, you have a car. You have
No,
a
I
car.
made it up, man.
If you
I
see
mean,
an effect,
you just know to say that phrase there. That you don't know what it is.
Man, that's a weird looking turbine in the center of that drone. Wonder what that does.
Is this
So you have
a
an
new
effect.
argument for you, Perturber?
Perturbator. Yeah.
listen, you have an
Did you just
effect.
look this up, or did somebody tell you about it?
No, I made it up.
Yeah.
If you have an effect in science, you're looking for the cause of it. You need to manipulate it to know that that was indeed the cause. That is what has been telling you. That's how science works.
There's no propeller in the drone, man. So why are you sitting here like?
Okay.
Yeah, it has no moving parts.
So what's the turbine in the center of it doing?
Are you saying there's moving parts in the drone?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Take a picture.
I'll do one better. I'll give you a timestamp of your video. 25 seconds. Large object in the center, orange, weirdly shaped like an airplane jet engine.
Nothing's moving. Wow, thanks for your concession. 25 seconds shows nothing moving. Just like I said,
Is that a turbine or not?
Is it moving?
Is it a turbine or not?
This has no moving parts. Everyone just go click on the article
why-
just so you
then
can see
why
how
would
disingenuous this guy is. Go click on the article and watch this thing fly, and no, there has no moving parts.
Except for the turbine.
So you're claiming the thing in the middle is moving?
I don't know what turbines do. They like sit still.
Leveless. Yeah.
You know what a
Okay.
Hold on,
turbine is?
somebody's got an echo going. Who's got the echo thing?
It was leveless. So I'm sitting here watching it fly. Nothing's moving. Why is nothing moving? Wow, this is awkward.
Except for the fan blades and the turbine.
You're just gonna keep saying it? Because nothing's moving. So you're saying MIT engineers claim it has no moving parts, but it actually does, and the video shows nothing moving, but it's actually moving.
Go to 40 seconds of my video.
MIT either with it. I don't blame this guy. I wouldn't trust MIT.
Well, he does trust MIT. He trusts whatever he thinks that the consensus of mainstream is. That's what he said.
Yeah. Do you not trust MIT, my guy? You think MIT is lying to us? The scientists are
Trust
lying
in
to
what
us?
they say. I just
What do
want to
you
know if that's a turbine or not.
Is MIT lying?
You don't need a turbine.
Okay. Whew.
Thank
Coach
you.
shows the voice of reason. Coach shows the voice of reason.
I've seen this cool. There's this dude who makes this fucking badass. It's like a jet. He tries to make like a jet thruster with iron propulsion. Yeah, it works out pretty good.
But Alan, do you see the bigger point here that I'm making, which is like you see how like super critical, and every baller's like this. Left lane's been like this. Like every one of them.
What?
I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying every single baller is like this. Whenever I say, they're like, "Oh, what's your explanation for gravity then?" And I give one. They're super critical of it, and they all work together, and they'll do it for 5 straight hours, trying to come up with gotcha questions like, "What about this? Have you done this? Well, what about this? We could test it this way. What about this? Have you measured this? Oh, okay." And every time you answer, they shift the goalpost, move the goalpost, move the goalpost. They'll do it for hours. They've been doing it for years at this point. Okay,
I thought
they're
it was a
super
bot.
hyper critical of my electrostatic explanation, but they haven't applied 1 ounce of that critical assessment to their own belief.
It's not
Isn't that
critical.
disingenuous?
It's not critical because bots aren't critically thinking.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm saying you're being critical, not critical thinking. Yeah, you're being critical. You're being a critic. You're just like being a contrarian. You're just nuh-uh with shifting the goalpost because it's not in your programming to accept it. But do you not see the double standard there?
But I accept the other stuff just fine.
Without even knowing what it is.
Admittedly.
Yeah. How's that not a double standard?
I agree. How is that?
Yeah, this is hypocritical.
Kind of contradictory.
Yeah, double standard, hypocritical, yeah.
Shouldn't you give as much criticism to this make-believe space-time thing as you do with electrostatics or something, relative density kind of thing going on? No, maybe I didn't come through. Shouldn't you be as critical of this bendy space-time thing as electrostatic relative density model?
What would be my motivation?
To be critical of what people are telling you? I don't know.
To actually understand what you believe.
Well, I mean, how does it like practically impact me to drill deep into gravity theory? Like, how does that benefit my life?
Why'd you bring it up, ask what my answer for it was, and then critically try to dismiss it specifically over and over then?
Well, you told me how electrostatic worked.
Because you asked. You literally asked for an explanation of a gravimeter, and now how gravity works means nothing to you. So why'd you ask?
I wanted to see the explanation.
Why? I thought you didn't want. I thought it didn't matter and didn't change your life at all.
You
the
were
explanation
hypercritical.
Of this gravity doesn't, but your gravity does.
Why?
So I want to see how it's justified.
But why don't you want to see how your own belief is justified?
Yeah, man. Damn, bro. Just use your heads, guys. Come on.
This is real dope.
We're kind of comparing,
level, bro.
We're comparing ideas, right, to see which one like wins out, right?
But you won't even like defend yours. You won't even say what it is.
You're not being critical of your model, but you're being super hypercritical with this model.
Yeah, because I'm being asked to shift my understanding.
You admittedly don't have an understanding.
And I'm saying I would need some good proof.
But you don't need
you believe
proof for your belief, though.
Yeah. What made you believe the first one? Just because they told you about it a whole bunch of times? Like were you hypercritical of it before?
How does it make sense? You said you didn't understand or know what it was.
I mean, just because I don't understand the minutia of space-time, like, doesn't mean that I can't understand like a general concept of gravity, right? Like I understand that planes like defy gravity through lift and airfoils, right? Like I understand
Planes don't
like, if I
defy
drop
gravity.
I mean, they cause lift to overcome it, right?
That's in addition to gravity, yeah. But what I'm saying, okay, if you're saying that you do understand it, can you explain what gravity is to us?
I don't understand the nuances of gravity.
So then you don't have an understanding of it.
I don't.
Why did you just say you did?
I have
this is why we need
level understanding of it. I said I haven't drove into the nuances of it.
No, but you said you have a basic understanding. Can you tell us a basic understanding of it?
Yeah, just mass attracts mass.
That's not what it is anymore.
Okay, but you asked me to explain it.
Well, I'm just letting you know that's not what you believe.
Okay.
That's awkward. That doesn't work anymore, and it's relativity now.
Well, how is it awkward? Like that doesn't practically impact me now that we didn't get an announcement on the radio like, hey guys, it's awkward now.
You're kind of imploding, bro. I mean, do you not think the whole room sees that you don't actually understand your own belief, but you're trying to let me know how mine's wrong?
I'm trying for you to explain to me how it works. And
I just did.
Hey, it doesn't really pan out that way.
Okay, watch this. Is there a downward bias on the Earth?
A downward bias, you have to explain.
A bias downward.
You can't define it by saying it again.
You don't know what I mean by that?
No, that's why I asked.
A directional preference down.
A directional preference down.
Are you shorting out or something?
I'm trying to understand it. So maybe that might be a yes. I might be shorting out.
Okay. Do you think that gravity causes things to go down?
I think it causes things to attract, which we perceive as down.
So do things go down on the Earth?
Yes, they do.
Okay. You know that your model also doesn't claim that the Earth attracts things to it anyway, but so then that's a downward bias. Okay. Even when things go up in your model, it's because of a downward bias. So when things go up due to buoyancy, it's because the surrounding density around it is being pulled down, quote unquote, which is actually more like guided down through space-time. Right? So then you have the buoyant force that comes out of it. So it has a downward bias. Like a bias downwards, a preference down, there's a bias set on the Earth. Anyway, dude, no way I thought that was going to take that long. Okay, did you know that there's actually an electric current on the Earth that goes from the sky down to the ground?
I believe so, yeah.
God,
So
I remember when you argued with him.
What's up?
Wouldn't that make sense to explain why there'd be a downward bias if there's a downward electric current on the Earth?
No.
Why not?
Because that'd be correlation without causation.
Wait, are you saying that you could have a downward electric current on the Earth and it doesn't create a bias?
Is it upward as well?
No, it's just down.
I would need some specific examples, because just saying that there's a downward electrical current on the Earth thus explains the quote unquote downward bias. It's not enough for me. That's not saying anything.
The hardest thing for me, Witsit, is trying to find out the proportionality of white is a constant for all things, whether they're magnetic or whether it's wood or whether it's conductive or not. All these things, it seems to be the same for everything.
Yeah, it just sets the up and down, bro. And then things sort out based on their density relationship, which is intrinsically electrostatic as well. There isn't some force pulling things down at different rates. And I've been trying to tell you guys that for like 3 years now. I get what you're saying. It's like, oh, if there was a downward electric force pulling everything down, then wouldn't it pull different materials down at different rates? But I'm not saying it's that there's a downward electric current that sets the up and down, and then the density and buoyancy sort everything else out. That's what sets the down, which answers every question. It answers what's the buoyant force, and what's density, and it answers everything.
I wonder, this makes me wonder, which is why I love being here. I like to think a little bit more. Makes me. If you had a scale and you measured a mass, let's say that scale is like 100 feet in the air or whatever, in a vacuum, whatever, and you brought another mass near it, would that nearby mass adjust the weight of the scale? The scale is reading.
Adjust the weight.
Yeah, like let's say you have like a 5-pound bowling, however much, 20-pound bowling. I don't know how much bowling ball
I gotta
weighs.
take care of the baby.
In the meantime, this electrostatic thing is real. This downward current on Earth is real, and we don't even know if the bending of space-time is a real thing or not. Just in the meantime, while you're growing wits over this, let's just keep that in the back of our noggins.
I can appreciate that for sure. That's another thing I want to talk about is, or I had a question I'd talk, but magnetic field and how that's thought of, and so I was reading this article about how birds navigate, and they found that in the nose of the bird there's like a gene that goes back and forth based on on the magnetic field.
They claim it's a quantum mechanic effect, right?
I've heard humans actually have something like that in their nose, some kind of magnetic. What's up?
I think you're thinking about the same thing he's talking about, the birds.
No, I thought it was humans had something like that too.
I don't know, man.
You never heard that?
A little zinc deposit, like in our nose. Suppose I heard that on Tool Time.
I think they got like in your nose. You have like cells that can like sense proximity. Similar to like how a shark has cells that can like feel outside its body.
Well, I mean, our noses can do that the same way sharks do. I think it's just by, it's like what do you call that? What's that thing called? Spectro. What's it called? Spectrometry. The spectrometers. I forget what they're called. But those things that do spectrometry, they just can measure like particles in the air or particles. That's basically all your nose does. It measures particles.
A smelloscope.
A smelloscope. Yeah. Huh. Is that for Futurama? Actually, I wanted.
No, Matt got that off me, man.
Okay, Matt Groening. Yeah, I wanted to. I wanted a smelloscope, and then I was like thinking about it, and basically that's what that's what spectrometry does. Is so I'd have to build like a spectrometry thing on my face so I can smell. Hey, who knows? Maybe Neuralink will make something like that.
Kosho, I'm just curious. Being a fundamental materialist, how do you explain remote viewing in this paradigm that you're trapped in?
Me?
Or Kosho, yeah.
Oh.
You or Kosho, whatever.
I mean, the fact that it's not really settled on if it's correct. Although I do believe that that group, the CIA, when they were using it, I do believe that they got higher than the amount that they got it right was higher than normal. So there's something to it, I'm sure. But there being something to something, right? Like saying there's something to it is basically saying like, yeah, but we don't know what that something is. It's like the Akashic records. Like I think there's something to that too, but I don't know what that is either. If I knew what that mechanism was, I think that'd be the answer that would make it not, pseudoscience anymore. It would make it an actual scientific discovery. So to ask me that is it's just foolish. Why, how would I know?
Unless you can demonstrate it repeatedly, right? Then it's...
Well, that was the problem. It's not only just on repetition with that thing. It's also on what qualified as a could they isolate it from just the noise of their prediction. And it's true that there was some successful uses of it when that program was going on, but the reason why they canceled the program is because it was not something that can consistently be trusted, meaning you can't get consistent positive results from it. So it's sort of difficult. It's difficult to assess how valid that method is, if it's real or not. Like I said, the reason I think it is, but that's basically based on personal, like faith or something like that. It's like
that could be like confirmation bias, like affecting you.
Yeah. But I mean, also because
Kosho is not biased.
Well, I mean, like I said, you can separate your, beliefs from like I guess faiths from beliefs, right? Like this would be something that I admit is not that there's not concrete evidence for it, but I do think that some people, they did have the ability to do something along those lines.
Hey, you guys, can I shoot a death blow at the Globers real fast?
Yes.
Cool. All right, so they always, every time we talk, I try to tell them the dynamo model doesn't work, and then they always say no. So just a sec. All right. The geodynamo is the process by which the Earth's magnetic field is generated. The current geodynamo model is based on the idea that the Earth's magnetic field is generated by the motion of the liquid outer core, which is composed mainly of iron and nickel. The core is rotating, and this motion generates electric currents, which in turn create the magnetic field. The current geodynamo model is able to explain many of the observed features of the Earth's magnetic field, but is not able to fully account for all of the observed phenomena. One of the main problems with the current geodynamo model is that it is not able to fully explain the observed variability of the Earth's magnetic field over time. The Earth's magnetic field is observed to have changed significantly over geological time, with the field reversing its direction multiple times in the past. The current geodynamo model is not able to fully explain these changes. In addition, recent studies have suggested that the Earth's core may have stopped rotating or may have changed direction. with which would have an effect on the rotation of the Earth in the geodynamo process. But the current geodynamo model is not able to fully explain these changes either. Scientists are working on developing new and improved models of the geodynamo that are able to better explain the observed phenomena. These new models incorporate additional processes such as the effect of the solid inner core on the liquid outer core and the influence of the Earth's rotation on the geodynamo process. You guys want some more?
What are you saying?
When I say you guys don't have a geodynamo model and can't even explain from the core of your belief, and people say, yes, we do. That's not true. No, you don't.
There's a difference between being broken and not being able to fully explain. Just because we can't fully explain doesn't mean we discard the entire thing and say, yeah, it's broke.
No, it doesn't work.
You just said can't fully explain. They're working on the model. That doesn't mean the rest of it's trash.
Oh, it doesn't even explain the magnetic field.
Yeah, just because it can't explain some part doesn't mean the rest of it's trash.
What can it explain?
The remainder.
Name one thing.
So they said that it can't explain the whole, right? So what would be the rest that it can't explain that they're referencing?
Now you're asking me, right? So here's some more stuff that's wrong with it. The current geodynamo model is not able to fully explain the variability of the magnetic field. The current geodynamo model is not able to explain the observed differences in the strength of the Earth's magnetic field at different locations. It's so bad. The Earth's magnetic field is observed to have changed significantly over geological time, with the field reversing in direction multiple times in the past. And then, of course, the second one is the current geodynamo model is not able to explain the observed differences in the strength of the Earth's magnetic field at different locations. I've been telling Globers this for 2 years. Maybe they'll listen to the bot.
I said the same thing 3 times now.
Oh, you're getting triggered. Kosho always gets triggered. The Earth's magnetic field is strongest. Stop, dude. Stop. We don't need. You don't know. You don't know. You're one of the people that say it works. So stop interrupting.
How is the variability different from the strength at different locations?
Yeah, it's talking about the actual. So you interrupted but didn't understand. What a shocker.
I'm asking you this to see.
Okay, I'm going to tell you. Yeah, it's the variability over time because of the pole reversals is completely different than the second part of it, which is actual strength at different locations. So feel free to not interrupt me. Thank you. All right, the Earth's magnetic field is strongest at the poles and weakest at the equator, and the current geodynamo model is not able to fully explain these variations. The current geodynamo model is not able to fully explain the observed differences in the Earth's magnetic field between the northern and southern hemispheres. The Earth's magnetic field is stronger in the northern hemisphere than in the southern hemisphere, and the current geodynamo model is not able to fully explain this difference. The current geodynamo model is not able to fully explain the observed differences in the Earth's magnetic field between the surface and the interior of the Earth. The Earth's magnetic field is observed to be weaker at the surface than at its core, and the current geodynamo model is not able to fully explain this difference.
What's in contention?
Dude, this is it's so much better than talking to you guys.
Yeah, so what it's just done is ask the AI what the problems are, and he thinks that those are accurate answers. But
we have a theory.
Somebody with intuition and understanding can simply understand why those problems exist. Like why there would be variability in the strength over time, why there would be different strengths all over.
That's not even what it said.
Why there would be
I'm not gonna lie, Jeremy. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't want to keep coming in here if coaches.
Hold on, dude. And why it would be stronger in the south and the north? Like, there's almost obvious answers to things like this if you understand what the dynamo, the magnetic field, like what they claim it's caused by.
He said nothing. You said nothing.
Charge. It's the flow of the charge in the outer core, right? Of all the liquid charge that's out there. So if the flow is obviously not constant or consistent, if the super rotation changes speeds, like all these things are going to obviously make the magnetic field vary.
You're just making stuff. You're just making stuff up. You're saying vague things like if the current isn't consistent or if the super rotation changes. It's just your catchphrases. You didn't answer any of it with any specificity. I've dropped many papers, including Harvard, to you guys for years. You guys always just say, "Nuh-uh," don't respond to them specifically, and say that you do have a working model. You don't. We just now read it off specifically, and you can say that, but if you want to drop a citation that shows the exact math of the change in current explaining all of these problems, we'll look at it. You can't. You made it up.
Yeah, no one's claiming what you just asked for. What the claim is why that's true. So it is true that there are unpredictable changes, that there's invariance, that like these things are true. Okay, the reason why that is the case is not a mystery. It would seem to be obviously caused by the fact that the core, or not the core, the outer core, the charge that's actually supposedly causing this magnetic field, is not consistent throughout the entire Earth. It's a fluid flowing charge, so it's not going to be a bar magnet. It's not going to behave like a bar magnet. And that, like I said, this thing bringing up about the super rotation of the core, this has varying rotational rates than that of the surface. So that also is going to cause it to vary.
To vary? That doesn't answer the question. Do you think that people here think that you just actually addressed the problems that mainstream top level academia on your side knows is a problem, and it's not just because the bot said it? You want to keep saying it. You want to keep saying the bot's wrong. The bot isn't wrong. I've dropped over 10 PDFs about this many times, and you never respond to them. You never read them. You just keep saying it over. You just keep vaguely saying, "Oh, things change." No, why is the field weaker at the center than on the outside? Why is it weaker at the core than on the surface?
How do they know how strong it is at the core?
Oh, you tell me.
Well, you're asking me. How am I supposed to answer? I mean, you're claiming that it's stronger on the surface than it is at the core. Like, who determines the strength?
They're claiming that. Not Witchett's not claiming that. They're claiming that.
I've never heard the claim. I've heard Witchett say it just now. I've never heard anybody claim that. So who's claiming that, and why are they saying that? And why are you asking?
So you're saying we can't know the strength of the magnetic field at the core?
No, I'm saying I don't know the strength of it. You're just saying that to me. Is somebody else claiming that I'm supposed to defend now?
Do you believe that's where the magnetic field is being generated, yet you have no way to comprehend or understand what the strength is there, Kosho, even though you believe that's the source of it?
I don't know what the strength of the magnetic field is at the core. Okay, so I mean, he's claiming that to me right now. How am I supposed to know that? What the strength of the magnetic field is at the core? I don't even know why that would be expected to be known. Like, why is that question? Why would you expect somebody to know what the strength is of the magnetic field at the core of the Earth?
He's just grasping at straw. So here's a Scientific American article.
You guys are
a Scientific American article explaining it. So there you go. That's unfortunate. This is going to keep getting worse, by the way.
Quit grasping. The question I'm trying to stick to this question you just asked me and why it's even a question.
I just gave you a Scientific American journal explaining how they say that the core's magnetic field is weaker than on the surface.
Okay, but then why would you ask me that then?
Because they're just saying that they don't understand why. And that's what I asked you.
I didn't think that was the case.
You just mumbled on about changing currents and bullshit with no specificity, thinking you were going to woo the room into thinking that you actually answered the question, but you didn't.
Yeah, the other question, this is a now different question about a different topic of something that obviously I'm learning just now. How would I be supposed to know why it's strong or weaker at the core? Well, I just found out 20 seconds ago that it was.
5 minutes, he'll be an expert in it.
But when I listed the problems, you said those aren't problems, and then you.
Problem?
Because you don't know why. Because the magnetic, you see, you don't even understand magnetic fields. So of course you don't understand the problem. Like, of course, the strength is supposed to be greater at the center, closer to the center of the magnetic field. Kosho, you didn't know that.
And a dynamo, is that true?
Yeah, it's a magnetic field.
So a magnetic field caused by a current. If you have like a coil, for instance, the magnetic field is going to be stronger in the middle of that coil.
Yeah, the center of the magnetic field, right around the inertial concentration in the center of the magnetic field. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, cite it. You're just making stuff up.
You're saying the closer you get to a magnet, the stronger the magnetic field should be? Is that what you're saying?
Of course.
The inside
of course.
That sounds crazy.
The center.
Yeah, like with the spatial extension, the strength of the magnitude of the magnetic field is disproportionate to spatial extension. This is well known. This is like magnetic field 101.
Absolutely. I go into any coffee shop, that's what they tell me.
All you guys have is like sophistry and rhetoric. Okay.
Your initial point though, Witsit, what was it? That the theory doesn't work?
It doesn't. It doesn't work at all. It doesn't explain how the pole reversal could work. It doesn't explain the magnitude of different locations. It doesn't explain why it's weaker at the core than at the surface. It doesn't explain a ton of things. It doesn't explain the difference in the surface and the interior of the Earth. It doesn't explain all kinds of things. It doesn't explain the difference in why is the northern hemisphere stronger than the southern hemisphere.
So why is it here?
Hey, guess where that makes perfect sense, Gio? Guess where the magnetic field being weaker in the southern hemisphere makes perfect sense? On a flat Earth. Yeah, yeah.
So why does the theory exist if it's so trash?
Well, one thing we do know, there is a magnetic field, though, right?
Yeah, why would it be weaker on the south?
Don't know. It's
That
there,
makes
though.
no sense, though. That's not how magnetic fields work.
We know why it would be weaker in the south.
Right, because it's further out in the top half above the inertial plane. Its spatial extension is further out, so it's going to be weaker further away from the center. Makes no sense on the globe, as the distance from center is exactly the same in the north and the south.
It should match. I don't know why it wouldn't match.
Yeah.
Hey, have you guys heard that the Earth's core stopped spinning?
Yeah, that's actually one of the problems with the dynamo model.
We're right in the midst of that right now.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's bad. It's getting bad out here. Because this is really going to give me, like, some ammo, unfortunately, for you guys.
So, Larry, they said it stopped spinning in relation to what?
Itself.
By the way, Love Lane, I'm going to give you a piece of advice. If you're just going to hear what Kosho says and then think that it's automatically the truth, you might find yourself in some shaky positions.
No, I read that. I read it last week, and what Kosho was talking about, it is in relation to the rotation of the Earth. It doesn't mean that it stopped spinning. It means that it's either spinning a little faster than or a little slower than Earth is spinning.
No. If it stopped, then it would have to be moving perfectly with it.
It just stops.
So you don't even understand it.
Yeah,
If
the magnetic field we have on the planet, right?
If it stopped, it'd have to move perfectly with it, not faster or slower. If it stopped, it'd have to move perfectly with it.
Magnetic field.
If it stopped, it'd have to move perfectly with it, not faster or slower.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Okay, so Left Lane didn't know what he was talking about.
That's what you just try to tell somebody.
So
not
relative to the surface, it's not moving. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the rate of rotation of the Earth and the rate of rotation of the core would be the same in the case that they're saying.
How'd they measure that?
When they're saying that the rotation stopped and might reverse.
How'd they measure that?
Probably seismology.
How's that work?
Measuring the seismic, all the different fucking
P-wave. Tell them that's in P-wave.
Penis waves? How does that show us that the core is not moving?
It tells them the densities when they measure the refraction. The actual spinning of the core, I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I'm not a seismologist.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. We're going to get along a lot better if you can just be like, oh, I don't know. It's not a big deal.
In 5 minutes, we'll be an expert in it.
Question that you think I don't.
Jeremy, you're antagonizing.
I'm saying, my man comes out with the woodwork 5 minutes later. He's an expert in everything. It's crazy.
If you're not hired to do this, Kosho, you should reach out to someone.
Just get Kosho, look into all this and just check back with us in 5 minutes. And
Kosho, can you be honest? Is my utilization of, I said be honest, please. Is my utilization of the chat GPT kind of getting under your skin?
Not at all. I tried to warn you yesterday in a friendly way. I don't intend to be friendly with you about it anymore. If you want to share with people the misgivings and the misunderstandings that you'll learn from listening to the AI, you're going to confuse a lot of people. It's known, and it says in it when you sign into the website, the answers that it gives you are not. There's no guarantee they're going to be correct. That's because it's not giving you answers based on if it's correct or not.
But when
Men are different.
Hold on, Kosho, hold on, Larry. But Kosho, when it gives us answers, and then we look into those answers, and we have papers and journals and shit backing the answers up, what does that Does that say he got the
that would be the way to discern
keep
information.
the chip?
Well,
The AI
that's
got
what
it
just
wrong, or the AI
happened. Yeah, that's what just you said that you don't know anything about the core not being as strong. How would you even know that? That's not really a thing. Why are you? You're just trusting the bot. That's what's going to make you look stupid. Then it took me less than 10 seconds to Google it and immediately give you a Scientific American article.
Those things. You just put together words I've used and try to make it sound like I said something. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything like that. What I told
Yes,
you,
you did.
you asked me about the strength outside the core, like the strength of the magnetic field down at the core, that it's weaker, and why is it? Why is that? I'm telling you, I never even heard that before. That's what I said to you.
And you said you don't even know how they would ever know something like that, and that doesn't make any sense to you. That's what you said.
No, yeah, I said, how would I know that? And you said
that it doesn't make any sense to you. That's what you said.
I said no.
And you said it's because I'm just trusting the bot to give the answers, but it's wrong, and I'm going to look
And we
stupid.
checked the bot, but
that
then
was common based on something else. That's what I'm saying. You're just combining things that I've said.
No, you said that when I first started to read off the problems with it as well.
The dynamo model. That's not, and then you asked me an unrelated question about the strength.
This is about about the dynamo model. The strength is about the dynamo model.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to remind you where the parts of the conversation were, what my responses were. Because
your first response was to basically poison the well.
I told you that those are the same thing. That was in response to what you said were problems with the dynamo model. Those aren't.
So it is clearly getting under your skin. So
those aren't actual problems with the dynamo model.
Oh, really? Even though I just dropped your own side saying it is.
Who's on my side?
Mainstream academia that claims the geodynamo model of a globe Earth model.
So if I said that your side is like the fucking, I don't know, gremlin.
You don't get to say that. I don't have a cultish belief that it's whatever the mainstream model is. I don't adhere to a specific.
Guess what, dude? Those assumptions are what are going to make you look foolish in the future. There's no need to
keep saying that.
No need to assume what my side is or anything like that. You can ask me what I know. I told you I don't know why the strength that the strength is weaker at the core. So if
you
I
just said that it's not problem. Those are not problems with the dynamo model. That's what you just said, but it objectively is. So if you're saying it's not, then I guess you're going to show us that you've come up with a new dynamo model to replace the mainstream agreed upon dynamo models, which there's like 3 of them, but there's one predominant one that everyone agrees on, and you guys always rock with the majority consensus, and that's what the one we just talked about, the one with the nickel and iron, the liquid outer core spinning, causing the magnetic field. Because you can't have it inside the core because of the Curry point, right? Obviously. So you have like the magnetic threshold problem, the Curry threshold.
Oh, that has nothing to do with it being in the core or not. But no, so
what?
Yeah, why would that be a problem? That's with permanent magnets. That's what the Curry point is about. It has nothing.
So you're saying that are you saying that the magnetic field can come from the core, this actual very center?
Come from any electromagnet. Okay, any
oh my God.
The Curry point is only in reference to permanent magnets.
So whenever I drop Harvard saying that it can't be at the core because of the Curry point, you're gonna say they're wrong?
Yeah, if the
okay, just a second.
The core of the Earth was a solid magnet, right, and it was creating a magnetic field, and it was rotating in reference to the outer core, and there was a difference in charge because of this. You can create an electric magnet with that.
Oh yeah, cool. I'm about to prove you wrong. No big deal.
A Curry point is only in relationship to a permanent magnet.
You can say that.
That's what it is.
Well,
that's what it is.
True.
Exactly what
Here's Left Lane pretending he's a geodynamo expert again.
No, man. This is
you don't understand any of this.
These are simple arguments that have been gone over.
Oh, really? Left Lane. Okay, cool.
And we're still stuck in it. We're still stuck in it.
Left Lane, answer the question. Then why does the core have a weaker magnetic field than the out of the surface?
Oh no, who knows? I don't know.
Okay, so I thought it was just this easy thing that I don't understand, and we've gone over it many times. I'm just stuck on it.
Yes, this Curry point thing, it pertains to permanent magnets. It doesn't pertain to
I guess you guys need to go tell all the PhDs that updated the dynamo model then. But
drop that.
I think we made that up.
The Harvard. You get the Harvard.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get it.
All right. Yeah, so because Harvard probably just doesn't understand, or you.
Yeah, I made it up.
You made it up, yeah. Or it's not. You don't understand. You don't understand what you're reading. We get that a lot.
Yeah, back in the day, they used to say it comes straight from the core. Then they said, never mind, the core's too hot. Duh. But you know what sucks? It's like this like all the truthers in here, we could be going through like, okay, here are the real problems with their model. Like, oh, we didn't know that. Let's integrate. We could like talk about it. It could be edifying. But no, I have to run through online scouring for them when they could look it up, right? And like, I'm just saying that's why they need to be replaced.
I'll tell you what's extremely interesting is that the magnetic field is weaker in the south. It's very interesting.
Dude, that's a freaking lethal blow, especially when you compare it to a plain Earth.
That's yeah. I mean, on the globe, I'd be asking them about that one right there. But I mean, we go over that.
I think it's interesting how the magnetic field seems to kind of, to me, it seems to kind of align with the 1% weight difference at the equator.
Wait, say again?
I mean, is there any like the idea that the magnetic field is different at the equator? Could that play into the fact that we perceive or that we're able to measure like a 0.3% weight difference?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you're gonna have downward pressure. And honestly, like to fully understand the Earth, you're gonna have to acknowledge an ether. So you'd have a downward pressure within that.
I don't understand. Is there a weight difference if I take an ounce of gold to the from the north from Alaska to the equator? Do I still have an ounce of gold?
Okay, there's Harvard right there saying that showing you the Curie point temperature of most ferromagnets, and then it's showing you what the temperature of the core is, and it's explaining why that model doesn't work.
Okay, so
they do gold by weight.
What is a ferromagnet?
That's why it's saying they can't use that model of it being centered at the Earth. Just because you say it's not a permanent magnet doesn't magically mean you can put it at the core. And if you think you can, please drop the model that says that the Earth's magnetic field comes from the core of the Earth.
Right, iron is ferrous. Iron at your core, Kosho, is ferrous, right?
Now, what electromagnet is a ferromagnet?
Any of them or have ferrometals involved.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. It's none of them.
Maybe not any of them. Okay, yeah, neodymium.
Electromagnets are not ferromagnets.
You're hearing though, bro, because your core is supposed to be iron.
A ferromagnet is a description of a permanent magnet and how its contents are made up of
non-ferrous materials, right, like neodymium, nickel, shit like that. But ferrous refers to iron, right?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. We gotta do this one at a time, or this ain't gonna work. All right, Brian.
To me, he's acting like the core ain't iron anymore.
No, calling it a ferromagnet would be saying that it's a magnet because the core is iron and it's fixed. The alignment and the electrons or whatever are on the same direction, so it's going to be a fixed permanent magnet.
No, you're wrong. You can have temporary ferromagnets. You're wrong about everything you're saying. And I just dropped Harvard explaining why it doesn't work because of the Curie point. So we're going to move back on to further destroying the thing.
I mean, there's what Witt said about ferromagnets has nothing to do with electromagnets. Be very aware of that. Ferromagnets are strictly a material where the actual charges in the material are aligned. This is a permanent magnet. So if you say ferromagnet, you're talking about permanent magnets.
No, you can have temporary ferromagnets.
Then this does not apply.
Do you want to bet that you can have a temporary ferromagnet?
Hold on. After this, can we do this difference from the southern and the northern hemisphere with the magnetic field after this? Like keep going.
Just sucks. They make it painful because we've talked about this 100 times. He just keeps saying it. Like ferromagnets can be permanent or temporary.
Yeah, you can demagnetize. You can magnetize a screwdriver, and then you can demagnetize a screwdriver.
Hey, Skylane, can ferromagnets be temporary?
Sure.
Okay, so his rebuttal's trash. And there's Harvard right there, 43 minutes after the hour.
Electromagnet.
Are you guys not going to read the Harvard paper? Did I actually go get the Harvard paper just so you guys cannot read it and then keep pretending that you weren't wrong?
Kosho, is the Earth an electromagnet? Why do you keep talking about electromagnets?
Oh, a dynamo is a type of electromagnet.
But he's got Harvard saying this curing point thing, right? So
yeah, literally.
Yeah, he's talking about ferromagnets.
No, they're talking about the center of Earth. Were they not talking about?
Yes,
the center of
they're
Earth?
literally talking about the core and the Curie point. Literally.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with an electromagnet or a dynamo.
Hey, buddy,
the center of Earth.
buddy.
Oh, so.
Are you not listening?
We're talking about the core of Earth in your
Right.
little model.
Right. So this idea that it's a ferromagnet would be incorrect. And that's what he's saying. He's like, oh, it can't be a ferromagnet if it's because they can be affected by the Curry point. We're saying, well, we're not claiming it's a ferromagnet. Not when you say it's a dynamo.
Yeah, it's saying it can't be a permanent magnetic field. You're correct, but that's not the point. Is that the high temperatures don't allow you to put it all the way to the core because of the Curry point. The Harvard paper right here is literally laying out what different dynamo models don't work and aren't even possibly viable. And then it goes on to show you in the conclusion, well, we're just, we're still working on it, basically. Now, I'm giving you even more specific problems with it. Why is the magnetic field weaker in the south than in the north?
Yeah, explain that one on a globe, because that's very interesting.
I don't think this term ferromagnet exists. I think there's like a classification of materials that have ferromagnetic like properties, like that they're attracted in the same way.
Well, there's different alloys of iron, so they just classify them as a group of ferrous, right? Different types of alloys.
Sure, but I don't think there's such thing as a ferromagnet. I think there's like ferromagnetism, diamagnetism, paramagnetism.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah,
And
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
ferromagnetic materials would be more specific.
So the claim that that's the cause for the magnetic field would be incorrect for the reasons why you
no, but like
that's not the claim of the dynamo model.
Are you claiming that the dynamo model says that the magnetic field comes from the core?
No, the dynamo model claims that the magnetic field comes from the flowing electric charge in the Earth.
No, is it from where though? Where's the source of the magnetic field?
The flowing charge in the outer core.
The outer core, right? So why can't it be in the core? Why can't it be in the core?
It doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter where it comes from the flowing charge.
So why do they not speculate it being in the core then?
Charge, you can have a magnetic field. This has nothing to do with the ferromagnet or ferromagnetic material.
Yeah, they claim that the core has ferromagnetic material, so it can't actually be the central origin of the magnetic field in the Earth. So why is the magnetic field weaker? Why is see? And we got dragged back into the bullshit because you guys can't answer. So can you guys answer? Why is the magnetic field weaker in the south than in the north?
Probably has something to do with the mass distribution, the land distribution. But who
You're
knows?
saying the mass is different in the south than in the north?
Yeah, clearly.
Really?
If it's moving, Coach, if it's moving around in a dynamic, it's like a circular or swirling around the core, then it can't, that's, dude, listen to what you're saying, dude. You're just grasping on the
There is a whole lot more water in the south than there is the north.
If it's moving around and it's not consistent, then it's going to vary everywhere, like
it does.
On a daily basis.
It does vary everywhere.
But it's always weaker in the south, bro. It's going to be stronger in the south sometimes.
Wait, is your guys' argument is that there's more water in the south? Am I getting this correct?
I said
We're just talking about the distribution of mass. Yeah.
Okay. So since there's more water in the south, that's why the magnetic field's weaker?
Well, there's less land down there.
Well, how does that make the magnetic field weaker?
Just a different mass.
I don't know.
Don't you guys think if it was this simple that you guys could just make bullshit up on Discord that maybe like the Ivy League schools and stuff would actually, have proposed that?
We literally told you it was an assumption, dude. Neither of us are seismologists or fucking geologists or anything, dude. So when you ask us a question of why is it stronger or weaker, and I literally say, I don't know, it could be because of this. That's obviously an assumption.
But it couldn't be because of that.
Yeah, it could be. It could be because the difference in material in both the north and the south.
So if something has more mass, it has a weaker magnetic field?
The strength varies in different places.
So you're saying that something with more mass has a weaker magnetic field?
Dude, you'll know when I'm done, dude. Okay?
You're already done.
It's not a consistent material in the earth or outside the earth. So it's going to make the field vary.
Really? So if something has more mass, it has a weaker magnetic field?
No, that's not necessarily always the case.
No, it's never the case. Mass doesn't affect electromagnetic forces. Thanks for playing. Try again. What's your next ad hoc explanation?
More material. If you have more materials, then you have more charge. So if you have a bigger
oh my god,
neodymium magnet,
it's actually not true. When we're talking about fields, the stronger the neodymium magnet, actually has a smaller magnetic spatial footprint and field. So that's actually a misnomer.
Well, it's not even about the it's not about the size, it's about the strength.
It's much stronger. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you're acting like the water on the surface.
This is what I'm saying, you guys. This is oh my god. I'm about to you guys just follow them down and you let them run away. The truth is they don't have an answer and they need to say they don't know and it doesn't work in their model and they can concede that it works better on a flat Earth model and that's it. They shouldn't be allowed to run away, pretend they're teaching us. They want to come in and use their little rhetoric and pretend that they're smarter than us and we don't understand it and all this bullshit. They have no idea what they're talking about. They're making stuff up. Mass doesn't affect electromagnetism. That was stupid. That was the dumbest comment of the night. So take it back and admit you don't know, so we can move on.
Why would you say a stronger magnet has a smaller footprint?
You see what I'm saying? They just want they're just salivating for the diversion, bro. Like they're just like they gotta get away. It's all good though. You guys
are right, Austin, and Howard's a pro at it too.
Hold on.
I just asked a question about something that Daslo said.
It was
I was just saying it's counterintuitive when we're talking about fields. The thing that the stronger the EMF, the larger the field. It's actually vice versa. This is why gamma radiation has a much smaller spatial footprint than X-ray or infrared.
Is it not because it's got a smaller wavelength, maybe? But I don't want you to answer the question. I just don't want you to answer.
Yeah, the wavelength. Yeah, has to do with it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't true what you said about the magnetic field, but regardless.
Well, actually, yeah, it certainly.
No,
is.
Yeah, it is.
You can see that if you were to take.
If you have a bigger neodymium magnet, of course it's got a greater magnetic field.
No, he's talking in terms of like bang for your buck. He's not saying
the stronger the magnet. Like if we were to go with like a N55 Gauss neodymium magnet, it's going to take you a shorter distance between whatever mass you're trying to attract it to or repel, versus like a N35 Gauss neodymium magnet. Is that field is you're gonna feel that resistance or that attraction at a much further distance.
This just isn't true.
Yeah, it actually certainly is true. You could see that with a Gauss meter.
Yeah, I have magnets of all different size, and I can tell you that you can attract material much greater distance with a bigger magnet.
Absolutely.
I don't even know.
I'm not talking about.
That's not the
pound for pound, not ratio.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
pound for pound ratio.
If you're not talking about the size, then what are you talking about, dude? Because that's what we're
talking about. Pound for pound to the magnet, as long as
I'm talking about the strength of the magnet.
Right. Versus the strength versus something else, and that's what we're saying. You increase the size, the strength will generally follow.
That's
but
not true at all.
But
it is
not
true, man.
No, it'll have diminishing returns, is what he's saying.
Yeah, but he's not saying that.
The strength
you can actually you can look at it and it has a smaller spatial extension, dude. It has a greater central portion, which would be like the inertial center of the magnetic field, and that gets bigger proportionate to the strength.
I don't even know why you guys are saying this, dude.
I don't even know why you guys can't just stick on the topic and admit that your model sucks and it doesn't work, but it works better on the flat Earth.
Look at this.
Because that's according to you, man.
No, it's according to objectivity.
Parts of it work, but other parts of it don't fully explain it. That's what he meant.
No, the flat Earth explains it better.
Well, no, but this is what I was going to ask you, because the things you're saying are ridiculous, and so I have to ask you, like, when you say that the difference between the North and the South, and then you said the variance through time, and then you said the differences all over the Earth. So, these things being true, how does that refute the dynamo model? How does that make the dynamo model not true?
Okay, so on your model, guys, listen carefully, okay? On your model, you think that there's a magnetic field that comes from the core, which is the center of a ball. So therefore, the magnetic field should be the same in the north and in the south. But it's not. It's stronger in the north than in the south. Now, on a plane Earth, the Earth is on the inertial plane, or the block domain wall. So it would get weaker as you get further out south. So the evidence matches the plane Earth, but your dynamo model can't explain it.
No, I didn't ask you that. I'm asking you.
Let me answer
if
Kosho's
that's
question.
true. How does that make it not true that we can have a dynamo model
Because
that's creating our magnetic field, meaning the
because
flowing charge of the outer core?
Brian, he's talking.
Yeah,
he's asking a question, man, and I'm trying to answer it. If you'd shut the fuck up.
Charge of the outer.
Yeah, but also, Brian, you're like popping your mic too.
Charge of the outer core being the cause of magnetic field. How is that disproven by the fact that there's different strengths in different places?
All right, you done? You done repeating your fucking question for the fourth time? Look, because of this. Because if it's dynamic, meaning there's something flowing around the core, okay, then it's flowing in all places. That means it's going to be stronger in the south at times, like one day, and then maybe the same time the next day or a little bit after. But it's always weaker in the south, bro. You're done.
Why would you assume it should change day by day?
Or week by week, Kosho, maybe every 2 days. Okay?
Why are you guys letting them? You're not allowed to skate past it unless you can be honest and concede you don't know and it doesn't work.
That's not what I'm asking, though. I'm asking you.
No, that's what I'm asking. You don't run the conversation. That's what the conversation was.
For our model of the dynamo model, using these things as evidence for why it's not true. And that's what I'm asking you: is how do these things make it not true?
Yeah, your current model would have the strength be the same in the north and the south.
Why?
Because it's a magnetic field on a ball coming from the core. So the north and the south would have the same strength magnetic fields.
I thought it was caused by the flowing charge of the outer core.
Okay, so it's coming from the center of the ball. So you would have this
charge of the outer core being as massive as it is, being made up of the material that it is, not being uniform for whatever reason you're assuming. As obviously there'd be imperfections and differences, which is what I would expect. It's not some like perfect, unclean or perfectly clean material. It's material made up of different imperfections and all different parts of it. So that's
just making shit up.
It out. It's not like a uniform material.
Yeah, you're just making stuff up. So, do you want to cite where someone says that? Hey, do you want to cite someone that says that that's why the north and south don't match, please?
I'm not asking you about the north and the south, dude. So you're not listening to the question.
Oh, so are we gonna let him do this? We talked about how we're gonna start debate modding you guys. We're gonna start debate modding you. I'm debate modding you now.
Yeah,
you're being disingenuous and you're intentionally not addressing the actual point.
Just stop interrupting.
No, stop skating past the point.
Asking you why those things you brought up are evidence, or why those things make what we think is creating the magnetic field are not true, right? And you're saying because there would be a perfect magnetic field if that were the case.
I didn't say that.
And I'm denying that. I'm telling you what reason would there be to assume there's a perfect magnetic field when there's not imperfections in the material that are making it up? And your answer to that is to bring something else up. And you're saying that
it's what I originally brought up, and you're trying to avoid it. So now what we're going to do is I'm just going to read the list again. And that sucks for you. So here are the problems with the current geodynamo model of your religion. It's not able to fully explain the observed variability of the Earth's magnetic field over time. The Earth's magnetic field is observed to have changed significantly over geological time, with the field reversing its direction multiple times in the past. The current geodynamo model is not able to explain these changes. The dynamo model is not able to explain the observed differences in the strength of the Earth's magnetic field at different locations. The Earth's magnetic field is strongest at the poles and weakest at the equator, and the current dynamo model is not able to fully explain these variations. The dynamo model is not able to fully explain the observed differences in the Earth's magnetic field between the northern and southern hemispheres. The Earth's magnetic field is stronger in the northern hemisphere than in the southern hemisphere, and the current model is not able to explain this difference. The current dynamo model is not able to explain the differences in the Earth's magnetic field between the surface and the interior of the Earth. The Earth's magnetic field is observed to be weaker at the surface than at its core, and the current dynamo model is not able to fully explain this difference.
Yeah, so the question is, how do those things that you named, those 5 things, how did that make that model impossible? Not how does that model not explain those things, but how do those things make our model impossible? Is it not true that the dynamo model could still be true and those things also be happening. There's no reason that that's not the true. It just means that those things aren't explained. I don't understand why that's a problem.
Oh, we have to prove outright impossibility. So we have to prove a negative. So
No,
now
you have
you
to
don't,
explain why you're using this as evidence that it's not true.
because it doesn't work. Your current model doesn't work.
How is it
You can understand
incompatible with
that.
the things you? How is it incompatible with the things you said?
It literally doesn't. What are you kidding me?
Yes, that's what you're claiming, is that it's incompatible with those things you said. So how is that true?
Yeah, you think the Earth's a ball. So you would have a magnetic field on the north and on the south. Okay, so you would have the same strength. You want a straw man it saying it would be perfect? No. In order for you to claim it has to do with the distribution of the outer core, you'd have to claim that the whole bottom half of the outer core is a completely different density makeup than the top of it, which is absurd, which is why no one in academia would ever say that, which is why you guys need to be replaced, because you can say whatever you want to on here and just make up bullshit. So that doesn't make any sense. And your model says that the Earth's a ball, and the magnetic field comes from the center of that ball. So you would have the same strengths on the north and the south, but we don't. Secondly, you would not have the weakest portion be at the equator, but we do, because you claim it's on a ball, but it doesn't match the predictions. In addition, the dynamo model cannot explain the movements of the magnetic field, geologically speaking, over time. The dynamo model does not explain that. Okay, so these are problems that your model admittedly cannot explain.
I think you misunderstood the question, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it sounds like you're using these as evidence or as some sort of refutation for the dynamo model. It's clear that these things are maybe not yet answered. It's like using dark matter and dark energy as refutations for heliocentrism, right? When it's like, yeah, it's true that those are questions we don't have answers for. That doesn't mean that our model is incompatible with it. So it doesn't mean our model is not incompatible with, or the geodynamo model is not incompatible with those things you said. It just means that those things you said don't yet have answers.
Wow, this is bad.
I'd like to interrupt just for a second, if you don't mind with it. I apologize. I wanted to say that, if you guys can explain it away, that's good enough for you guys, right? But when we claim something, you want evidence, right? Not just an explanation. But at the point where you guys can't even explain it away, you guys are still ultra confident that it still works, even though you can't even come up with an explanation, let alone an experiment.
Yeah, exactly. Complete total double
Except for a
standard.
partial working theory.
Complete total double standard. We have explanations for how things could work on a flat earth all the time. Every question that you guys have, but then you're like, prove it. Do you have any evidence of that? Prove it. Where's this dome? Where, oh, show it, prove it. But then you guys can literally just not even have a theoretical explanation you can come up with. And it's still all legitimate. It all works. It's all good to go. And you're actually using a textbook shifting the burden of proof fallacy, as if I need to somehow prove a negative. I don't need to prove a negative. I am, of course, denying or questioning the assertion being made. So the source of the fallacy is the assumption that something's true unless otherwise.
You're not being asked to provide or prove anything. You're claiming that this refutes our claim, or this refutes our model. I'm telling you that what you're saying doesn't refute anything.
No, what I'm saying is you don't even have anything to refute. You don't have a viable model on the table yet to try to refute.
Magnetic field. What about the magnetic field?
The magnetic field doesn't work. You don't have a viable theoretical explanation for the magnetic field, Eflane. Are you not listening?
The theoretical
That's what you're
model
saying.
itself, the theoretical model itself requires like a leap of faith. Like you literally have to have faith in the idea of the convection cores themselves. And then even with that leap of faith, you then have all of these issues with the model. It's insane.
Wait, you said it's a non-working model?
Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Are you not listening?
Does it predict anything?
No.
So why do they have it?
Because they're just trying to keep the religion alive and explain it the best they can. It literally can't explain or predict any of the phenomena. That's the point.
They have a useless model that they hold on to.
Yeah, now you're getting it.
Man, we got to let them know. We got to let them know their theory is bad. Why they?
No, they do know. It's only you guys who don't know. You know, you're the guy who said, "Oh, I don't understand it and know anything about it, but I know it's true." You're that guy. So we don't have to let them know. We have to let you guys know, which is why you guys are going to be replaced in 2023 because I can argue the globe better than you.
Yeah, that's right. You have a bigger dick than everybody in the room.
You win.
You're
You
the
win,
best
bro.
person in the world.
No, it has nothing to do with that.
However,
Every
okay,
flat earther in here can argue the globe better than you guys.
That's great, man.
I can ask every flat earther in here about space time, and they're going to know more than the Allen guy.
In the meantime, I'm going to stick to the subject at hand, and that's the magnetic field, right? So, when we observe hurricanes, for example, right, we do not observe hurricanes identically, appearing as the last one did. We see them coming from the same general area and going towards the same general path, but their paths can be, very, very much variable. And when they explain the flowing charge in the outer core, and they explain it caused by the temperature differences, right? And they say it makes these like fucking swirls or whatever, basically caused by Coriolis, like the hurricanes, like these spinning fucking vortexes, and that's what creates the magnetic field. If these things are not consistent, like they're not exactly the same every time, there'd be no reason to assume that the magnetic field would be invariant. Just like the atmosphere is it varies. Like it's not something that just stays the same every day, every places. It's a dynamic system. There's no reason to assume that the magnetic field.
That's not the point, man. The point is that you can't find a model that actually will match it and be able to quote unquote predict it or explain it. You can't actually map out a model. You can't give density distribution. You can't actually properly lay out the convection currents. You can't lay out the matching of the precessions of the inner core, outer core, and the surface. You can't explain it and how it gives us this variance in the magnetic field, how it makes the magnetic fields move. Admittedly, they don't understand the convection currents at all.
Yeah, we can't predict the weather more than 10 days outside of today, but that doesn't mean that we don't understand the weather. That doesn't mean that the explanation we give for why hurricanes are caused is inaccurate.
The weather on flat Earth, so welcome to flat Earth.
Too dynamic for us to make these accurate predictions of.
You're just religious, bro. It's just going to be a rough 2023. So here's the next problem that you guys have. The current geodynamo model is based on the idea that the Earth's magnetic field is generated by the motion of the liquid outer core, which is composed mainly of iron and nickel. The core is rotating, and this motion generates electric currents, which in turn create the magnetic field. The heat from the core is transferred to the surface through convection currents. One of the main problems with the current dynamo model is that it's not able to fully explain the variability. We covered that. The current geodynamo model is based on the assumption that the convection currents in the outer core are the sole driver of the geodynamo. These convection currents are driven by the motion of the liquid outer core and the heat that is generated by the decay of radioactive elements in the Earth's interior. However, recent studies have suggested that there may be additional processes that contribute to the geodynamo, such as the effect of the solid inner core on the liquid outer core and the influence of the Earth's rotation on the geodynamo process. Also, the convection currents in the outer core are not well understood, and the current models of convection in the core are based on assumptions and simplifications. The true nature of these convection currents is still not known, and it is not clear how they interact with the Earth's rotation and magnetic field. Overall, while the convection currents in the geodynamo model play a crucial role in generating the Earth's magnetic field, the current understandings of these currents is not complete, and scientists are still working to better understand these processes and their relationship to the geodynamo.
I don't see anything wrong with anything you read there.
And that's what I'm saying, because you're religious.
Yeah, okay, dude. Like what you just said, like what I just said about the hurricanes, right? And what you just said about the fucking scientists and not knowing everything. They're not saying that these things aren't caused by it. They're saying that they don't have the full details of everything and capable of making predictions of how they're gonna behave the next day or whatever. But there's no difference between that and the atmosphere. Like you can make long-term predictions of the atmosphere, and you can make very short-term predictions of the atmosphere. But making an accurate long-term prediction of a very specific region and this kind of thing, these things aren't. You're not capable to do this because there's too much information. There's too much information to put into to make those predictions. So it's not a mystery why that's the case.
Based on
Talking about weather again?
Dude,
What do they
it's
base
this
those
is
predictions on?
dude, this is so stupid, dude. Like your model, okay, they have a basic idea of it, and the basic idea doesn't explain why the South Pole would be weaker. It doesn't explain why there's a variance over time. It doesn't explain why it flips. It doesn't explain why the equator is weaker. You can keep saying that it somehow works, but it doesn't. I don't need to refute it. I don't need to falsify it because there's nothing to falsify. You haven't even offered a theoretical, viable idea and put it on the table to explain it. Just because you say it is doesn't make it so. You don't even have something that actually matches the data. You don't even have something that matches the data, even in theory. There's nothing to test yet. I don't have to falsify it. You don't have anything. From the core of your belief out, you don't even have a working model.
Dude, no one's telling you to no one's asking you to do anything, to be honest with you. But no one's telling you to falsify the model. You're coming in here claiming it's false. That's what you're doing, dude. So it's
No,
like
I'm
we're
pointing
saying,
out that
okay,
you don't
what
have a
you're
working
bringing
model.
forth to say that it's false, it doesn't say that it's false.
No, what I said was that you guys don't have a working model.
I think that's called not a model.
Yeah. You guys, that's literally what I've been saying for a year now. And every time I say you guys don't even have a working model to explain the magnetic field on the Earth, and you don't have a working dynamo model, all the ballers jump in like robots and say, yes, we do. Yes, we do.
I mean, you're describing it. You're describing it in detail and saying it doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't. You don't have a working model.
What
he means
is
is you
there?
can't
Is there
fully
anything
explain
that it
everything.
predicts at all?
Yeah, what does it predict correctly?
Because that's
Solar
basically what a
wind.
model is, right?
This dude just said solar wind, bro. Holy shit.
No, I said solar fields because that's what I just read. Could be wrong though.
Oh, well, they admit that they don't understand solar winds or solar fields.
What?
Yeah, that's
like extremely abstract, bro.
bro. They admit
try
they have
again.
they have no idea what's going on with that. So that's awkward.
Jesus Christ.
And you're going to pretend they do. See, and this is why Flat Earth is going to take over, because people are going to see you guys with this illusory cockiness that the model's amazing, and then they're going to be able to look at the actual evidence.
Stop with the whole meta conversation, dude. What's the
dude? Since when do you think that you control the room and control what I can say?
It's such a waste of time. All you
Because
do
you
is
don't. Go to Jim Panda's. Go to Jim Panda's room.
Why
You
would
want
I
to circle jerk and have no one call you out for your BS? Go to Jim Panda's.
in a year.
Yeah,
it is
spew
a
your feelings all the
voluntary
time, dude.
thing you're doing.
Yeah, don't try to run
Don't
people
go to
off.
Gems. Don't go to Gems. This is the spot to be right here.
Yeah, take your good points elsewhere.
We'll have some
His
facts
good
with
points.
you, bro.
He hasn't made a good point. He just keeps saying, "Oh, I can argue for you guys. That's why we don't need you guys." Here, I'll do it. Look, Alan, look, I'll do it. I'll do it better than you can do it. That's how science works. Okay, we don't know how everything works. We're still learning over time. We're developing our model and our methods and our theories over time.
I have a question.
That's how science works. This is the cutting edge of science. So even though we don't know how everything works, that doesn't mean that we don't have a model that works. It just doesn't currently work.
Silence, Twink.
That's what you want to say. That's all you guys can say.
Do we have models of other things that don't fully explain those phenomenons?
Can you want to, yeah, your whole entire globe Earth.
Like cancer, DNA.
What? Yeah, you're bringing up how since we have no idea what cancer is, that makes the Earth a ball that somehow helps you.
But like our model of it, like since we can't fully explain,
We can't. We don't even have accurate models of cancer.
Work?
We don't have accurate models of cancer.
So the ones that we have don't work.
That's right. That's very unpredictable phenomena, admittedly.
So the therapies we use to occasionally fix it, that didn't like.
Wow. Worst example you could ever bring up. Yeah, they just use radiation on your entire body because they admit they have no idea how to fix it.
Yeah, the goal is to kill the abnormality before it kills the subject.
You see the parallel I'm drawing though, like.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it actually doesn't help.
Makes it worse.
So if you have a theory that's being worked upon and it doesn't explain everything, then it doesn't work.
So then you can say the same thing about the flat Earth, then, right? Dun dun dun. No, we need a perfect working
you-
model for flat
Hold
Earth.
on.
They better explain everything you can think of perfectly, and you better give scientific evidence and experiments for every single part of it and prove it.
Yo, did you ever go over why the magnetic field is different in the south?
Yeah, they can't. They have nothing. They're just saying that that's how science works. We don't know everything. There's no reason that wouldn't work. Kosho tried to say. Kosho tried to say that the core wouldn't be evenly distributed.
No, the core isn't even the material in the Earth is not evenly distributed. That's just a fact.
Okay,
Oh, so
The
the
claim that
bottom,
it
the
is the
bottom
claim that
half
it
of the
is
core.
silly.
So the bottom half of
The
the core.
claim that it is silly. The
I'm
question
just going to debunk
the
you. I'm gonna
question is
debunk you.
why does the South and the North having different strengths? Why does that refute the model? Just because it's not a prediction of the model doesn't mean it should be that the model is refuted somehow.
Okay, make a specific claim. What should be the difference in the southern part of the outer core that would cause the magnetic field to be weaker? And
I don't know. Just like the
So you're just
scientists
making
don't
stuff up.
know. Like
And
I don't know
it
why
definitely
you're
says
like,
distribution of
no.
mass.
The point is you're claiming that it refutes the model.
No, so you're on repeat. You're like a robot.
Because you have an answer. You just said, "Oh well, it refutes the model because the model doesn't explain it."
No,
Like,
no,
the
you keep
model-
straw manning me with saying I'm refuting the model. I'm saying you don't even have a working model to refute.
The model does work. Just because it doesn't answer everything doesn't mean it's not a working model.
No, it doesn't work because if you actually look at it, they use seismic activity to give you the core and the layers of the Earth, and they've already made distribution claims of the materials that compose them. You don't get to come on Discord and Kosho land and be like, well, actually, the southern half, if you cut a line right through the middle of the core, the south is different than the north part of the core. Because that's not what your model says.
I said every place in the Earth, just like the atmosphere. If you were to take a composition of the atmosphere at any given location and then claim that it was identical to some other location, there's no reason for anyone to think that that would be the case. Just like if you took any composition of the inner core or the outer core and two different locations, claiming that they would be identical would be silly to think. There's obviously
You guys actually,
places.
Kosho, you actually say that about the atmosphere. You guys have always said we could take a container of gas at the bottom, a container of gas at the top, and they'll be made up. They'll just be less, but they'll be made up of the same molecules.
Proportions is what they say. They don't mean exactly. They just mean it's got the same proportions of oxygen and nitrogen. Not if you counted
Do you know what happens?
exactly the same number.
Do you know what happens when you have a varying mass distribution on a rotating object? You get enormous amounts of vibrational disturbance.
When it goes out of balance.
Yeah, analogous to like the wheel on your car. So if that's what you're going to go with, Kosho, then we would have to account for that.
Yeah, you just get different speeds is what you get.
No,
that's you get a wobble. You get a vibrational wobble.
Guys ever
Spin
used
it,
a ceiling
Spin
fan
it,
before that wasn't in balance? Doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. That's all I'm saying.
On a ceiling fan and spin it around, did it start to wobble?
I love those ceiling fans, the noisy ones. They put me to sleep.
Make a difference.
Never took your car to the tire shop to get a rotation and balance, Kosho?
Have you ever had
If you turned it at the rate of Earth rotation, it wouldn't matter.
No, he has Goyim for that.
I think the faster the out of balance wheel goes, the more wobble you get, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you
And
put
same thing with my axle, or with my driveline.
tire, it's not going to make your tire wobble. So
it explains very clearly here. Your problem with your bullshit ad hoc explanation is that they claim the Earth's outer core, both the northern and southern part, are made of the same material.
It's fine.
Okay. It's fine.
It's invariant, though. It's not that it's made of the same general material. You're saying it's invariant, meaning that you can take any location and it would be identical to any other location.
No.
That's clearly
All you have is straw mans.
knowing that it's not going to be the case.
Why do you only have straw man fallacies, I wonder? Is it maybe because you can't debate this at all?
Refute right now by saying that.
Did I say that, or did you straw man that?
And how is that a refutation for what I said?
Okay. So you're claiming that there's something that's consistently different in the southern part of the core than in the northern part of the core. It's consistently different. That's what you're claiming.
I'm saying that there's differences throughout, so the fact that there are differences in the field is not a surprise to me.
No, you need something that's consistently different in the southern part of the outer core. But your model specifically doesn't claim that.
Kosho, what's just real quick? What's the reason that the magnetic fields are different?
But it'd be different because the cause of it, which is the flowing magnetic, the flowing charge, is not consistent. So if the flowing charge is not consistent, I wouldn't expect the field to be consistent everywhere. That's why
flowing charge isn't consistent.
Specifically, this much in the south and specifically this much in the north consistently. I don't know the answer to that. I don't think.
Hold
Anybody,
on.
but the question is, does that refute the idea that the dynamo model explains the magnetic field? No, it doesn't refute that. It just means that.
What do you mean the flowing charge is different? Hold on, man. I got a problem with the first thing. What do you mean the flowing charge is different? There's more flowing in the north than in the south?
No, the same way, like I said with the hurricanes, the atmosphere of the Earth is not perfect. The weather difference is not perfect. So any two hurricanes, they may behave very similarly, but they're not going to be identical. There's going to be
analogy time. This isn't a good time for analogies.
Hold on.
What's going on in the core?
That's what's going on in the core. Is
hurricanes?
Is the temperatures that listen, dude? The temperatures caused by is causing the movement of the charge, and the Coriolis caused by the rotation of the Earth causes these to make these vortexes, and this creates a magnetic field. So they're spinning around just like hurricanes for the same reason hurricanes are, and they're not going to be perfectly identical. So that's what I'm saying. That it's obviously a very dynamic, complex system. To assume that it would be identical everywhere all the time is silly.
Dude, see, this is all he's gonna. I promise, if you talk to him for another week, he's only gonna always say that, Jeremy. He's always gonna act like you're saying that it has to be perfectly the same everywhere on the earth, and then pretend that you're like he's slam dunking you, and that your point's stupid. But no one's saying that. We're saying that it has to consistently be weaker in the entire bottom half of the ball. Okay, but he wants to keep strawmanning it like we're saying it has to be exactly the same everywhere. But no one said that. He's saying that it has to be consistently different in the bottom half of the ball than the top. And you can just keep repeating the straw man if you want to, but it's not actually the argument.
Weak. Fucking weak, Kosho. Get it together, bro.
Just so you guys know, they're contemplating actually adding additional core, like layers to the outer core to try and figure out if they can explain it. Which then brings into question, oh wow, so you guys admit this whole like what the layers of the Earth are based on seismic activity and it proves the ball and all this shit. Like you have to walk that all back. You guys have no idea what the layers of the Earth is.
Well, I was just about to ask that. Aren't we arguing about something that's not proven anyway?
Yeah, but it's funny because it's like you can say that they don't have a working model from the core of their belief.
But I saw that picture in grade school in my book.
Yeah.
How much weaker is it at one of those cores or at one of the poles?
It's not. It's the entire southern hemisphere.
It was
The
next to
question
the
was how
dinosaur.
much? Yeah, how much was the question?
Doesn't matter.
Hey,
Well,
Jesse,
because it, like,
is there
it-
anything that the magnetic model, the core model, actually predicts? Anything?
What core model?
The Earth's core?
I don't have a core model.
So the
Why
globe
Strum?
admittedly doesn't have
An
a model of
explanation.
the core?
Or the magnetic field.
Wouldn't the strength of the poles be in some like debate? Like if it's weaker, like how much weaker?
No. First of all, if it's weaker in the entire southern hemisphere, there has to be a reason because it should be even distribution on the globe, and that doesn't mean perfectly the same everywhere. Which Kosho was going to say again. It can't just be cut through the middle. The whole bottom half of the ball is weaker than the top half of the ball.
It's not true though.
That
So
is.
it's kosher.
It's not. That's what I'm saying. That's not true. It's not just the whole bottom half is stronger than the whole top half.
It's weaker, actually. Yeah, it's weaker.
They're weaker. No, the whole. But you said the whole bottom half is stronger. That's what you said.
It's up to 30% weaker.
Wait, well, you've been saying the whole time it was stronger. So.
Wait, what? Which one's stronger?
You've been saying that the southern part of the Earth is stronger. That's what you've been saying.
No, he hasn't. What are you doing?
That's
not once.
So you've been saying the north part is
not
stronger.
once.
Yeah, when me and Left Lane were said the thing about the water and all that kind of stuff and the mass distribution. I mean that's what I thought you had said.
No.
Regardless, it's not entirely. It's not like the whole top half is just all stronger. It's like if you added up like the averages or something like that.
Yeah,
So
if you add the average up, it's
not just
20%
cut in
weaker.
half. It's not just cut in half like that.
If you add the average up, it's 20% weaker. So the guy that asked how much, what you got to say now? 20%, 1/5, 20% weaker.
Okay, so what's the cause of that? Is there like some sort of mass constituents?
That's what
that
we're
cause
asking.
that?
Buddy, that's what we're asking. And mass doesn't work. You guys always just say a few words because you got like a bot dictionary. So you guys all said mass, right? But that doesn't work. That doesn't.
Is it cool if we
Mass
just start
doesn't
calling you a
affect.
fag?
Mass doesn't
Why are you
affect.
allowed to call us bots?
Mass doesn't affect electromagnetic fields like that. That doesn't explain it at all. So this whole there's more water in the south. There's more mass in the south. None of that in any way answers the question.
It's beneficial for them to call us bots, Kosho.
You are being
Yeah,
biased
I know,
because you
but
guys are
like
all
I said,
just
if I
using the
called
word
him a
mass over and
bitch or
over.
something like that, I'd get in trouble.
Let's not. Yeah, let's not call them bots.
But you don't understand. It benefits the Earth for them to call us a bot.
If you just keep saying mass over and over, I mean that's bot-like behavior. Like, are we going to pretend it's not? Like, you're not having
Check
the
it out.
conversation.
Who says something like that in a debate, right?
You're not able to debate.
See my point, Kosho?
Oh wait, are you actually debating? Do you have an answer? Why is the magnetic field weaker in the south?
I literally asked you why. I said,
But it's your model, dude.
I don't own it. Is my name at the bottom of the model?
Oh, so now
That's
we're
what you
disavowing the
subscribe to.
globe.
Well,
Oh.
if the magnetic field's weaker in the south on a flat Earth model, maybe it's just further away from the center.
Yeah, it makes perfect
Flat
sense
Earth.
on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I get it.
Yeah. They don't like this one, bro. They don't like it.
Yeah, our question to you guys is why is it different in the south if it's a globe and everything should be equal on both sides, no?
Why would it? If it's not a perfectly homogeneous substance, why would it be perfectly equal?
Okay, you don't get it.
Spherical
So
than a cue ball. It's rounder than a cue ball.
they claim that the entire outer core is made of the same composition all the way around it, north to south. They've already made claims about the layers of the core and the outer core. Okay, and they made claims specifically about what it's composed of, and it's all the same all the way around it. Okay, you understand? So you need some type of phenomena that's going to cause the southern part of the outer core to be consistently and always different than the northern part. That makes no sense, but on a flat Earth, it makes perfect sense that the south is always weaker.
How much weaker? Think
20% on average.
Well, think about that though. If it's flat, the total sum of the magnetic field strength on the south has to equal up to the total sum on the north. So that would have to make the north, because it's over such a vastly smaller area, a lot more than 20% stronger if the Earth were flat.
What?
Well, think about it. Compare the area of inside the equator to outside the equator. And what's the area difference on a flat spherical surface?
Well, how big is the Earth?
Doesn't matter. It's still going to be the same ratio.
No, it does matter. You don't know where it literally does matter. If it's big, then how much it changes over a set amount of distance is going to change.
So, are you saying that the northern, that south of the equator is just a very thin band that goes around, basically?
What?
Well, just do the math. Find out the square area.
How about you do the math? No, see, this is what you guys always do, right? So you guys have a religion, you believe the Earth's a ball, okay? Now we're challenging your belief. It makes sense that the magnetic field gets weaker further away from the center of the Earth, which is the inertial plane through the middle of the magnetic field, okay? That makes sense. That makes sense. Now you guys have a model that doesn't make sense. So we are challenging your claim. And you immediately want to come over here and be super critical of the flat Earth. Just like the other guy was doing. You guys do it every time. You guys all do the same thing. You want to be super critical of the flat position. And you need specific, perfect models, perfect evidence. But when it comes to the globe, we don't even have to test it at all. And it can just be a theory. And if we can't even come up with a theory, that's okay. That's how science works.
And then they want us to do the math to prove their ball.
Yeah, exactly. They want us to explain it. Explain the ball and the flat Earth. It's like, What's with the double standard? Because you guys have all of science on your side, right? You have all the universities, all the funding.
I think you're arguing from incredulity there on that one.
No, that's what you're doing.
Well, you simply cannot bring yourself to accept that it's possible for there to be a difference in the strengths of the magnetic field on a globe, but you present no evidence as to why it could not be. It is your personal.
All right, let
incredulity.
me teach you about basic third grade logic. I just tried to teach Kosho this, but I guess you guys are going
Let
to
him
all
know.
keep doing the same thing. So this is called a shifting the burden of proof fallacy. Shifting the burden of proof, a special case of argument ad ignoranum, is the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. The source of the fallacy is the assumption that something is true unless proven otherwise. Now you guys are making the positive assertion that the Earth's a ball and that the magnetic field is coming from the outer core and something called the geodynamo model. That's your claim, okay? We are denying or questioning that claim. That's what we're doing. You have to actually substantiate your claim. You have the burden of proof. You can't even put forth a theory that could work, even in theory. You can't even articulate something that could work in theory. So therefore, your claim can be dismissed.
Well, it's
only,
really
only the one that says I don't know has no burden. The one that says no has a burden, and the one that says yes has a burden. Both have burden.
Once
the
again,
one who makes a claim. No, shut up. The one who makes a claim has the burden.
Once again, we're not making a claim. We're challenging your claim. Try to keep up. So the source of the fallacy is the assumption that something's true unless proven otherwise. The fallacy is putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. That's a fallacy.
You're claiming the Earth has a core with a particular amount of mass. It has nothing to do with what we're claiming. We're just saying that you guys don't have shit.
We're denying or questioning the assertion that you're making.
And we're saying you don't have shit because you guys say you don't have shit. You just make it sound pretty.
On Discord.
We have a contention that's contending your contention, so the contention math comes out that you got to prove it.
Imagine thinking that was a rebuttal. So this is called basic logic.
Yeah, this is garb. You guys are practicing like sophistry right now. The claim is that the Earth has a certain model, a geodynamo model. That is the positive claim.
Yes.
The person with the negative claim is claiming no. It's positive and negative. It's positive and negative. It's really not that hard. You're overcomplicating it like retards.
Yeah, but somebody's coming in here and claiming that we don't have a model when the model that he's bringing evidence against is a model. It actually is.
No, you always strawman what I say. Why do you do that?
Claiming that we don't have a model.
Well, what does it predict then?
No, what time out? Why I have corrected you on that very thing 3 times. Why do you keep lying? Why do you think that we're going to let you come in here and just constantly lie? You said that 3 times. I corrected you. Said no. I said you don't have a working model.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
It describes you're able to use it to make very close estimations for the field strength at different locations.
No, you're not. It doesn't match the variation in the field strength.
It doesn't match it perfectly.
No, it doesn't predict it.
No, so if you had
Still exists.
a perfect geodynamo magnet and it was the Earth was perfectly spherical, you would have different strengths based on the fact that it was on a magnetic field on a spherical surface. And the different field strengths actually do closely match that. They don't perfectly match that. There's imperfections here and there, but you can predict how much stronger it's going to be, in place A versus place B. And it's almost always true that at least it's a close approximation for the truth. The field strengths on the surface of a sphere are based on the intensity at least are based on the angle, and obviously the field is going to be different angles depending on where you are.
All right, now I'm going to school you guys on some more basic logic. I guess
I'm teaching you, if I may.
No, actually, I'm teaching you. So here's the proving non-existence.
I'm teaching you.
So here's proving non-existence, demanding that one prove the non-existence of something in place of providing adequate evidence for the existence of that something.
So a negative claim is the opposite of an affirmative or positive claim. It asserts the non-existence or exclusion of something. A proof of impossibility or an evidence of absence argument are typical methods to fulfill the burden of proof for the negative claim. So the negative claim has also a burden of proof, dipshit.
Affirmative.
Yeah.
Affirmative.
He's so wrong on that. He's saying a negative claim has the burden of proof. Yeah, if your negative claim is
both.
hey, buddy, let me finish.
Both.
Don't
You
talk over me.
Strawman.
No, you're.
Can you?
I
Can
haven't
someone
even
mod
gotten
this
anything out of my
retard?
mouth.
Yeah.
yet.
Can someone mod the retard, please?
Well, I am
Someone
a
do
mod,
that?
and I can't mute him while I'm talking to him.
I will.
But here's the thing. He just literally said that the negative claim has a burden of proof. Yes, that's if my negation claim is something like God doesn't exist or something like that, right? Not here's what's been proposed by somebody and you say that is incorrect. I don't agree with that. Prove it to me.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
If
if you
I
say
if
that
I
is
make
incorrect,
if I
then
make
you
a
have a
negative
burden of
claim,
proof.
No.
no. A negative
called a
claim
shift.
is
Yes.
yes,
we
a
just read
negative
it
claim
off.
is totally different than questioning somebody's positive claim. You understand that, right?
Yeah,
I
look,
No, he
understand.
doesn't.
Both
Let's
the
be
positive
honest, he
and the
doesn't
negative
understand
claim
it.
have burden of
okay,
proof.
so they're
Let's
just,
be
see what I'm
honest.
saying? They're just going to
He
start
doesn't get it.
repeating
He's just going to
themselves.
repeat it.
Exactly. They're just going to
Let's
repeat
just be
themselves
honest.
over and
He
over.
didn't
So
understand.
we're moving on from you. So
How about the burden of proof goes to the person who feels like they want to prove something to someone? It's pretty simple. Like
Yeah,
if
That's
you
what
want
a positive claim is.
yeah,
It's what a positive claim is.
if someone feels a desire to want to prove something to someone else, then the burden is on them to do so. Otherwise, no one else can really claim that someone else has to have a burden unless they choose to want to prove something to someone.
So
they're claiming
it's
a
called
dynamo model.
exactly.
They want to convince us of a dynamo model. They have the burden of proof. Yeah, exactly.
I would think the man presenting the argument has something to prove.
You see what I'm saying? That this is pure sophistry. So it's called a shifting the burden of proof fallacy, where you attempt to shift the burden onto the party that is denying or questioning the assertion being made. The assertion being made is that the Earth is a ball and that the source of the magnetic field is something called a dynamo model coming from the core. That's the official model's claim. We are denying or questioning that claim. Then you're also using a proving non-existence fallacy, which is demanding that one proves the non-existence of something in place of providing adequate evidence for the existence of that something. Although it may be possible to prove non-existence in special situations, such as showing that a container does not contain certain items, one cannot prove universal or absolute non-existence.
And from the CUNY, right? This is City University of New York. The burden of proof is always on the person making an assertion or proposition. The person making a negative claim cannot logically prove non-existence.
Yeah, of course.
All right. There's no if somebody's
It's
denying
really basic shit. Though.
Yeah, if
Like, why are
somebody's
we
denying-
entertaining someone who doesn't understand this?
if somebody's
Like,
denying
why is this still a debate after this many years? This has been well established within the FE debate. Like, we all know about this. If you don't know about this, you should just not speak, basically.
Go for it, Gio.
No, I was just saying,
Sorry.
yeah, if somebody, that's all good. If somebody's denying something or doubting a claim, there would be no burden of proof on them because they're not asserting anything to be proven. They're questioning someone else's assertion.
But what if I were to assert and say it's just not possible that Witsit is right about any of this stuff? Would I have any burden, or is it just proven because I said it?
That's an assertion.
Baseless claim. Yeah.
Okay, so what if I said it is just not possible for an unequal magnetic fields on a globe Earth? Would I need to support that, or am I making a claim of impossibility?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, that
I didn't even say that.
Do you want to try again?
Yeah.
You want to rework
Well,
that?
I mean, Witz is saying that we don't have a working model, but
That's what your side says. Yes.
we obviously do.
No. Your
He
side
read
says
the
they
article.
Wait,
What
why
the
are you?
fuck?
Why is this guy ignorantly assorting and chanting what has been disproven like 10 minutes ago?
Which one? You're gonna have to specify.
Nothing's been disproven here.
Bro, this is bad, bro. Like this is
your own-
2023 is going to be rough for you guys.
Your
man.
own side.
We just been talking. We haven't
It's your
disproved
own,
anything.
it's your own side saying that the model is incomplete and isn't
Wow.
good enough to make good predictions.
Exactly.
So there's a difference between a working model that doesn't have all the answers and an actual non-working model.
Yeah, yours isn't working. According to your own side, this is based on the base claim of the model. This is what should happen, and it doesn't explain it right now. So that's why they're talking about updating the outer core layers to try to explain the difference in the north and the south. They're talking about changing the model entirely to try to explain it because the current model doesn't work.
Boom.
Wow.
Boom.
Dude, if we get ahead of it, you guys see 2023 is going to be rough for them. Like if we get ahead of it and we start like a global rehabilitation program, we could probably make some bank.
Yo, it's my theory that
I like what they're doing at Jordan Peterson.
Okay, so
yeah, it's my theory that the
go ahead, man. So say something else ridiculous about all the other people.
Defending the
Mark
globe.
players.
My theory is that defending the globe actually takes like a mental toll on you over a certain amount of years.
Okay. Back to the subject, though, if that's okay. I know you guys like to do that, but the predictions. So a model has to be able to make predictions, right? And so if we claim that the Earth has a geodynamo, this is what's creating the magnetic field. This is a supposed explanation for the magnetic field on Earth. Then we would assume that we can, model this magnetic field on a sphere, and that would cause there to be varying field intensities in different locations based on it being on a sphere. And it just turns out that there are that are reflective of it being on a sphere.
No, they don't match.
It doesn't match it perfectly. They're not. It's not a consistent. So it doesn't match it as if it was a perfect magnet on a perfect sphere. But if you were to, for instance, look at the strength near the equator versus near the poles, it actually does match the strength, the strength variance that it's meant to be on a sphere.
But there's a big problem because you have like you're working with a theory, and so you're not even using direct measurements, so you can actually get as creative as you want with your theory to the point that you actually get so creative that you actually take a leap of faith with the convection currents. So we're already taking a leap of faith, right? So then we've already taken a leap of faith to make your theory. And then now we can simulate your theory. And with those simulations and looking at our observations versus the theory that you have you have infinite, you can cram as much as you want into that core, even faith. And even with all that, you can't make it match our observations in multiple ways.
I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what a scientific theory is, because they're not just
now we're going to the umbrella
that you make up.
Okay.
They're based on facts and evidence. So you have to have facts and evidence to have a theory.
See, what it actually says is that it says that the actual variation of the magnetic field can be much larger than the predictions of the model. You just want to say, oh, it's not perfect, as if it's really close. No. It says that the variation of the magnetic field can be much larger than the predictions of the model.
Did anyone else just realize that Kosho's response was just not a response? It was just calling him ignorant. Like it wasn't.
Anybody else?
Dude, what he was saying right now.
He went back to the umbrella term. He's like, oh, the rest of the model supports this bullshit, so I can just go with it.
Theory. That's what his whole statement was about. It's just a theory, and so you can make up stuff that doesn't exist and blah, blah, blah. He doesn't understand that a scientific theory is not just people making shit up. It's actual things that are based on evidence. You have to have an actual evidence, an actual experimentation, an actual clear and complete, not to be complete, but clear and accurate models. If it's not a model that has inaccuracies, if it's an accurate model, then that's evidence that that theory is not correct. Okay, so this not being a complete model, meaning that it can't explain the variance or these kind of things, that doesn't mean that it's not accurate. It's the things, the model, like the things that you're stating aren't refutations of the model. They're just evidence that the model has answered everything in.
The fact that it's not accurate doesn't mean it's not accurate.
No, I said the fact. Not the fact that it's not accurate. The fact that it's not complete doesn't mean that it's not accurate.
So the fact that the predictions don't match the actual data, which means inaccurate.
Our inaccuracies just lead to us to
technically,
saying that it's incomplete because it's inaccurate. But
technically, inaccuracy or accuracy
question
happens within a range. Or do you not hear me talking? What the fuck's going on? Accuracy or precision? What the fuck is going on? Inaccuracy or precision has like a certain standard or range with it with which it is in. So certain things have a certain accuracy, right? So that has to be defined first. Like, what level of accuracy are we looking for? Hey, Kosho, can you elaborate on the incompleteness of your model? What are the specific areas that are not complete within the model? I thought there was a perfect working model.
Well, that's because you haven't been here the whole time. That's okay. But Witz had actually listed certain things that were not answered by the current model. Things that could be a question you could ask and that the model wouldn't have an answer for. And that's okay. That just means that the model isn't complete. That's why people still work in that field, is because they're still investigating these things.
No, this is dishonest. It's not that the model doesn't have an answer for it. It's that the model's specific answer that it literally makes isn't correct.
How is it
objectively?
How is it the model says that there should be a perfect strength between the bottom and the top hemisphere?
No, the model makes specific predictions about like the fluctuation of the magnetic field and many other things, and it's off. It's not correct. Okay, so you're actually being disingenuous when you say, well, if the model just doesn't make a claim about this part, that doesn't mean that it's wrong. No, it makes a prediction. The predictions don't work.
The model does not make a prediction that says they should match these equations perfectly.
I never said that's another straw man. So the model's not able to capture all the complexities of the Earth's magnetic field and the actual.
It's fine, dude. I know you always think there's time to come in, but it's not. Not until I'm finished, dude.
This is boring.
But the model doesn't claim that it's perfect. There's a perfect composition, which is what would need to be the case for there to be these perfect predictions. The predictions are based on a perfect composition. So the model's not stating that.
Do you guys remember when I said that Kosher's just going to keep until he leaves? He's going to keep saying that I claimed that it has to perfectly match.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, did I tell you that's all he's going to be able to say? And I told Jeremy that if he talks to him for the next week about it, that he's going to keep saying that. So it says the actual variation of the magnetic field can be much larger than the predictions of the model.
Yeah, I literally didn't just claim that, dude. I just said that the model is not claiming that. The model is not claiming that. I mean, in order for them to claim that it would be to match the predictions perfectly, the predictions are based on a perfect composition. So the model's actually not claiming a perfect composition, right? It's not something that the model's claiming. So it's not. It doesn't make the model incorrect. So
you don't even have a working model that can make predictions.
No, it can make predictions. The predictions it makes are true. It's just the predictions it makes is based on perfect composition. So if it's not perfect, then the layout of where the strengths are not going to be perfect. But the actual like the variance between latitudes, it does the gradient, at least it does show the same effect. It's just not perfectly lined up as if it was a perfect sphere with perfect composition. And that's, like I said, that's to be expected. I don't know why you would expect otherwise.
No, it's 20% off in the strength of the southern hemisphere, and the fluctuations and variance of the magnetic field are significantly off of the predicted values. Okay, so this is what it actually is. You can keep on pretending that it's like almost perfect, but not quite perfect, and it basically just makes the predictions as if it's perfect. But we know it's not a perfect sphere, so that's why it's a little off. But it's expected. It's actually right. That's all not true. No, the predicted value is completely wrong. It doesn't match the data.
Yeah, so
it's like flabbergastingly bad.
I showed an image that has the field strength, right? The field strengths are the predictions of a perfect sphere. Those lines would be perfectly circled around it. They're not, because it's not perfect. But the gradients.
You address what Witz said.
Still smallest at the poles and greatest at the equator. and the gradient of so the gradient is behaving the same way it should behave as if it was a dynamo on a sphere. They're not perfect lines because it's not a perfect sphere. I don't understand why this is a problem. It's not a problem at all. Like the model says both. The model says that this is what would happen. I don't understand why this is a refutation.
That wasn't a response to what he said, though. That was just you monologuing about the model.
Yeah,
that was not actually a response to what it said. It was literally just a monologue about the model.
Come on.
He just explained how our model works, and you're just saying, And you guys are saying our model does not work.
That's not what I said either. That's not even even close. That's not even close to a like an intellectual interpretation of what I said. Witsit said the model is inaccurate. Witsit said the model is inaccurate. And Kosho went on to not address that. He went on to just explain the model over and over again in monologue. And then you just came in with filler garbage.
1 second.
Just garbage.
So he explained why
it says the model doesn't work.
No. First of all, yes, he says the model doesn't work. Second of all, if he says that, 1 second, if he says that it isn't accurate,
why are we giving you a second?
He just explained. He just explained why it seems like it's not accurate, but it actually is accurate because it's not a perfectly spherical.
It's filler garbage. It's just filler garbage from you.
So because it's not perfectly spherical, it is not as he presumes it to be. Do you understand that?
No, you should look at the document that he dropped. It's about a lot more than it just being perfectly spherical. It's about the dipole versus the pole structure, and then it's about the secular variation. You have major issues with the secular variation versus what the fantastical model allows for, and then on top of that, you have issues with the pole reversal. It doesn't. The timing of that is way off, like astronomically off from what the model predicts. The free fantasy model where you can just make up whatever the hell you want, and you still can't even make it come close to what we observe. Yep. Maybe, just maybe, it's not a sphere.
Okay, when does the model predict that the pole reversal is going to happen? How are you saying the timing is off?
Yeah,
because it's supposed to reverse every like 250 to 300,000 years, and it's according to your model, it hasn't. According to your paradigm, it hasn't reversed in like 780,000 years.
That's not based on our model. That's based on a statistical average of what's happened in the past.
And the model predicts twice that. And the model predicts twice that.
It does. The model doesn't make. First of all, we were talking about a thing that is not time specific. It's obviously varies in times every single time it's happened. It doesn't work like clockwork. So
dude, it's off by tens of percent. Tens of percent.
The model doesn't make that prediction. You're claiming that our model makes a prediction about when it will happen. Our model does not do that.
Oh, really? So you're that confident that Kosho said it, you're just going to double down really confidently, so when I come back in less than 5 minutes and show you that it does make one, you're going to admit you were wrong.
I bet you will find a paper where some scientist tried to explain it, but that
he's
doesn't
already
mean
walking
that
the back.
It's
dude.
accepted. 1 second, no, that isn't that it accepted in as our model. So our model is like a specific thing, and your study is not part of that model. It's just a study about that topic. You cannot mix every 1 second. You cannot mix every scientific paper you find into a huge model. There are different, like in science, there are different models. Sometimes they contradict each other. You cannot say every study is part of our model. That's not possible. That's cherry picking.
I know the truth. I know for a fact that you're not like really well researched and read up on the dynamo model. You're not. Okay? You're trying to pretend like you know about it, but you're not. Okay? So please stop with like the illusory, like intellectual high ground. I've gone to your sources, and they say that the predictions of the model are wrong, and extremely wrong. Okay? By large percentages. 20 to 30% with the strength in the south. Tens of percent relative to location and time with the actual variance of the distribution of the field itself and the magnitude of the field. Tens of percent. Okay? It's not You don't know
Scientific
anything
models
about
have
it.
1 second. Scientific models have names. What's the name of the model you're referring to?
The geodynamo model, dude.
Know the name.
No, that's not. That's
so
a topic.
confidently
That's not the
defending-
name.
He was so confidently defending something, but he didn't even know the name of it.
Yeah.
Dude, that's
most.
very
1 second.
discrediting.
Most
That's
models
extremely
have numbers in
discrediting.
them.
To where
1
you're-
second.
to where
Most
you're
models are
literally-
something
to where
like
you're literally
G45
yelling
or
and
something.
screaming and
The
defending a model
geodynamo
up
is
until
just
the point where you're
a
at,
overall
where you
topic.
don't even know what the name of the model
Who's that
is.
talking? Somebody's
You don't
talking all
even know
over
what
people.
Yeah, you guys are talking at the
same.
same time. Noah, were you finished?
Yeah, I mean, I just like to sum up my message as he was yelling and defending something, and then come to find out he didn't even know the name of the model he was defending. That's crazy.
Okay,
One
go
second.
ahead, Rand. Go ahead. I'll make sure you don't get interrupted. Go ahead.
There are multiple geodynamo models. Geodynamo. It's a topic under which you find different models. There is not one geodynamo models. I find here science-direct.com geodynamo models, tool for understanding property. There are multiple geodynamo models, and there are different ones. There is not only geodynamo models, there are other ones too. So I want the specific name for the specific model you're referring to.
Okay, first of all, I'm the one that dropped the PDF from Harvard that shows the different types, which has the homopolar disk. It has the mathematical framework of them, the geodynamo, just the dynamo. So yeah, you have the homopolar disk dynamo and then the geodynamo. You have different claims within that are quantified. Okay, and if you're claiming that you're going to make a specific dynamo model claim, then feel free to enlighten us and we'll pick it apart. But the truth is that you're just saying that. So you have science.com. I have Harvard saying that you have to use a geodynamo model. They tried the other ones out and they didn't work. That's the only one that kind of works. And that's what everyone pretty much agrees on. And it has major problems. It's just the base claim of the model, which is that you have convection currents coming from the outer core with iron and nickel that then spin in relation to the surface of the earth that then are apparently the source of the magnetic field. That's called a geodynamo model.
The models, you forgot an S there, because under that topic there are multiple models. Geodynamo is just a category for multiple models. You don't understand that, right?
No, we do. I don't understand what point you think you're making, because they actually have simulated the models, and the only simulations that they actually have been able to pull off have the exact problems that we're talking about. You're not making a point. You're talking about the fact that there's a bunch of different models. It's like you're almost making our point. Of course there's a bunch of different models because there's no solution. And the fact that there is no solution is the whole premise of this conversation.
Yep.
Yeah, why is
there
this
might
guy
be
still
not there might not be a solution, but which of the models is currently accepted in science? And I bet it's one where it doesn't make a claim when the polarity will switch.
Oh, so you don't know. Just a second ago, you knew for a fact that it didn't make the
No,
prediction.
I didn't.
You did.
You have no
I did.
clue what you're talking
No, I
about,
didn't.
dude.
Yes, you did. You
Yeah,
jumped
I
in and
didn't.
said,
I
our
didn't.
model does not make a prediction when that's going to happen. That's what you said.
Yeah, and did you know which one I was talking about?
You don't. You're looking up right now trying to come up with one to say.
Which model was I talking about?
You tell me.
See? Okay.
Yeah, you did. You still can't say one.
This
Because you're trying to look it up right now. You're literally trying to look it up right now.
I bet.
Guys are zealot.
And what with it? So the thing is that I bet there are models who don't predict the. I bet there are models which don't even they don't even try to claim that there is switching. I bet there are models which do not think there could be a switching.
No, you're completely wrong. You're completely wrong.
Say this? Yeah, which ones say this? You say that you bet that there
I
are
find
these
them.
models.
Give me a moment.
Yeah, I dare you to find a model that specifically says that the poles don't move, the magnetic field doesn't move, and the poles don't reverse. Good luck.
No, that's 1 second. 1 second. If a model doesn't think of it, it wouldn't say. 1 second. 1 second. If a model doesn't make the positive claim of switching, it wouldn't say in the text, oh, we don't have switching in our model. If the author never thought of pole switching, obviously they won't make the negative claim of saying, oh, our model doesn't predict that. That's stupid to ask for.
No, actually, if you actually knew what we were talking about, you wouldn't say that. Yeah, because the truth is that it's well accepted within geology that happens. So anyone proposing a geodynamo model is going to address that phenomena. You literally are just making stuff up.
Yeah, and then he's guessing, saying he knows something better. I guessed it. This, that, bro. Get him out of here, bro. This dude's a clown.
This is a waste of time. This guy.
Since
He's literally defending shit he doesn't even know about.
Since when do we theorize about switching the poles? Since when? When did it start?
So for the last century.
The pole switch.
The last century.
Okay. Where before the last century were there models about the magnetic poles?
Why would we talk about the last century? Make him learn all this shit, Austin. Make him learn it, bro. He don't know nothing, bro. Make him learn it.
The truth is, this is textbook sophistry. It's just the use of fallacious arguments with the intention to deceive. And we were having an edifying discussion, right, where we were talking about the specifics of the top tier, most agreed upon, like consensus model for your globe model, right? The one that they think is the best, like across the board, pretty much, right?
The one that they use a specific supercomputer to simulate. I just thrown that in.
Yeah.
Why? 1 second. Why aren't you answering my question? My question is,
because I don't work for you and you're disingenuous.
1 second.
Yeah.
Before the theorizing,
This is a waste of time.
1 second. Before the theorizing of the switching poles was happening, were there magnetic models of our?
Bro, go learn this shit on your own.
They thought of it.
Google it yourself, buddy. Go Google it yourself.
I bet there were.
Then why don't you just come back and
not saying anything?
Why don't you come back and espouse these things you're questioning us about, whether we know it, and give that as edification for your argumentation in this debate. Otherwise, you're just coming in to ask people questions that you could easily Google, and if you know the answers to them, it's not like
they're not that easily Googleable.
Quiz time with whatever your name is. That's not how this works.
They're not easily Googleable. Sorry, my pronunciation is a little bit bad.
Giddy up. Yeah.
If I was him, I'd change my name and try back in a couple weeks. Try and disguise.
If Google's not clear where you're getting your assumption to bet that that's what occurs.
Sorry to have interrupted. I just think it's funny because, like, I was just talking with FTFE about this like 2 weeks ago, and he was bragging about how they simulated the geodynamo and like as if that was proof of something. And now this guy's acting like as if that's not the geodynamo model that that we're supposed to take seriously or something. It's insane. The point is that there is no sensible model.
Someone said earlier that the strength of the magnetic force is weaker in the center. Is there any reason that it would be weaker in the center?
I think the claim is that it was weaker in the southern hemisphere.
But I also think it was weaker in the center. It said center also.
Equator. Yeah, said it was weaker in the center.
I didn't hear that.
His article says the opposite, but yeah.
Does he mean weaker as in the center, as in the Earth's core, or the center as in the equator?
It sounded like he meant. I think he said the word core.
Oh, yeah, core.
His article says that only 1% of the energy extends outside of the core. So I don't know if that's true. What he said, I mean, is true because
What do you think? What do you think? What you said just means
that it's weaker in the center, like that the magnetic field is weaker down in the center.
No,
than it
about
is
the
on the surface.
1% extends outside of the core. What do you think that means?
That the strength is mostly down there.
But not in the core, right? Because you don't think it comes from the core, right?
Well, this thing says outside the core, only 1% extends outside the core. Is what this says.
Well, hopefully someone rewrites that to outer core, right?
No.
According to the globe.
I mean, I don't know. You're claiming that the magnetic field wouldn't also be in the core. It's caused by the currents that are outside of the core, but that doesn't mean the magnetic field is not going to be in the core also.
It's generated outside the core, but 99% of the strength is inside the core.
That's
Okay.
what this says.
I mean, I think I understand what you're saying.
Concentration would be if you think about it. Like if you imagine if you imagine a bunch of coils that are on, like, standing vertically on the core, all the fields would be pointed at the core. You would think that it would have a pretty significant strength there.
I wouldn't think 99%, but at least I understand what you're saying now. That's all I was after.
Yeah, I don't know the value. I mean, I don't know why the values would be what they are, but it does make sense that the concentration there.
I have a question. So if we're traveling, if our whole solar system is traveling and we're moving, what part of the Earth is like the leading edge?
Well, it's rotating, right? So there's no leading edge.
Well, it's rotating around the sun, but we're also traversing in perspective of other universes, like our universe is moving.
Sure. Yeah, you could start describing it like you could start describing it like in reference to the sun and then the galaxy and stuff like that. And if it's all like if like the Earth around the sun is like clockwise from like a top-down perspective, and you want to say that the solar system is also going clockwise around the galaxy, I think it works out that way in your model, right? Like either from looking below or above, it's all sort of an overall clockwise system. Or, I don't know. Do you think the Earth is going clockwise around the sun while the sun goes clockwise around the center of the galaxy? Because then that's a more difficult question to answer now about the leading edge then, because now there's like two motions involved.
Yeah, my thought was like, what if the South Pole or the North Pole was the leading edge, and you'd take different readings of the magnetic field if it was taking the brunt of the blow of the direction that we're heading.
Well, I mean, at least on the solar plane, or the what do you call it? Like the solar equator line, solar equator plane. I mean, Earth would be at a tilt anyway, so like it wouldn't even matter. That sort of leading edge would shift between the tropics. Which I think is around like 46 degrees.
I think it is opposite.
Maybe. I mean, anything's possible in floaty ball space.
Well, I mean, floaty ball world.
Well, the cause for the rotation of the solar system, which is going to massively influence the rotation of the Earth when it forms, is because of the when an accretion disk or whatever, and the mass is coming together at the center, like that's just like a figure skater. But the fact that it's coming in at different directions is going to cause it to slightly rotate. But then as it's coming closer to the center, it's going to rotate faster and faster. And so I could see like different solar systems rotating opposite directions of the galaxy. you would think there would be a bias one way or the other, but I couldn't be sure. There's definitely a bias in our solar system, though.
Bias towards fabrication and pseudophysics? Is that what the bias is towards?
Yeah.
Do you know like the proposed explanation for what is it? Uranus having like a 90-degree tilt?
Isn't Uranus the one that has that moon called Titan, or is it Titan? No,
I think Titan's on Jupiter, but you know, like
it's
how
called,
they say Earth has a 23.4-degree tilt, and Uranus is like the only. There's one that's spinning opposite, and there's one that's turned on its side. I believe is what they say.
I understand the question. It's just I didn't mean Titan. I mean Triton.
Yeah, Uranus is the one that's like on its side.
Yes, and it's got that moon called Triton, and there's a lot of evidence that Triton was an extra stellar object. Like it didn't originate from this solar system, and it's possible that in its collision with Uranus, it sort of like fucked up its orientation and that kind of thing.
Alrighty then.
You asked.
Yeah. I'm not saying that to you. I'm just, if that's the story, alrighty then. Got bumped a little bit and didn't send it on like an endless, like just somehow bumped it to perfectly position it stably to like a vertical orientation, and then also somehow captured the moon that could strike it so hard to turn it on its side.
Those things don't require coincidence. It's like if it hits it, it's just going to hit it, and that's going to change its orbital path. It's going to change its.
Yeah, but the whole object in motion stays in motion. You wouldn't expect something to change its like axial angle, and then for it to like have an impact to turn it from 0 to 90, and then for it to stay at 90. You'd expect it to have some sort of new cycle of a ball that's rotating, orbiting, and also like having a spinning axis.
Yeah, but why? I don't understand. What would change its axis?
That's what you were saying, that once upon a time it had its like equator semi in line with the like equatorial plane of the solar system or the sun, and then you didn't say that the moon came in and hit it and knocked it into its current position?
I'm repeating the part that you were in the middle of saying. I was saying I never said that it was once aligned with the moon, with the sun.
Well, where was it? I mean, it doesn't matter where it starts out. If a moon came in and knocked it to where it's at, why would it ever stop? Why would its axis ever stop rotating in that direction?
Well, it's still rotating. Why would its axis stop rotating?
Yeah, like it's the one that was knocked onto its side, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, if it hit the planet and it changed that axis, and the axis never stopped changing, that axis wouldn't be the axis anymore, and the thing the axis was rotating about would be the new axis. So that's just how this is how rotation works. So if
nah, man, I'm talking about like Earth having a 23-degree tilt to the sun from our equator to its equator, and then something comes on and knocks us to change that 23 degrees. How can it change it from 23 to 90 without that being like an ongoing process where it's going to go from 90 to 100 to 180, and like, cause it's like, what's going to stop it from rotating? How does it find its new resting place?
But the fact that it has an axis means that it's still rotating.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's an axis of rotation, and that's going to define the equator. But if that axis of rotation itself starts rotating, then now there's like a secondary element to, like a ball can spin in two different ways at the same time.
Yeah, but if that were happening, then that would define its new axis. Like if you had a ball and you spun it around one way, and then you also spun it around another way, it would just acquire an axis that was the addition of those two axes.
But it would just even out.
Well, no, it would. There would be a new axis. It would be wherever the addition of those two axes would be.
Mm.
But I think, like for instance, the Earth has an axis that it rotates about, and that axis has a different
wobble, right?
So what?
The Earth's axis of rotation has a wobble, right?
Well, yeah, but it has a wobble, but that's regardless of the wobble of its axis, it also is not aligned with the orbital plane, and so because of that, its axis is consistent, besides the wobble, of course, and there's evidence of the sun getting higher and lower and shit like that. So it would be true that Uranus is. It's true that the orbital plane wouldn't be perfectly parallel with Uranus's rotational axis, but if its rotational
That'd
axis
be perpendicular.
If the rotational axis was rotating, then it wouldn't be the rotational axis anymore. It would add that.
Yes, it would
with the other rotation and create a new axis.
No, man. I mean, if you spin a ball, it has a rotational axis, and then you can take that rotational axis and spin that itself. And now there's two forms of spinning going on.
Is there?
But yeah, but that doesn't take away that there is the rotational axis.
No, yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. Is that if you had a ball and you spun it one way, and then you also spun it in the perpendicular direction, the exact same rate, what you would end up seeing is you would see an axis that would be diagonal, and that would be the new rotational axis.
Yeah, like I said, you're saying it would even itself out and find some sort of compromise.
Yeah, it would just create some new axis, and that axis would be consistent. It would just be some persistent new axis.
Okay.
So whatever caused it to be in that direction, nothing has changed it since. So.
Well, I guess it all just worked out that way.
I mean, it had to have, yeah. But however it worked out was of course. But the hypothesis would be something like an outside object hitting it.
Because in the model it could never form that way alone. Is that right?
Well, it's just not likely. Yeah.
I mean, does it defy like the laws of physics? I mean, how could it ever do that without first being more aligned and then for it to be 90-degree perpendicular to the, what do you call it, the orbital plane? I mean that's as extreme as it gets. 90 degrees is as incompatible as possible.
Yeah, it's not impossible. It's not impossible though, but it would have been greatly influenced by the rotation of the sun, the solar system. So the fact that it'd be doing something not contradictory, but something very different from that direction. It's not impossible, but it's just extremely unlikely unless something else influenced it.
What's giving us this information about Uranus and its direction of rotation of its in its axis? Like, is that Sophia or Hubble, something like that?
I mean, observations for the past 250 years. I mean, probably longer.
Wait, you're saying Uranus was discovered and to the degree that we knew it was turned on its side? You're saying that's 250 years old?
Hold on. Because I said Triton and I said Uranus, and I'm thinking about it now. Triton is not the moon of Uranus. It's the moon of Neptune, because Neptune is Poseidon, right? Poseidon has that weapon, Triton. So I've been saying Uranus, but I'm pretty sure it's Neptune that we're talking about.
Could be.
Yeah. Like Neptune, I think is the one that. But then hold on. Let me think for a second.
Although Uranus is the one that smells like rotten eggs, right?
Like farts, sure. Yeah. To be honest with you, I'm not sure which one is the one that spins on its side. Because we've been saying Uranus, and I've been thinking about Neptune, but I forget which one is the.
Yeah, it's Uranus.
It's Uranus.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
split up the
tilt.
center, just like a pair of butt cheeks, man.
Yeah, its tilt is like beyond 90 degrees. It's like 95 or something.
Okay. Well, then obviously it wouldn't be because of Triton. Then, so forget I said Triton, but still, some object hitting it would be probably what caused that.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, of course Triton is the moon of Neptune.
Yeah.
Poseidon on his freaking trident.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's why
they love playing those games. It's like I don't know how it goes when some person proposes one of these ideas and how many people like weigh in on it. But there's this one guy. He's like, how it's Neptune, man. I just read the fucking Odyssey last night. He's got this fucking badass. What if we named it Triton, bro? And they're all like, oh, that's fucking sick, dude. Let's name it. Let's fucking. Is there another moon? Let's name it fucking Ariel, his fucking daughter or something, man. They're so like they have to be so into mythology. Yeah, the people who gave us the stuff.
Yeah, I think it's the person who discovers it can guess the name it usually.
I mean, they usually stick to the script, though.
Sure. I mean, not about the script, but they probably players want to follow the pattern. Yeah. Want to be clever.
You know how the days of the week are named after gods or the 7 visible planets, and like their godly names in different religions.
Yeah, well, I think Monday's from the moon, and Thursday's from
Sunday, Saturday, right? And then you got like the Celtic whatever gods or whatever too, and Freya and Thor for Thursday and stuff. But here's the weirdest thing, right? The Spanish language does the same thing. So like Moon Day is Luna's Day or Luna's, right? Lunar. And then they all follow suit in like the exact same order, right? There's the same sort of like reverence to the 7 visible classical planets. And just recently I found out that the Japanese days of the week, they're in on it too, man. Like they got their own like deities and stuff, and they associate them with the fucking 7 classical planets, and they still like name the day of Sunday after their sun god, and whatever god they associate with Saturn, that's Saturday, and whatever they call the moon, that name is found in their name for Monday. It just seems like all first world countries are in on this tradition. And I don't know why, but because it seems like, oh, you're your own country, you can do whatever you want, right? But for some reason, they all worship, they all name the days of the week by the same planets.
So Witsit is gone, right? No, he's still here. So I now found in nature.com an article from 2022 which suggests that it's still debated whether the geodynamo model in particular is even correct, and like it's heatedly debated. There is no conclusion yet in science like how it actually works. So scrutinizing it doesn't make sense because scientists themselves scrutinize it. So they don't make a claim yet.
So what were you trying to defend then?
Nothing. That's the point. I misclicked. Sorry. What I was defending was the position that we are wrong
and he doesn't want to show us how we are wrong, and now I find out that the science don't make a claim. So now he only makes the claim that we are wrong when we don't make a claim.
So you're saying that you are wrong, and that we have to say why you're wrong. But I mean,
No,
I'm
no,
just
no, no,
happy-
no, no,
I'm
no,
just
no,
happy
no.
that you said you're wrong. That's cool.
No, we say we
No,
don't
I think-
know.
I think what he's saying is that the science doesn't make a claim, so Whitsitt can't refute a claim because there is no claim to refute.
Correct. Thank you. I
I
posted
mean,
the
you're,
article.
so you're admitting that you can't even when you're allowed to just fully theorize and make up a fantastical model, you still can't make it work. You're admitting that.
With that particular thing, yes.
I mean, it's with that particular thing with the magnetic
right.
with the magnetic with all the
So that
magnetic
means that
effects
means
that we
often-
observe. I mean, we literally live within a giant magnetosphere, and with that, you could call it that particular thing as if it's not a big deal. I mean, we
It is
live
a
on
big
a
deal.
giant magnet, and we
It
can't.
is a big deal,
we
yes.
can't explain it with a globe. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal, and you should think about
No,
that.
it's not a big deal. You're making
Oh,
it
it's not a big deal that we live
We have-
within a giant fucking magnet and you can't explain it on a globe. That's not a big deal.
We have
you think that you can explain how far the stars are? You can explain how far the moon is, but you can't explain the magnetic field that we live within
Scream
and
more,
observe
please.
every single day. And you don't think
Yes,
that's a
louder.
big deal?
Say it. Okay, can I now? No, it's not a big deal.
Wouldn't that make Whitsitt's claim correct that you don't have a working model?
For that specific thing, yes.
For that specific thing, for the magnetic field that we observe all over our planet.
No. That we observe it, we know. But how it exactly works, we don't know. We know that it exists, and we know to a degree how it behaves, but we don't know exactly how it works.
And it's debated on what causes it.
Yes. We know what it does, but we don't know what it caused by.
Man, imagine going up to someone like the people like in the conversation night and just, like a fellow Glober coming up to another Glober here that was involved and just being like, yo, but for real though, guys, we don't fucking know like why there's all this fucking magnetism and magnetic fields around us. And they're like, no, man, it's the fucking outer core. It's fucking churning around, dude. We got this stuff down pat. And you're like, nah, it's not. It's really not that well understood, bro. I don't think it'd go over well for you. Because that's all. I think that's all really Whitsitt was doing. Just saying the same thing
Not
you're saying.
really. No, not really. He made a claim that
Oh,
our model
God.
is impossible and doesn't work at all.
God. Are you serious? This sophist is still around? Still doing the same thing as earlier?
We have a saying in Germany: you make from a mouse an elephant.
Yeah, we have that too. Make a mountain from a molehill in English.
So I posted in chat.
Mount-
I posted in chat an article from Nature.com which suggests that it's still highly debated how the model exactly works.
Cool. So you don't make any claims. Awesome. Where's the Earth curvature?
Wait, that's another topic. I'm not going into another topic yet.
Well,
Yeah, but
there's no
no
point
curve, no
going any.
globe, right? Isn't it no curve, no globe? So really, all we need to do is clear that up.
Well,
No
we're
curve,
talking
no
about
globe.
magnetic
Can't go
poles
any-
right now.
This can't go any
No
further.
curve,
You've
no
told us
globe.
that you don't have a working magnetic model, but just this time. So if you don't have a working magnetic model,
What
you're
else
saying
don't you
still
have?
a working model. Sorry.
What else don't you have? You will say.
Okay, no. So we said, you don't have a working model, and you said only in this circumstance. Okay, so we've dealt with that. You don't have a working model in the electromagnetic field. So what else? Let's have a look. Let's see. Let's see. Test it. Let's see if there's curvature according to your model, and let's see if that's a working model.
Not interested in talking about curvature yet.
So, I mean, I think he basically already conceded this fact. I mean, he conceded the fact that he's okay with taking a leap of faith and accepting that that science can't even explain it. He's okay with taking a leap of faith and still not being able to explain it. So let's move on to his next religious tenet.
What is my belief? State it.
You believe that this magnetosphere that we exist within is just magic and you can't explain it, and that's okay. But for some reason, you think that we
Wrong.
can measure how far we are from the moon and the stars, and you've measured the
man.
cosmos, but you can't tell me about our magnetosphere on this planet? Huh.
Yay, that's sophistry. Straw man. Way.
Okay, well, then you tell me.
No.
No.
Kinda
Oh,
getting
okay, so
like-
you just don't even actually want to have a discussion?
Correct. Not about that.
Good fucking
At least
dude.
he's honest. I mean, at least he's honest about it. That's hilarious, dude.
About the only good thing he's got going for him is that he's being honest about that. Just that.
Yeah.
Yes,
At least
that's
he's
all I'm
honest
talking
about
about right now.
Okay. Can you tell the audience what's your favorite smoking gun proof that the Earth is a globe spinning in space?
Not interested.
So that's a no. Thanks. Appreciate it.
So then what do you want to speak about?
That Whitsitt made the claim that we have a model, and that's incorrect.
Whitsitt's gone, isn't he?
Fair enough. He's still there, but I don't know. Maybe he doesn't listen.
He's AFK. I think his child needs him right now.
Yeah, perfectly fine.
The globe does make a positive claim of a magnetic core.
No.
No. Okay.
About the magnetic core, 1 second. About the magnetic core, I have to read upon it. I don't know for sure. If
has to
it's
be-
very loosely asked this
It has to
question.
be
You just know you have
magnetic.
faith.
It has to be It has to be magnetic and a core, given we measure magnetism on the surface, and the claim is that it's a ball or a globe. There's no two ways about that.
It's just funny that you guys grasp every straw you can get when you're debunked on one thing. Then you switch to other topics. Very interesting.
I just didn't think there's any point in continuing on this topic if you're admitting that there is no model on the globe side. So but you're saying it's
Yeah.
only in this case. So if it's only in this case, let's test some of these other models and see if that claim is true. Let's see if it stands up.
Aren't you the one grasping on straws? You're grasping onto Whitsitt when we're trying to go to a new topic. You're trying to commandeer the whole conversation and keep it where nobody really cares. Isn't that more of a grasp at a straw?
Well, he just said he doesn't want to talk about it. So you guys can talk about other stuff, and he can just chill and talk about whatever.
Fucking typing like a spider over here.
Just having a good time, man. Chill. Man,
Yeah, I
those
just don't
Germans
even
in their gas
go ahead.
chambers, they just talk forever.
Gas chambers.
Did I just hear what I think?
Gas chambers. What the heck?
Oh, did I just hear that correct? I thought I heard. Pretty sure I heard gas chambers. That's funny, dude. That's
Bill
hilarious.
Stein makes some really good shocks. They're very, very good gas chambers. high quality.
I went Fox.
What is the gas
That
chamber?
German guy can't talk about that type of shit. It's illegal in his country.
So did they come up with like a function for this model, or did they just kind of like make some readings and then they said, "Oh, that's a model"?
With gas chambers?
No, with the core. Because like if you're just mapping the field, that's not a model. That's just mapping the fucking field.
I was just curious how gas chambers.
That's what they did.
Well, that's not a model.
They mapped the field, found the flux, and then they said what could cause this field to be created, and then they theorized, currents running underground.
So it's not a scientific theory like Kosho kept saying. Oh, well, in science we have scientific theories.
It's a hypothesis. It's a
yeah,
hypothesis, which is the step before the experiment.
Yeah. So why would he even use that in this topic? This is totally
Hypothesis
separate.
doesn't really have credibility either. Like the hypothesis has credibility once it stands up to experiment. So it's kind of in that before credible stage, you know?
Yeah, well, Witsit was talking about theory, blah 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 blah, and then Kosho came back and was very adamant about that in science, scientific theory is totally different, blah blah blah. But in regard to this topic, there is no fucking scientific theory. The only thing you manipulated was your fucking mind.
That's good enough for a Glober.
It's weird. It's like you can't have faith in anything because you got to be able to prove it all with science until it comes to the magnetosphere, until it comes to this crazy phenomenon. In that case, just have all the faith you want. We live on a sphere. Even if you can't make the model work with all the supercomputers you want, you still get all these big old problems. It makes no sense, but don't worry about it. Just have faith.
You want to
Yeah, I mean, you're right, but I'm not too worried about it, honestly. I'm pretty over it. Like, I mean, if everything's a lie, then I guess I'm at that point where I'm like, yeah, that's fine, whatever.
I like Riggs' attitude.
Dude, I love Riggs, dude. Yeah, no, I can't.
I mean, no
argue with
stress,
that.
bro, because at least, I mean, that's the best part, right? Is like admitting you have a problem, and like, yeah, this globe thing is the problem, and that kind of fucks everything up. And hey, at least you figured it out, you know? No sweat. At least you're one step ahead in one way or another. So
admitting there's a problem is just as good as solving the problem. You know?
Yeah, it's definitely a weight lifted. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
It's funny people say that like we would want to. I would like you want to be special. You want to be a flat earther. You want to be special. Blah blah. It's like, dude, like it was the most humbling. Like it makes you feel so stupid when you realize it because it's like, oh, I've been like duped so badly my whole life. Like I've just been a dummy my whole life. I just bought all this shit blindly.
Well, yeah, because it's the globe is a secular humanist belief, so you have to have faith in humanity for it to actually work, right? So, like, if you don't have faith that humanity is either smart enough to like determine the lie, or smart enough, or like good enough not to create such a lie, then it's quite possible, right? It's all based off of science, which is, as much as they want to say objective, based off of subjective standards.
I think I was hearing somewhere that the flat Earth movement numbers drastically.
Well, like if you were gonna lie to somebody, right? If you were gonna lie to somebody, you'd probably, and I mean, and you could get away with it. You'd probably want to tell like the biggest lie that you could. It's like, you know, when you go to an ATM, if it says how much money do you want, and you can just pick the maximum because you're fucking loaded. It's like free money or something. You would pick the maximum on that ATM, right? because that's what it just makes sense. If you could get more, why not? You know?
Yeah, and you could literally like create it in such a way that when you defend it, your critical thinking and mind gets destroyed. So the more you defend it, the more zealous you'll become. That'd be a
and
good
it's
way to
always a
design.
good idea. It's always a good idea to place the foundation of your lies somewhere beyond the reach of most people. Like, man, I'm dating a supermodel. You know,
So then they're
I'm
like looking for the
dating
answers in the wrong
supermodel, but
place.
she lives in Ohio, man, and I only get to see her, in the summers. When I go off to camp. So yeah, I'm totally dating her, but she doesn't. She lives out of town. It's long distance, bro. I got this picture of her though. Here, check out this picture on my phone. This is totally the girl I'm dating.
Oh, sick, bro. I wish I could score like you, Fundy.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Can I pay you money, like a lot of money, so you can teach me how to score like you? Because I'm convinced by that picture.
My prices are steep. You're actually going to have to sign up this institution and take classes and prerequisites and apply for a very special, 1 out of every 10,000 applicant position. But if you can pass through all of that, yeah, I'll let you meet her.
Sick. Okay, let me get in line real quick.
And then
much
you
are
you have a bunch of friends, and they're gonna peer review his information with you, see if he has the right answers.
Yeah, I got all these other friends who also have long distance supermodel relationship girlfriends. And
you got a girlfriend in Canada?
Yeah, I got a girlfriend in Canada, and just check with these other guys who also have girlfriends in Canada that are supermodels. They'll tell you mine's legit.
Oh fuck, bro, that's fucking hilarious, dude.
What else we got? A lot of people in the house. Any topics people wanted to bring up or anything? What's good?
Yeah, what happened to the ether talk?
My game's working, I guess.
Is that bacon?
Yeah, that's me. I'm a bit sick, but that's still me.
Turn you up, bro. Where are you?
I'm fine. I'm running a selection navigation game, and it's finally working.
If there's any chemists in the house, I want to know: is there like a set of like a specific amount of chemical transformations that occur in general? Like you can dissolve things, you can evaporate things, right? Those are 2. Is there like a hand like 7
Those
or
are both
12?
physical. Those are both physical reactions. There's like a couple different types of reactions.
No, I mean I think those. Well, okay, sure. Like I see what you're saying about evaporation.
5 basic types.
Yeah.
Combination, decomposition, single replacement, double replacement, and combustion. Chemical
Does
reactions.
combustion always have to? And like here's the weird
Those are
thing, right?
chemicals. Those are the 5 types of chemical, and then there's nuclear reactions, and then there's physical reactions, which includes evaporation, freezing, stuff like that. So chemical is when the chemical makeup changes. Nuclear is when the nucleus of the atom changes. The atom is a different element after, and then a physical change is basically a change in which the chemical makeup is the same, all the elements are the same, but it's in a different order or like assembly, basically.
Right on. Yeah, that made sense to me. And yeah, I know what you're saying. So yeah, there's like those like I guess the like you said, the physical changes, and then the like nuclear change, like fusion or fission, right? Would that still be like a physical change? I guess so. Not really chemical.
No, those are like the 3 main types, I think, is physical
Mhm.
change, chemical change, and nuclear change. And then inside of chemical change, there's 5 types of chemical reactions, right? So the chemical is
What are those?
combination, so like 2 chemicals combining into one. Decomposition, 1 chemical uh, uh, basically being pulled apart into different parts. Single replacement is where one
Okay,
chemical.
like what they do with the water, they say, where they like electrolysis or whatever, where they like separate the hydrogen and oxygen. They take the water and split it in half.
Yeah, hydrolysis would be decomposition, I believe. Here, I'll find a diagram for you. Like it. But this is just chemical, right? Because there are nuclear reactions and physical reactions. How do I can't see my keyboard real quick. I need to turn
Right,
the
and
keyboard
I
on.
guess in alchemy that'd be called like transmutation, but that'd be like one element turning
Transmutation
into
would
another
be
element.
that'd be like nuclear, yeah, I guess. Coagula and dissolvio would be like a chemical reaction, and then the freezing or boiling would be a physical reaction here. Those are I think there should be 5. The 5th one is
Do you know
combustion.
about?
Combustion
I
is
got.
combustion is oxygen and carbon specific. Oxygen, carbon, and water specific.
Isn't that interesting though? That was one of the things I wanted to ask you about. Is like the idea of fire. Like, is oxygen the only thing that can like facilitate fire? Right, because that's how it's defined, right? Like,
Yeah.
if
A
like
reaction
there's no other gas that can replace oxygen in the process of like creating fire. You can't have like a fire of any other sort. Like,
I'll link you to it to another diagram.
'cause that's so weird,
Combustion
you
reactions
know?
have to have a carbon based substance, and that carbon based substance has to combine with oxygen, and it takes a little bit of energy to input, but then the output is
Right.
water and some sort of carbon dioxide, and usually like a third element, and then more energy than you put in. This is I'll find a
But if you
better
had,
one. This one's
but
not good.
if you had a log, right? If you had like if you had a log of wood and it was inside of a chamber and you filled that chamber with any other gas, could you set that log on fire, or is it
No.
only an oxygen filled chamber or an air filled chamber that
Yeah, you need
can let
oxygen.
that man, that's so wild that you could have a log in a room, fill it with any other gas besides oxygen, and you can't light it on fire. It like specifically has to be oxygen. That's, I mean, that's crazy. Like the way it would work out where we live, you know, that like we could set
Well,
things
yeah,
on
and
fire so easily.
it requires a carbon on both sides. It requires oxygen on the first side, like, and then I think water is one of the outputs. But I'm not sure if water is strictly necessary as an output. I think it is, but I wouldn't quote me on it. But I do know it needs carbon and oxygen to actually take place.
Yeah, if you're
And
going to oxidize something, you need oxygen.
either it needs to put out water, or basically 99% of the time. I would have to look that up because I don't quite remember.
There was someone else trying to get in here. Who was that?
Oh, I was just saying, yes, if you're going to oxidize something, then you need oxygen.
No, I'm just talking about like this just on appearances, right? Like, I don't care about the technical definition of fire, but I'm just saying, like, if you had like a physical or a solid object, and you had a chamber that you place in the center of, is there any other gas you could fill that chamber with that you would still get something that
Oxidation.
resembles fire?
Wait, real quick. Oxidation doesn't require oxygen. It's called that, but it doesn't actually require oxygen. There are oxidation reactions that include oxygen, but Oxidation is something different.
Really? Why do they call it oxidation?
Because when they discovered it using oxygen. It has to do with electrons transferring and new chemical bonds being created.
Yeah, is fire just the result of just some extreme like electrical process going on? And
Oxidation, it's like oxidation reduction. So like reduction, I think oxidation is when you lose an electron, and reduction is when you gain an electron, basically. It's funny because they call reduction, but you're actually gaining electrons, but it's called reduction because electrons are technically negative subatomic particles. So like you're reducing the charge or making it negative. And then
yeah, just like
oxidation
how they
oxidation is named after oxygen because when they initially discovered it, they thought it was only involving oxygen. Thank you.
yeah, sounds similar to how they say like the juiced up side of a battery is the negative side, and that electrons or charge is going to flow from the negative side to the positive side. But it's like,
That's an
like who chose that?
That's an oxidation reduction reaction. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
no
how it
way.
works. Yeah. Yeah, I know a little bit about this. So
It sounded like you were referring to like the 7 steps of the alchemical process earlier when you said like coagula.
oh yeah, I was lightly metaphorically because you said like, is this similar to this? And so I was kind of like lightly touching on
Were
it,
they
basically.
like what do
Metaphorically.
you think about that system? Like, are they confused or were they like onto something?
There's a lot of different theories.
I
Some
don't
people
fully
think
understand
alchemy.
it.
Some people think that alchemy is a metaphor for some sort of like mental I don't know. Alchemy is very complicated.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. That like it's like the exoteric version of understanding them, that they were interested in the transformation of base metals into gold, as they viewed gold as like the result of purifying these like impure metals, and gold was like the purest metal. And if you just did all these different reactions and treatments to lead or whatever, that the end result after all the impurities have been removed, like you'd be left with gold as a result. But then how that's like the exoteric version of what they were really interested in, which is basically the same thing as like achieving Buddhahood or Christ consciousness or enlightenment or spiritual fulfillment or whatever. Yeah, it's the alchemists, they definitely, as far as I'm told, they definitely were using like material as like a metaphor for like spiritual analogies.
I think
Or even psychological.
I think the 7 stages that you're mentioning has to do with creating a philosopher's stone, which
which is another metaphor.
Right, but I'd just like to say this is also an interesting tidbit. But at the end of the Book of Revelation, there's a city that comes down from heaven. It's called New Jerusalem, and the streets are paved with gold. And the gold, it says, the gold is so pure you can see through it, which is kind of interesting because you usually don't think gold.
Wild.
Oh, translucent. You don't think translucent, right? When you think gold, you think of a solid color, right? So that's something. Little tidbit I thought you'd like.
Oh yeah, I like that a lot, man. Because Steve, he's always telling me that if you could ever purify something, it would. If you could purify anything, it would become translucent. I don't fully understand where he's coming from, but that sounds really similar. He might have gotten it from that passage there. streets of gold, but the gold is so pure that it's translucent. You almost see through it. That's
that you can see.
interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't say translucent. It says that you can see through it, but translucent is the ability to be seen through, right? That's what the property
Right.
translucent.
So it says calcination, dissolution, separation, conjunction, fermentation, distillation, and coagulation. In that specific order is like the 7 stages of the alchemical process. And like, I don't think these were just like nut jobs. I think this is based on something that if I understood what they meant, I'd have a, I don't know, I'd be wiser than I am right now, not knowing what they meant. Like, I don't think this is like the crazy talk. I think there's probably something pretty profound to this order of transformations or whatever that they're describing here. I don't fully I definitely don't fully understand even what these words individually mean, though. And that's something I've been working on lately, though. Just even trying to understand like what do these words even mean, and do they have like a direct analog in chemistry? And but I don't think they
do.
I'm not sure they do, because like you were telling me earlier, is like you don't want to confuse like physical transformations with chemical reactions.
So calcination is burning the material to ash. Dissolution is dissolving that ash in the water.
Right.
I know fermentation is letting bacteria and living organisms
but that's not
the
way they viewed it, though, because they didn't have the concept of bacteria. They just observed
they just knew what
the
fermentation.
process.
Yeah, fermentation. Yeah, fermentation is what you do. Like, you leave grapes and then it becomes wine. That's fermentation. Yeah, they wouldn't have had the concept. Oh, bacteria is doing this. They would just say like,
exactly.
Oh, we have this liquid, and if we let it sit in open air, it's gonna become putrid. It's gonna smell like shit, basically. And that's what fermentation is. Distillation is when you put something in boiling, basically. It's
right,
removing
and then capturing the vapors and letting them like condense. Like, yeah, I think I understand distillation. It's also like when you go to the store and you like buy distilled water, right? It's a purification process that removes contaminants of the water just through evaporation. I think, I don't know if there's any other form of distillation that doesn't involve evaporation. Maybe there is. I don't know.
Separation, conjunction, I don't understand, but coagulation,
that's like blood.
Not sure.
It's like a hardening.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how they induce these, because in and of itself, like calcination, dissolution, fermentation, and distillation, those 4 are like described operations that we can do. Like, you and me could go dissolute something, calcinate it, ferment it, or distill it. Like, you and me could do that. But when it comes to separation, conjunction, and coagulation, like, there is such thing as coagulation, but it indicates that they do something that causes to coagulate, but we don't know what that thing that they do is. So
or what materials they're talking about working with. Like,
exactly. So we only have like 4 of the operations, at least me and you. Maybe someone else knows. But me and you only know 4 of these operations. We don't even know what the operations are being done on. So it's like a very incomplete map of what's being described. If a if like some sort of physical reaction in a lab is being described.
Yeah, one thing I noticed is that like if you search for like the 7 alchemical processes on YouTube, you're going to get all these like spiritual videos, right? But not a single one is going to like take you through some sort of time lapse of like, okay, I'm starting off with like I don't know, like a piece of wood, right? Now I'm going to burn it, add to its ashes, then I'm going to dissolve those ashes into water, and then I'm going to do this separation thing. But I don't know what that would even look like, because I understand like, okay, burning something into white ash, dissolving it, and then okay, separation. You know, what does that even mean? And what's the next like physical operation you're doing in the lab with this, you know, dissolved, you know, this.
Conjunction. After separation is conjunction, and conjunction is combining other things into this solution. So like we couldn't possibly understand conjunction if we didn't have the ingredients, you know?
Well, I don't know, because it seems like this whole separation thing is talking about like you start off with like a log and you burn it into ash, then you dissolve it in water, and then there's something you would do with this ashy water in order to like separate it. I don't know what that is, but you'd like separate like somehow something from the other, like sort of like how in sort of
It's
like
too vague
sometimes
to
when
know
you
what
boil
it is.
things, but well, it is too vague. But you
They
know what
already
I mean
have
when
that.
like,
They already have
but when you
boiling described. That's what distillation
why
is. So it's really way too vague.
yeah right. But here's the thing,
Distillation
man.
is the part where you boil it,
Let me
and
give you
then
let me give you a different
conjunction is
example
adding
involving
other.
water. Have you
I
ever
just wanted to
have
say
you ever
conjunction is
okay, go
adding
ahead.
things in. Okay, this real quick. Conjunction is adding other ingredients in, but you like it. Conjunction even itself doesn't tell you what you're adding in. It's just an operation of adding other things in.
No, but yeah, I hear you, man. But I don't think outside influences are necessary because the whole like when it says separation before conjunction. So to me, I don't think any sort of outside materials are necessary. To me, that seems like you had some ingredients dissolved in water, and then you do something so that like this ash, like let's say ash is made out of more than just carbon, right? Um, well, say the ash is made out of two ingredients. You dissolve it in the water, and then you somehow do some process to separate the two ingredients that the ash was made out of and get them like as like, you know, on different sides of the room, or you know, in different beakers, and then you recombine the things that were once one back into each other, like it's just, it says separation before conjunction, so like separate combined, right? So I don't think anything outside is necessary. I think they're talking about pulling something apart and then combining those things you pulled apart back together, but in a different way than they originally were.
You could be right about that. I don't know. You
It,
could be
it, it's
completely
the,
right.
I mean, I feel like that. I feel like it's like almost guaranteed for the sake that it says first you separate and then you conjoin. Like I don't imagine it means that like bringing in any third party or whatever. It's just like I separated this one thing into two different things because it had like ingredients it was made out of or whatever. Like I separated it and then I put it back together, but in a new way. It's almost like, you know, you have like all these like you know, you got this like set of Legos and you give it to your kid and he builds a little like skyscraper out of it, and it's like, okay, well that's not the way it's supposed to be, so I'm gonna tear apart all of the Lego bricks and form them into a, you know, some other, or you know, some other sort of creation. So you got to take apart that so that you can use the bricks to build something in a more correct order, or a better formation. I don't know. But then how that would bleed, like how that would lead into fermenting, like how are you going to, you know, what two things combine and then as a result of their combination they like ferment? Do you know much about fermentation? Because I don't know. I know that like I've made kombucha, right, at home, but you need like a fucking like fungus thing in a jar of sugar and juice and fruit, you know. uh like
Look at the
what
what I
does
just linked you.
fermentation even mean?
Can you see what I linked you with?
Oh, I can check it out. I was looking at some Google searches. Let's see,
I
where are
tagged you.
we? Okay, live stream one text.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I
Formantin.
see it.
Yeah, take a look at that link, and then
What is alchemy? The 7 stages: calcination, dissolution, separation, conjunction, fermentation. Yeah, they're going with the understanding that that we have nowadays of bacteria is introduced and it's gonna do its own magic. And yeah. But what do they say about separation here? In this stage, the alchemist separates and filters the products of dissolution. So it's like, okay, he's got this dirty water, and then he's gonna run it through like a coffee filter, and there's gonna be some things that make it through, and there's gonna be some things that the filter catches, maybe.
yeah, I think that might be it, or it might even be like some stuff is at one weight, some stuff is at another weight, and then you just open the valve on the bottom, and all the heavier material comes out, and then you're left with all the light material. There, it's really vague on what separation entails.
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, I think I don't think we're gonna figure it all out tonight, but I do have faith that these
Been
people
planning
who
to.
came up with this system, I think they probably had some wisdom that they were coming with when they made this list. There's something to it.
Well, my answer to you is nuh-uh.
What's tattooed on the arms of the Baphomet picture? Like one says,
Salvia, coaglia, something like that.
yeah. I don't have any sort of breakdown or understanding of like why it's there, but it is, and I'm sure
It's
someone
part of
knows.
like as above, so below, right? So like dissolving is like separation, and then coaglia is like coming together, and so like it's part of that as above, so below symbolism, right?
Yeah, although I feel like both of them involve like liquids, right? Like dissolving is when like you go into a liquid, and then coagulate is when you solidify out of a liquid, like crystals coagulate. So it almost seems like a sort of baptism, right? Where like when someone's like impure, right? I watched all sorts of baptisms happen at church when I was growing up, right? And the whole concept was, we got this filthy, dirty bastard sinner right here. Got him in the pool. He's filthy, and we're gonna kill him and have him reborn in the name of Christ. So we're going to dissolve him into this liquid we're going to dip him into. He's going to dissolve, and then we're going to Christ him or crystallize him so that when he comes back out of the water, he's like coagulates back into a newborn, born again Christian in a pure crystal Christ-like form.
It's an interesting way to put it. Yeah.
I mean, what do you think the whole baptism? Because am I wrong in saying that when people talk about baptism, they say that it's you're being killed and reborn right there, like ritualistically or like symbolically, like it's the death of the old you and the birth of the new you.
Catholics might say that. I don't know who else would say that.
But I mean, I could Google it, but like, is there any other usage of like a born again Christian? Doesn't that mean you have to like get baptized in order to be born again? And in order to be born again, you gotta die in order to be born. It's honestly kind of has some weird like meaning attached to it. That whole ritual that they did in front of me so many times. It's like we're gonna drown this kid, and then we're gonna revive him back to life, and through this death and rebirth, he's gonna die, and then this filthy animal here, that's gonna die, and then we're gonna bring back all the good parts of him that are worth, worth coming back. It's the same thing as going into a shower, right? It's the same thing as taking a shower. Oh man, I'm covered in sweat and grime from work. I'm gonna go into this water, and I'm gonna come out pure, and all those bad aspects of me are gonna be washed away.
That's similar, yeah, but
come out clean.
In the Christian thing, it's like dying to your flesh, basically. Because you're part spirit, part flesh, and then your soul is your animating force. And so your flesh kind of battles your spirit over who will take your soul at the end of the day. And so basically, like, if you sin, the spirit can't be with you, right? So your soul goes into your flesh, and like, if your soul doesn't get taken by your spirit or something, like, I don't know, it's very it's kind of complicated.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be symbolic. Like, I hope everyone understands it as symbolic at the end of the day, though, because tons of my friends were baptized, and then I hang out with them, and they, do some awful shit after their baptism. I'm like, oh shit, you're gonna need to go back. Like, it's only been 5 days since you were baptized. You're gonna need to go back this weekend on Sunday and get another one of those because you fucking blew it, man, already. Like, nothing about the baptism actually like literally like improves the person. You know what I mean? Like, you get baptized, you're still like, all you did was like get wet. There's nothing it actually does. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's all you got to do. Do this fucking magic ritual to fucking get God to love you more or something again, or forgiven or something like that. But I mean, I've seen plenty of people baptized firsthand experience who like do it and then they fucking go do some awful shit next Saturday afterwards. And it's like, I sign this guy up again. He's definitely gonna need another baptism because he fucking blew it, man. But I mean, it almost seems like sacrificing fucking innocent animals. Like, just, I don't know, it seems a little barbaric. But I can understand it as like a symbolic gesture where you're like, I love Jesus. But the thing about baptism, though, is it actually like that whole like ritual of like dunking someone in water.
Baptism, more of a pledge, right? It's more like a physical. It's like taking your shoes off before you enter the temple, right? Because like in the Bible, you have to be baptized, quote unquote, by like the Holy Spirit. That's the true baptism, and that the baptism in water is just a physical allegory towards it. And like it's because the Catholic Church basically took this thing that John the Baptist did and just kept doing it millennia afterwards, basically. But it's more of like it's like when you it's just a physical
it's
pledge,
like it's like it's like a Freemasonic initiation ritual. It's like it's just like the skull and bones. You're gonna lay down in this coffin, and we're all gonna do some nasty shit around you, and you're gonna walk. Yeah, I don't need to go into details. It's fucking gross, but you know what I'm talking about.
It originated with Levitical priests. It originated with Levitical priests having to wash themselves clean to enter the temple, both physically and their sins, I suppose. And then it sort of went on from there. But it is a spiritual baptism today that's being taught wrong. In the first and second covenants, it was for the remission of sin to receive the Spirit.
I'm not sure I understood that.
Do you think that something actually happens though,
I believe a little bit different to other Christians. I take the Bible a bit more literally. So originally, baptism came from Levitical priests that had to physically wash themselves clean to enter into the temple. Then when you're going into Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, it's always spoken about for the remission of sin. Go and get baptized for the remission of sin. And then Jesus did mention that later John the Baptist mentioned that later someone would come that doesn't baptize with water but baptizes of the Spirit. And today it says that we receive the Holy Spirit at the moment of belief. So the water baptism, from what I can see, is not for today. And no, I don't believe it does anything.
Yeah, it's a tradition. It's a fucking like a tradition of men now, right? That's all it is. It's nowhere in the actual New Testament or like, like what a Christian is prescribed to do in the Bible to say you have to get baptized. It said that they did it back in the day. You don't need to anymore.
The churches agree with this.
That's something that the Catholic Church said, oh, we're going to need to baptize people. But I mean, yeah, you can go with the authority of the Catholic Church if you want. I'll just kind of stick to the Bible.
What about
the modern churches today? Sorry, the modern churches today agree with the fact that baptism isn't a requirement, but then they state that we're getting baptized as an outward sign. And my argument is that you're making your own doctrine. If it's not in the Bible and it's not there, then it's not for an outward sign. You've made something up.
Ethiopian
it's a tradition of men.
Acts chapter 8, Ethiopian eunuch Philip, water baptism. He got baptized. Yeah,
so
that's
baptism. That was for the remission of sin.
In Acts chapter 8, when the Ethiopian eunuch got baptized, when do you think that was? After Messiah's ascension, or before?
Wait, you named a passage, and then you said water baptism. Like, are you gonna read it, or why name it if you're not gonna read it?
I don't know the passage, but I think he assumes that everyone in the room knows it. I believe it was Paul. Wasn't it?
I assume the one speaking of,
I believe it was Paul, correct?
I just assume the one speaking of the matter would know of the Ethiopian eunuch getting baptized and
I do know.
Get out of here, man. Get out of here.
I do know about it, but not
Monday.
Yeah,
you know why I know about baptism, man? It's because I was raised in a Christian church, and every Sunday they'd pull up these 5 kids around the age of 11, and this stranger that they don't know would take them into a pool, and everyone would tear up and cry and fucking burst out into tears as this stranger took this kid and dunked his head underwater for a split second. And they'd say, "Oh my God, thank goodness he did it." And then then everyone around me in the church says, you can't get into heaven unless you get baptized. That's the church I went to, man. You're not. Of course, there's so many of them like that, though. But I don't know about the Ethiopian specific passage you're talking about. I know about baptism because everyone around me told me, "Hey, you got to do this at some point in your life, or else you're not going to go to heaven. So you better go up on stage and be one of those little boys who gets dunked underwater by that man you don't know."
Yeah, I was just speaking to the people who were saying the Bible doesn't teach that water baptism is for now. So I was just speaking to those people who,
Well, I'm part of that conversation, man. What you got?
I can give you the scriptures for it.
So that's all.
I think, baptism, when they say that they were baptized, was to receive the Holy Spirit. But then there's scriptures now that state that you receive the Spirit at the time of belief, and that if you're receiving the Spirit at the time of belief, you're forgiven at the time of belief. So water baptism being for the remission of sins and to receive that Spirit, is it no longer required?
Yeah, but it has to be high pH water.
You cut out at the end, but yeah, Scripture still teaches that water baptism is in effect. So yeah, there's baptism by the Spirit mentioned in Scripture and baptism by the water. But You know, one
Well,
must be.
what does it say though?
One must be convicted by the Spirit first before they even enter the water to get baptized. So there's an order to things.
And
But
where does the Bible actually sort of state that?
Well, I gave you a verse, you know, to kind of just give you some clarity on
What is it, bro?
Yeah, what's the verse?
Yes, Acts chapter 8. It's probably around verse 24, 25, 26.
Ethiopian unit.
It's the Ethiopian eunuch who gets baptized
Oh,
after
eunuch.
So
Yeah, an
if
apostle baptizes an Ethiopian. The Ethiopian guy is like the treasurer of some queen of Ethiopia, and he's a eunuch, and he's traveling to Jerusalem to do a pilgrimage and to pray to God, and then God tells one of the apostles, "Hey, go stand next to that guy." Is like, they come in like a fucking thing over the desert or whatever, like a bunch of people with fucking animals and carriages and shit, go stand next to them. So apostle goes, stands next to them, and then like the Ethiopian, I think, is reading like Isaiah and can't understand it. And then basically Philip explains like, yeah, dude, you don't need to come all the way to Jerusalem to praise to God. You can just have faith in your heart and you can do it wherever you are from any situation, and anyone can do it or whatever. And then he's like, oh, cool. And then they go and he goes and baptizes him. That's the story.
Alrighty. So does that mean everyone needs to get dunked underwater in
You don't
order to
need
go to
to.
heaven, or
It's not necessary. Like I said, it's supposed to be like symbolic.
What do
in a
you
way.
mean by go to heaven? What would you mean by go to heaven?
Oh
I mean, I think I think you know what I mean.
Not really.
I'll give you a bit of a rundown on my explanation if you like, so it makes a bit more sense. But
Fuck, Fundy,
I'm probably
that's
more
so
of a
funny. Like, what do you think I mean by going to heaven? Like, yeah, what the
Short vacation or a long term or forever? I mean, what are we talking about? Are you going to be walking around? Are you going to be enjoying things? What are you going to be doing in heaven? Exactly. Tell me.
Yeah, I think you know what I mean. I'm not gonna fucking stoop to that level, bro.
I don't even
he's
have
like-
anything that tells me what you mean. I don't have a written word that tells me what you mean. I don't have anything conveyed from you to tell me what you would mean by going to heaven. So, how long you
Hey,
plan
I
on?
think he
That's
means.
all right.
I think he means salvation. That's what I think he means. And
That's
if
not
I can bridge the gap, if I can bridge the gap.
My friend. You
so
can't
then
enter-
how do you explain Ephesians 1:13, which in whom you trusted, you heard the word of truth, the gospel of your salvation. After that you believed, you were sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise.
Yeah, you're being saved. The salvation has to do with being saved from hell. So I think that's what Fundy is getting at. He's getting at his question, I believe, if I'm to properly translate, since you don't understand it originally, how he spoke it, is how do I need to be baptized? What the fuck? Do I need to be baptized? What the fuck is wrong with your schizo ass? In the middle of my schizo sentence with schizophrenia coming out of my fucking ears. Please, you can hear someone speaking, or do you think it's just voices in your head? Do you think it's voices in your head? Let me finish my fucking thought, for fuck's sake.
much of a voice.
You're in the middle of my sentence and you just continuously try to interrupt me. All right, thank you. Back to what I'm saying. I think what Fundy was trying to ask was, do you need to physically be dunked in water, physically baptized in water to be saved from going to hell? Am I correct, Fundy?
I don't think
the guy who I'm trying to clarify for. Am I correct?
I don't think he needs any white knighting. Do you?
You know, I'd much rather, save from hell, salvation, however you want to put it, go to heaven. It's all the same to me.
Exactly.
So yeah, you're totally right, man.
Thanks. Yeah, so I am
I-
correct. Nice.
I
Cool.
believe
just
at one time in the Bible, At one stage in the Bible, yes, it was a requirement for salvation, but today it is not a requirement of salvation.
I don't know about that claim, but
it would be
Just like
evident.
at one point, you would need to sacrifice animals as a requirement back in the day, but now you don't need to sacrifice animals to have your sins cleansed and
people confused
achieve salvation.
Correct. I mean, from what I read, the Bible is every time something happens, God offers something greater. So in the beginning, there was promises, then there was covenants, and every time He does something with His people, He does something greater. So in the beginning, yes, there were animal sacrifices. Then it was be baptized with the Holy for the remission of sin, and now it says that after you trusted and heard the word of truth, that you were sealed with that Spirit. So I believe it's progressive.
yeah, it's really a problem when someone tries to talk and in the middle of their sentence, someone else just keeps trying to butt in. And now, when it's time to talk, silence.
I'm not sure, did I butt in over someone? If I did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, not you. North specifically. But
So
it
flying
seems like he
high.
left.
Are you, you said that what was that last step you said? Like the contemporary thing that is necessary to achieve salvation? Like no longer animals are needed to be sacrificed. You just have to what do you have to do?
Receive the word of God, basically.
Receive the word of God.
Believe in Christ's death, burial, and resurrection, I suppose, is what it is.
Is that your opinion that doing that like does the trick?
No, my opinion, no.
Well,
I have a different from what I understand, because all the people that seen Jesus in his day would have believed he was a real guy, because it would have been he's not there, like he would have been there. I think it's and plus it says like at the end of time God comes back, and then a bunch of people say like, hey, like I remember I know you, remember I believe in you, and he said like, no, I'm spitting you out, I'm casting you into a lake of fire because you don't know me. So like I don't think just believing I think it's more of like when they say the word belief, it's more of an Eastern perspective. When they say belief is like to actually fully have like it's a mentality. It's not like, oh, I factually believe this, right? It's an Eastern way of belief where it's more of a mentality when it's just translated kind of poorly into English to where people can come up with this believe and be saved. All I have to do is believe. Like
there is a doctrine behind it. There is a doctrine behind it, and I started reading this way because of the confusion. I started out, I was never a Christian. I ended up going to a church because of my wife. I wanted to know what I believed, so I joined a Bible college to be a pastor. It was a Baptist Bible college. Not that I was going to be a pastor, but I wanted to know what I was believing. And when I left there, I just left with more confusion. They couldn't answer the questions. There was contradictions. I believed the Bible, but I just couldn't put together the way they were teaching it. They weren't allowing Scripture to interpret Scripture. They were making the decisions based on their feelings that week, their belief, what they've always been taught. So I started reading more literally, which is dispensationalism. And what that teaches is that there is two different gospels. There's the gospel that was given to Israel and the gospel that was given to the Gentiles. And that all sort of culminates at Acts 28. But I can go through the scriptures individually for baptism from the very beginning. I've done a lot of these studies. A lot of people don't agree. That's cool.
Can you give a general overview of that? The two
Yeah,
different
I'm just going to pull
gospels.
up some. I'm just going to pull up some scriptures, and I'll go through them one at a time. And yeah, just give me 2 seconds to pull them up.
I was just hoping for an explanation, but even better.
if you got like 30 seconds before you get that first one pulled up, you know, I think about the other traditions out there, specifically karma. I want to bring up where it's like, oh, you can die and go to nirvana as long as you don't have any negative karma, right? You got to be like neutral or positive, just not neutral. And of course, every Buddhist or whatever who believes they have a karma, on their deathbed they say, well, there is that one thing I did. So there's probably not a single Buddhist or whatever, who on their deathbed says, yeah, I never did anything wrong. I don't need to reincarnate because I have no debt to this world or anyone, like I lived a perfect life. I don't think any of them are even ever going to be on their deathbed saying, yep, no bad karma here, no reason to reincarnate. And, and that, to me, that seems messed up, that you're either going to be forced to reincarnate endlessly because you'll never live a perfect life, or the same thing that if you ever do anything wrong, you'll be punished in hell for not, being Christ himself or whatever. So I could never imagine such strict, stipulations for a Christian's life to be beholden to, where it's like the only way to get into heaven is to live a perfect life. There would have to be some sort of leeway. You know what I mean?
I think it is like that. But it's not about your past. It's about your present. You die.
Right. Your mentality, like you said.
Right, but I'm saying that it's not like if you had a bad mentality in the past, that doesn't matter. It only matters like what you were when you died. So technically, from what I understand, you're born in such a way that's like not good, and basically
there's gonna be a learning process. You're gonna have
it's
to
more of,
make some
more of
mistakes along the way.
yeah, it's more of like human beings. It's more of like animals have instincts, so their destiny is always sealed. They don't get to change it. Whereas us as human beings can fundamentally change our nature from an animalistic beast-like nature to a spiritual nature. And
Right.
basically upon death, depending on which nature you're in, it's like being sealed that way forever. And so basically that's why when he says like the first will be last and the last will be first, someone could go their whole life in a beastly mentality and then somehow change and die, and they were only in this spiritual mentality for a short amount of time, but they still made it. Whereas someone who basically, I guess from a young age, found the spiritual mentality but then fell off and died, too bad for
Right.
them. So it's almost like a buy-in, right? You keep buying in more and more and more, so you don't want to lose what you had before. It's almost like if you and me are trying to like go in, and you and me keep betting on like a certain like hand of poker, right? And to see the next, like to see the river and then to see the next two cards, you need to keep putting money in, right? If I fold before the last thing is shown, then it's an automatic out, So the first will be last will be first. So it's actually harder the earlier you receive the word, because then you have to basically stay in this mentality for a longer period of time. It's not really a mentality, it's more of like being inhabited by the Holy Ghost. But like prerequisite of being inhabited by the Holy Ghost is you're not currently being inhabited by unclean spirits.
Sure. And I guess a person has the ability, as like a powerful living soul, like you always have that opportunity at any moment to just say, usually it is like a stretched out like process or work, but in a sense, someone could have like a moment of clarity and realization to just be like, I'm done being that way. I choose to no longer be the person who I've been, and from this point on, I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna be better. And that can happen over 10 years or a lifetime or that could happen in a single moment. You know?
And it's also like says like God appoints the times and seasons of things, so like it's not ever gonna be too much for you in that like it's never gonna be where like it's always gonna be like a perfect test, basically. It's not gonna be at a point where it's like too hard for you. It's always gonna be like, here's your decision, make your decision, like
curated.
and actually and actually apparently like it gets harder and harder. Like Job is a very righteous guy, and then he's tested even more. You know what I mean? So it's like it's almost like
I do know what you mean.
Yeah.
You
I
got
got
that
some
you got that
here.
stuff you pulled up?
Yeah, I got some scriptures here. So, basic overview, like I said, when I was in Bible college, there was a lot of contradictions. Could you lose your salvation? Could you not? Lots of different scriptures, and the answers I was usually given were, this is what we've always taught. This is what Baptists believe. God works in mysterious ways. We can't know that. That's a mystery. And then I sort of started reading more literally, where you're asking the questions who, when, why, where, and how. Who was this written to? Why was it written to them? And if it wasn't something that was written to Gentiles, then it shouldn't be something for our application. And then that clears up all of those little contradictions. So,
What do you mean our? Like there's a difference between Gentiles and then the our that you're referring to? Like who's the
sorry,
we?
I mean, so probably not being clear enough. So the Bible makes a division between Jews or Israel and Gentiles. And us today, if you're not a Jew, you would be classed as a Gentile. And same as back in those days. Does that make sense?
If I'm 5% Jew, which is what my 23andMe says, where does that land me?
I don't think there's any more Jews.
Back in the day, I suppose you have the nation of Israel, but to become a Jew, if you were a Gentile, you could become a Jew, but you had to follow their religion. I don't know where you would stand with your bloodlines, or
Okay.
whether
So
they
it's
were a
not
pure
about genetics,
bloodline or
in your
not.
opinion?
Well, technically the
Originally, it
covenant,
was the nation.
technically the covenant with Israel was fulfilled. So like it was fulfilled through Jesus' blood. He even said, put the blood on us. Technically their covenant is fulfilled.
I don't see that it was fulfilled. I believe they failed that fulfillment in Acts 28 because they
Jesus
were
is the
promised.
fulfillment. He says, I come to fulfill it. That's his work, is to fulfill their covenant.
Let's hear both sides, Noah.
Let me just let me explain, and I can explain pretty easily. So the Bible does tell us to make a division in the Bible. So I read a King James Bible, and I always use the dictionary. I cross-reference everything, and my wife's also Greek, so we read it in Greek as well. She gives me the meanings, but the Bible tells us in 2 Timothy 2:15 to study to show yourself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. And everybody does make a division in the Bible. They make a division between the Old Testament and they make a division between the New Testament, the Old and the New. And then that places us in the covenants that were given to Israel alone, is the way the Bible describes it. So the two gospels that I was mentioning that are quite clear, gospel just means the good news. So the gospel of the kingdom, which can be found in, let's say, Mark 1:14, where it says, now after that John was put in prison, Jesus came into Galilee preaching the gospel of the kingdom of God. So that is the kingdom and the land that was promised to the nation of Israel. And then you've got in Acts 20:24, but none of these things move me, neither count I my life dear unto myself, so that I might finish my course with joy and the ministry which I have received of the Lord Jesus Christ to testify the gospel of the grace of God. So the Bible's clearly mentioning that there's two gospels.
What was that part again, real quick?
So you've got Mark 1:14, which talks about the gospel of the kingdom, which was the kingdom and land promised to Israel, where they were promised to be a nation of priests. And then you've got the gospel of God's grace, or the grace of God, which is, but none of these things move me, neither count I my
What
life
is
dear unto
what is that
myself.
part? What are you referencing?
Sorry.
Is the question I'm asking?
What am I referencing? Sorry.
Yes. What are you referencing?
Acts 20:24.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Well, that was my question. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you have a look at these two gospels, you've got the gospel of the kingdom preaches the soon coming of the king and his kingdom in Matthew 3:2, whereas the gospel of grace preaches the grace of God for salvation in Romans 3:22-26. The king and the kingdom was promised to the nation of Israel in Luke 1:69. The grace of God is offered freely to all in Romans 3:22. The kingdom was spoken about since the world began by the mouth of the prophets. That's in Acts 3:21-25. The dispensation of God's grace was kept secret since the world began in Romans 16:25. Killing the king is a sad and wicked thing in Luke and in Acts. The crucifixion of Christ is our glory in Galatians. The cross of Christ was not part of the message in Luke. However, the grace requires the preaching of the cross in 1 Corinthians. Resurrection is not part of the message in John 29. Preaching is vain without the resurrection in Corinthians. I can keep going. There's hundreds of these. So
How about that? How about that last thing you said? So, like, I'm always wondering, like, what's so important about like a dude being killed, you know, on some wood? Like, I know there's this like, you know, miracle of, or you know, conquering of death or resurrection and all that, and that's like really like miraculous and all. But I mean, if you took out, I know a lot of people feel strongly about this. They're like, Christianity lives and dies on the resurrection. Like, this is the only part that matters. But to me, it's like the least important matter of the whole thing. Like, to me, I don't care if a dude died on some wood and came back to life. Like, to me, I don't understand what impact that has on anyone's soul, really, or through what mechanism.
It has to do with precedent. It has to do with precedent. First off, it has to do with precedence, basically, right? Because the wages of sin is death, right? And so a man without sin died. He broke the precedent. And then while he was dead, he went and took the keys from Satan himself and the authority over death, basically. And so when he took that authority over death, he basically became the person who can give you like life. And so basically by following this person,
And why do I need the keys or him? Is like I couldn't have salvation without him doing this thing.
The Bible tells us no.
No, because you've sinned before, so you are already destined to die. So
Well,
the question
can't I be forgiven without him doing this thing?
Well, who's gonna forgive you?
God.
Hey, Flying High, I got a question, bro. So what do you do with Romans? Yeah, what do you do with Romans chapter 11? Speaking of the grafting in, are the Gentiles grafted into Israel, or the Israel grafted into the Gentiles? And when the finale, right? When the finale happens, what I see is all flesh shall go to Jerusalem to celebrate the feast and hear the law, right? And the word, for the law shall go forth from Zion, and all nations shall flow to it. And what also, after you're looking at Romans chapter 11 with the grafting in and the whole purpose that the ones who you say failed at what they were supposed to do, what the whole purpose was for them failing, I would encourage you to read verses 11, probably through 31 in chapter 11 of Romans. And after you do that, I just got one more for you. It's Romans 3:31. It's a summary and a conclusion of what we do with the law and the faith. And he says in conclusion, what say we then? Should we make void the law through this faith? God forbid we uphold the law. So I think if you and I could have a moderated, dialogue or discussion or just some free time between you and I, or if you'd rather a debate, it would be nice.
I'm gonna take a back seat. You two go ahead right now.
I'm open to anything. I don't know if this is the channel to be doing it on. I know some flat Earth channels get a bit funny about biblical talk and stuff like that, but
No, you can do it here.
I'm happy to
Go
run
ahead.
through it with you.
Start right now. Enough talk. Debate.
Debate, you reckon?
No, we could just have a dialogue just between us, and I think it could be beneficial. Seeing as how
Between two Christians, right? You're both Christians with differing views on how you
Yes.
follow the faith.
Yes, that's exactly what's happening.
That would be the question, right?
And,
a Christian-
well, the second question is like, is there one specific thing for, like, you said some things I didn't follow, so like what would be the overall like difference between you two?
One thinks there's two gospels.
I think that
one thinks there's
I
two
under-
gospels. The other thinks there's one. Basically, one thinks that there's a set of instructions for the Jews or Israelites today, and then there's another set of instructions for people who are Gentiles, and then North.
No, not today. Sorry, I just interrupt. Not today. There is no difference today, and that's where grafting in question came from.
Okay. Now I get it a bit more.
Interesting.
But that's not really different. That's not really different from what anyone believes, is it?
Well, there's some major. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Do you want me to answer these questions, or do you want me to run through the scriptures that I have that I believe support the position and maybe give you a better understanding?
Well, if they want answers on what you think our differences are, you could answer, and I would tell you what I think our differences are also. And
Yeah,
they could judge
that's
on
better
that,
for
or we
us.
could just go over the scriptures, right?
How about you do the first thing first and then the scriptures second?
Why don't
Okay,
you
so-
why don't you describe each other where you think you are different, just to let each other know where you think you disagree with each other? Because you guys might not disagree on the things that you think you disagree on unless you like say it out loud. Where do each of you think you differ from each other?
I would say I know that the text itself says the old is a shadow of the things to come. So it's not two completely different things. And when we speak of the new covenant in the New Testament, and we disregard the new covenant spoken of in the old, and all the prophecies spoken of in the old that have yet to happen, we see a lot of things that quite differently, but similarly in the aspect of, I would reckon that I would equate what he's saying is the times of the Gentiles have to be fulfilled. And I'll leave it at that until he, says what he wants to say.
I hope someone else understood that, because I didn't understand at all what that meant.
Until the full number of the Gentiles come in, the whole reason that there was a falling away of Israel is so that the full number of the Gentiles could come in and be grafted into the family. So it's not that you have to succumb to another man's culture or another man's laws. These are the laws of Yah, and he has his people. And when you're adopted into his people, all the text supports that those people will be doing the same kind of feasts, and it implies that all flesh shall do that in the new kingdom. So, yeah.
I better just shut up, because I think I'm gonna say the same. I think I'm just gonna say I have no idea what you just said, like every time. So I'll just
I can put
I'll
it
just
really
shut up.
simply for you. I can put it really simply for you because I went to a Baptist Bible college. I understand both sides of the coin, I suppose, or both sides of the argument, and that was how I ended up here. So the basic teachings of all the churches, it doesn't matter what denomination they are. They basically differ by picking a different position in the Bible where they believe the church started. So the Baptists may believe that the church started, the Baptist church, and they with John the Baptist, and they focus their ministry on John the Baptist. Different evangelicals believe it started in Acts when the Spirit came down. So it all depends on where the churches believe where they started or began as to what they believe is written to them today. And most of them believe that we were grafted into Israel's program and God's plan of salvation for Israel, where I'm saying that Israel failed. There was always a difference between Israel and Gentiles, or Jews and Gentiles. Previously, it was unclean for Jews to associate with Gentiles, and things changed. But what I'm saying is that we're not part of the covenants to Israel. They were to Israel alone, that we were given a new gospel as Gentiles, and it's two separate gospels. Today, Israel, well, not Israel themselves, because God is still going to fulfill the promises to Israel that he made. But today, everybody is equal and has the ability to believe the same way. And once the fulfillment of the Gentiles is done, then scripture goes back into prophecy and starts fulfilling the promises made to Israel. So that's the difference between the two doctrines.
And flying high, I would say where the biggest confusion comes in among myself and maybe you and a lot of others is that when we speak about the law, I speak of the law of Yah, right? It's the Creator's law. And a lot of other people say this was the law of Israel or Mosaic law, right? So
yes,
I don't believe that Messiah came to fulfill the law so we could break it. So this is what I believe, right? That it's when you see in the scripture any of the apostles addressing people with the law, especially Paul, they are addressing people who think that their works of the law will gain salvation. I do not believe that. I believe that the working of the law, which you know that Acts 10:34 and 35, he's no respecter of persons, but those who fear him in any nation, no matter what nation it be, if they work righteousness, they will be favored by him, right? So it is the evidence when you're obedient or you follow his ways, it's evidence of your salvation. It doesn't gain you salvation. Messiah has gained you salvation. So we both believe that, and that's what the New Testament teaches, and that's what the Old Testament teaches also. So for those were a shadow of the things to come, and Messiah is spoken of. He's spoken of in the law and the prophets. He is the law and the prophets. So when I go to Romans 11, and you say that Israel failed, right? And I'm going to read verse 11, and I would like you to read it because I think you're a good reader also. I think I've heard you read before. If you could continue reading through verse 31, and if you want to split it up and I read half and you read half, that would be fine. But I'm in Romans chapter 11, verse 11. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? Speaking of Israel. God forbid. But rather through their salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy. So this is something that has to happen. The Gentiles are going to provoke Israel to jealousy also. This is what's going to happen. And once that happens, there's prophecy to be fulfilled. We have many prophets who speak about all flesh, all nations, celebrating the same feast, Feast of Tabernacles, New Moons, Passovers, all these things, and learning his ways and his laws, right? All nations. So I could quote all those verses. I would like you to read Romans 11 through 31, and
Can
maybe
I ask you a
Romans.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What did the Gentiles make the Israelites jealous of?
Hasn't happened yet. That's the
Okay,
whole point.
okay. Then just add the word potentially. What, you know, or in the future, whatever you want to call it. Like, what are the Gentiles going to do or have done? I guess going to do that is going to make the Israelites jealous of them for.
Am I speaking to Flying High right now?
No, well,
No.
I mean, you were,
No.
but I'm Fundy.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Can I answer
Fundy
that?
doesn't
Can
know.
I answer that?
Anyone?
doesn't
Yeah,
know.
I just want an answer. I don't care who gives
Real
it to
quick,
me.
North.
Yeah,
Real quick, North. Real quick, North. When Fundy Fundy doesn't read the Bible or know much about it, so you have to like explain it to him. So when he asks these simple questions or complicated
Yeah.
questions, how you have to explain it simply is what
Yeah,
I'm
we're
trying to
getting.
say.
Yeah, we're getting to it. I mean, it goes right into that, right? So as Flying High was saying, he believes Israel failed. And what I'm reading from the
Right.
text is, I say that have they stumbled that they should fall? And that means like completely. God forbid. But rather through their salvation is come unto the Gentiles for to provoke them to jealousy. Now if the fall of them be the riches of the world, and the diminishing of them the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness? For I speak to you Gentiles, inasmuch as I am an apostle of the Gentiles. I magnify mine office. If by any means I may provoke to emulation them which are my flesh, means related to me, might have some of them. For if the casting away of them be the reconciling of the world, what shall the receiving of them be but life from the dead? For if the first fruit be holy, the lump is also holy. If the root be holy, so are the branches. If some of the branches be broken off, and thou, being a wild olive tree, were grafted in among them, with them partakest the root and fatness of the olive tree, boast not against the branches. But if thou boast, thou bearest not the root, but the root thee. Thou wilt say the
Okay.
branches will, but so you could go on and continue, but
Well,
I
let
would
me
read
try to
this. This
simplify
is what I
that.
would.
Okay.
I mean,
Can I answer
let
that
me
there
try to
quickly?
derive it.
I'm trying to answer his question real quickly.
Sure.
Yeah. So I
Okay.
would not have you. I would not have you, ignorant brethren, of this mystery, lest you should be wise in your own conceits. That the blindness in part is happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles be come in. Now that is something that is prophetic. That has to happen. Now
Yes.
I
And
think that's what he's talking about when he's speaking about the time of grace. I think that's what he's talking about.
yes.
I think I
So
understand, but go ahead, man.
what I would say that supports my position, and I think that's reading just further into Acts 28. I may have misspoke, but when I say they failed, they didn't fail outright, because God is always going to fulfill those promises that he made back in the beginning and fulfill those prophecies. So they have been set aside at the moment. You could say the same as when they were set aside and left wandering in the wilderness for their unbelief. So the teaching would go that they rejected God the Father when they rejected John the Baptist. They rejected God the Son when they crucified Jesus. And they rejected God the Spirit when they rejected in Acts. So they've rejected Father, Son, and Spirit, and they've been set aside, and a time of the Gentiles has been brought in. It's a new gospel that's being taught. It's not the same gospel that's being taught by the 12 and Peter. Everyone has the ability to believe this new gospel, to be saved, and that is the grafting in. So Acts 27 to 28 says, for the heart of his people has waxed gross, or grown gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. Be it known therefore unto you that the salvation of God is sent to the Gentiles, and they will hear it.
And when he said these words, the Jews departed and had great reasoning amongst themselves. So I believe that Acts, when you go back through the scriptures, yes, Christ was prophesied. Christ came to Israel alone, and Christ was there to fulfill his promises and covenants, because Israel was promised the land and the kingdom to be a nation of priests, and everyone was going to get their salvation through Israel being a nation of priests with Christ as the king. That's why we have verses like, sell everything you own. You know, the kingdom is at hand. The kingdom is at hand, because the kingdom was at hand. However, through their unbelief again in Acts, we can see that they failed to obtain that, and they've been set aside for the Gentiles. The only argument that I suppose there is between what I'm saying and what a normal church would be preaching is that there is a difference between the two gospels, and that we're not under the law because we're not under the covenants. We were never under the covenants. So at the moment, we're not under the first or the second covenant that was.
And that's where the jealousy comes in.
The jealousy the jealousy from my behalf would be because Israel always had to do works for their salvation. Okay, they had
And the
to do.
Gentiles have an easier path
Correct.
to heaven.
The Gentiles were given it for free as a free gift for their belief in Christ's finished work on the cross. So I'll pull two scriptures up quickly for that. Just give me 2 seconds.
Can I address something you just said, Flying High? So the provoking the Israelites to jealousy in Romans chapter 11 is so that they repent of their sin and that they will be saved. So I wanted to kind of address this because we didn't really read the entire thing that I wanted to read, but I just want to read these two verses before you go to your other two. And I want you to tell me what you think of them, because I heard you say that the time of the Gentiles has come, and it is the time of the Gentiles. However,
No, not that it's come, that we are in the dispensation of grace, where, like Acts 28 stated, that salvation is now going to the Gentiles. This dispensation is not completed at the moment. We're not in a time of prophecy. We're in a time of grace.
I get that you're saying that it's, completely separate from Israel. The Gentiles have a completely separate gospel, and it's so a completely different thing. However, I want to read these two verses to you and try to give a little bit of context. For I would not, brethren, that you should be ignorant of this mystery, lest you should be wise in your own conceits, that blindness in part is key, is happened to Israel until is key, the fullness of the Gentiles be come in. Now we're talking about grafting in here. And the very next verse says this, and so all Israel shall be saved. But what do you do with that? If Israel is different from the Gentiles and they have a completely different gospel, why do the Gentiles have to come in and be grafted into Israel, and all of Israel is going to be saved?
And they were grafted, I believe they were grafted into salvation, not into Israel, from that scripture, if I remember correctly.
So do you believe any Israelite? Is there any Israelite? We could speak about the 12 gates and what they're named after. We could speak about those things of the New Jerusalem. But do you believe there's any Israelite that's going to be saved?
Yes.
Are all of Israel going to be saved?
From my understanding, it won't be all of Israel. It will be those who believed in Christ who didn't obtain what they were promised. I think they call it the little flock. It's a small remnant of those who believed.
So if there's always a small remnant, and there was always a remnant of Israel, then Israel did not fail. And where did the gospel come from? And the whole reason we got it, the whole reason the Gentiles have it, right, is because of their failing, but they haven't fallen completely, right? And this was the whole purpose.
Yes.
To gather everybody into one big family and the Father being the heavenly Father, right? And you to observe his ways. So the question does become ultimately the question becomes, why does all flesh have to celebrate feasts and learn the law in the millennial reign as prescribed by Isaiah, Micah, Zechariah, Ezekiel, all of these things, and even throughout the New Testament, it describes these things. So, that's what I would put forth. And one other verse that, for those who speak about the law and the faith, and they separate the two, you being obedient is not going to gain your salvation. However, it is evidence of your salvation because you will walk as he walked if you are in him. You believe on him as to take action. It's not just to think it. So Romans 3:31, in conclusion of speaking of the law and the faith, what do we do then? Do we make void the law through this faith that we have now? No, we uphold the law. That's what
You
we
talk
do.
a lot like a priest, but what's your point? I don't get it.
Okay. No. Okay. So let me
we need
just.
a moderator. Someone's
Okay,
about to fucking
can I?
cause a shit. storm.
No. It's all good. We don't need a moderator. Look, to go back to the jealousy. Okay, where I was saying, Israel had work to do, and we were given that free gift of salvation. If you have a look at Matthew 24:13, which is part of the gospel of the kingdom, it says to be saved requires enduring to the end. Whereas Romans 4:5, the gospel of grace, states that to be saved requires believing your work has come to an end. So they're two contradicting
Those are the
scriptures.
same. That's the same thing. Enduring to the end requires action, and so does believing. Believing is it takes action. So when you look up the biblical definition of believe, to believe on him, this takes action. The enduring to the end is what end? Is to your end individually. If you endure to the end, and you know what I'm saying, you're striving, and you're in the word, and you're in prayer, and you're repentant of sin, right? Because sin is transgression of the law. That's the only way we define it, right? So that's what
Correct.
sin is. Okay, so that's the first thing we need to understand, because when the Holy Spirit was sent, right? He says it's expedient I go away, for when I go away I'll send the Comforter, and he'll reprove the world of sin. So these people who don't reprove the world of sin, which is defined by law of God, not Moses, not any other man, but of the Creator.
Yep.
That's the first thing that's going to happen. And the second thing is going to be to reprove them of righteousness. Now, what's righteousness? That's to act right and according to the will of Yah. Righteousness is like Abraham. Abraham's faith was counted as righteousness because he took Yah at his word and he acted upon it. It takes action. The action does not gain your salvation, as taught by the apostles, but what the action does is shows the evidence. It's the evidence of your salvation, of your relationship with the Father, because you're obedient to him. That's what it is. And his law doesn't change.
Okay,
It's
so
just magnified in the New Testament. That's
I
all.
think the best way to sort of go forward, because we can keep both pulling up different scriptures that we can say mean what we believe they mean. I believe the Bible fully backs itself, and it doesn't need an interpretation. But if you allow me, I can go through the scriptures sort of step by step to
You
give you
read
an
something, you
overview of what you sort of, and I think that a lot of these scriptures will actually cover the scriptures that you're bringing up. They're in what I want to speak about, in the context, if that makes any sense. And you can feel free to butt in, or I'll ask you whether you agree or not. But yeah.
Yeah, that would be great to address everyone individually. And if you could address the Romans 3:31 and the Romans 11 through 31 before we go there.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I wouldn't mind doing it in context as I read through, because it will all come up in what I'm reading and the scriptures that I'm reading, and it just might make a bit more sense of where I'm coming from. So, like I said, I believe that there's two different gospels. There was one to Israel and there was one to the Gentiles. So if we go back from it to the beginning, Gentiles were never part of the promises. The promises were first made to Abraham. So you've got Genesis 15:18 to 21. In the same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, unto thy seed I have given this land from the river Egypt to the great river Euphrates. All right, I won't keep going any further into that one. He then confirmed that to his son Isaac in Genesis 26:3, then to Isaac's son in Genesis 28:15. The promised land was the territory in Egypt from the which is Exodus 23:31. I'll set thy bounds from the Red Sea to the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river. I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, thou shalt drive them out before thee. Like you said before, Abraham was the father to Israel through his circumcised son Isaac and Jacob. Abraham begat Isaac, Isaac begat Jacob, Jacob begat 12 sons. Jacob's name was also Israel, and his sons' families became the 12 tribes, or the nation of Israel. You agree with all that so far?
Yeah, it's a
Well,
nice fairy tale.
the first thing you said, I would like to address. Speaking of Abraham, I'm in Galatians chapter 3. I can start in verse 25, give some context. But after that faith has come, we are no longer under a schoolmaster. And you're speaking of the law and the schoolmaster. For ye are all children of God by faith in Jesus, right? For as many as you have been baptized into Christ have put on Christ. There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ. And if you be Christ, then you are Abraham's seed, and heirs according to the promise. So the Gentiles, if you have this faith now, and you are Christ, then you are Abraham's seed, which is contrary to what you said in the beginning.
You nailed it. You nailed it, North. That's the fucking nail in the coffin right there.
Okay, so if we go back through the scriptures, the promises that were made to Abraham's seed, the 12 tribes of Israel, were not made to the Gentiles, though. Looking to Abraham, we look to Abraham as a pattern of faith without works, imputed righteousness.
Do you deny? Wait a minute. Do you deny that? See, the Old Testament is a shadow of things to come. So when we get to the New Testament, it's kind of like a big magnifying glass on it, right? So what you're seeing is kind of details you didn't catch when you're speaking of those people who had fallen away, like Israel. They didn't catch it either, right? They didn't understand that the law and the prophets preached Messiah, right? When he came, they were like, this is not the guy, man. This is not it. So what I'm trying to explain to you is what's contrary to your first statement about the differences between the Gentiles and Abraham's seed is clearly not taught for those who are Christians in Galatians chapter 3. If you be Christ, you are Abraham's seed. If you have this faith right now, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. There is neither Jew nor Greek. You know, there's no Gentile there's none of that, right? For you are Abraham's seed if you are Christ. So this goes contrary to what you're teaching. The scripture interprets the scripture. You can't say the scripture is going contrary to itself. If you're taking a puzzle piece and trying to fit it together with the wrong puzzle piece, it's not going to fit, but the puzzle's not wrong. The puzzle is not contrary to itself. You're just wrong trying to fit the piece together that doesn't fit together.
North, can I ask you a question?
No, you can't.
Clear as day.
Sorry, where was that? Galatians what, sorry?
Yeah, that's Galatians chapter 3, verses 25 through 29. And if you wanted to start at 19 speaking about the law, I mean, it basically does speak about the law. But when we speak about the law, we have to consider all scripture and consider that the men that Paul was addressing when pertaining to the law, men who wanted to be under the law, wanted their works to attain their salvation. They wanted to prove themselves. My works are going to attain my salvation. Well, that's not what Paul preached or Peter preached. They all preached that these are laws that we uphold. We don't do away with them because we got this new faith now in Romans 3:31. We don't do away with it, right? So we don't do away with the law based on the faith we have now that we think is something different from the law. That's not what we do. So basically, this is the evidence when you're obedient to the law or to Yah. That's the evidence of your salvation.
It's the evidence.
Anything other than that's contrary.
Okay, can I explain?
Yeah, man. I hope you understand. People try to, come in and troll me and
No,
speak over
no,
me while
I'm
I'm
not trying to.
speaking.
I'm honestly,
No,
I'll tell
not
you
you,
now.
not you, bro. The other people. I'm
No,
sure you
no.
heard them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I completely understand, and I'm not trying to troll anybody. There is answers to what you're saying. I'm probably not as articulated as you are at it. I've got stuff in front of me that I've written myself from my own study, so I'm going through it as I go through it. But for what you're saying about Abraham, the way that I would read it is that. So if we go to 1 Corinthians, hang on, looking at Abraham's righteousness, make us the body of Christ. And us today, we're part of the covenant of circumcision. So what I've got here in my notes is looking to Abraham as a pattern of faith without works for imputed righteousness does not make the body of Christ that's mentioned in 1 Corinthians 12 to 27, us today, part of the covenant of the circumcision. Abraham was not circumcised when he was justified by faith and not part of the covenant. Romans 4:13. For the promise that he should be the heir of the world was not to Abraham or to his seed through the law, but through the righteousness of faith. When he was made this promise, this was to show Israel that it was faith that saved, not the law, which is what we have today. So being saved by faith, we are still Abraham's seed, as Abraham was saved by faith, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would go back to, and I would encourage you to read Galatians chapter 3, the whole thing if you wanted to. But I'll read a few.
I have read Galatians chapter 3, and again, Galatians is, I think, once I get through this, it supports my position in what I'm actually stating.
I understand. Let me read a few verses to you. So in Galatians chapter 3, verses 16 through 18. Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made. He saith not unto seeds as of many, but as of one, and to thy seed, which is Christ. This is confusion, man. So verse 17, and this I say, that the covenant that was confirmed before of God in Christ, the law, which was 430 years after, Abraham, cannot disannul that it should make the promise of none effect. For if the inheritance be of the law, it is no more of a promise. But God gave it unto Abraham by promise, right? So wherefore then serveth the law? It was added because of transgression, till the seed should come to whom the promise was made. And it was ordained by the angels at the hand of a mediator. Now the mediator is not one, but God is one. Is the law then against the promises of God? God forbid. For if there had been a law given which could have given life, verily righteousness should have been by the law. But the scripture hath concluded all. But the
What did you
scripture
just
hath,
read?
but the scripture
What
hath
verse is
concluded
that?
all under sin, that the promise by faith of Jesus Christ, right, Yeshua, might be given to them that believe. So it's a promise to Messiah, but he can give it to them that are his, right? So now that's when the other verses come in. This faith, there's no longer Jew or Greek.
What
no
what
longer
verse did you just
Gentile.
read? What
I'm in
verse was that?
I'm in Galatians 3. The verse you wanted was probably 22, 23, 24, 22,
I
23.
think you would be great at telling bedtime stories.
So what I'm trying to point out is your whole perception of what you're speaking of is contrary to what the text is saying. There's no difference between
I think I'm
Abraham's seed.
explaining it poorly. I believe I'm not explaining it well, if you want to say that.
Yeah, Abraham's seed and Gentiles. That's the same thing. They're all in Christ, right? They're all His. He is the promised seed.
Yes. However, I believe that God worked differently with the Gentiles than what He did with Israel. And yeah, I can keep going through this if you want.
Yeah, and there's distinctions made. I'm not denying that there's distinctions between the two, Israel and the Gentiles, because clearly, even in the book of Acts, when they're speaking about the Gentiles, and people are telling them they have to succumb to all the laws right now, instantly, all the customs right now, and he's like, look, don't bother the Gentiles, man. Tell them to abstain from idols, abstain from fornication, and abstain from blood, right? And then he says, for they can go into the synagogues and learn of Moses anytime, because there's a synagogue in every city that teaches Moses, right? So they can go learn the law of Moses. They can go learn that law. They can learn more of it. But don't beat them over the head with it like you wouldn't take a child from Ethiopia or some other part of the world and bring them into your home and expect them to do everything in your culture or your religious practices all at one time. It would be a grafting in, and it would be a time, like the time of the Gentiles being grafted in until that full number comes in and understand what's going on. So that's my whole point for saying, what's the whole purpose of the time of the Gentiles? If it's to graft them into the family of Yah, and the scripture supports all flesh in the future, celebrating all the feasts of Yah in the Old Testament, what does that mean? We have succumbed to the customs of His people, or is it His customs? Whose customs are they? Are they His ways or their ways? I think Isaiah and Micah tell you they're His ways.
I think the only difference is that I don't believe we're under a covenant right now. I don't believe the Bible supports we're under a covenant, that those covenants were made with Israel, and that we're in a dispensation of grace where Paul is not preaching the same gospel as the other 12. That's really the crux of the difference, that it's a different gospel, not the same gospel.
There's different covenants made throughout Scripture, right? But the Old
Correct.
Testament, the law and the prophets preached Messiah, and they preached the kingdom to come. The one that we pray for to come on earth as it is in heaven. That same kingdom was preached in the Old Testament, more
Yes.
so in detail than the New. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. So yeah, it's that's a big deal. So we can't separate the two. And it's not an entirely completely different gospel, because the promise to Abraham was made before this covenant you're speaking of, this law, right? And the law is not going to disannul the promise, right? Because the promise was to Abraham's seed, not many seed, but one seed. The seed, Messiah. But when Messiah comes, he can give this to anyone, right? So that's the whole promise. That's the whole thing. And that's the whole plan from the beginning. So it's not like, oh, God tried this and it didn't work. Those people failed, so we're going to start all over with the Gentiles. That has nothing to do with what the scripture teaches. So in the very end, as Romans says in chapter 11, all the way through the chapter, it says that this is like the whole plan, man. The whole reason for them falling is so you could attain salvation. The Gentiles, speaking of the Gentiles, okay? And when they're grafted in and they come together And those who are not believers in Israel are provoked to jealousy. They're going to cry out to God, right? They see these other people celebrating the customs and the ways that their forefathers did, and they have thrown them by the wayside, and they have thrown the obedience out to the Father, to the heavenly Creator. They're going to see these things, and it's going to become evident to them. And the Scripture says that in the end, these people, these Gentiles you speak of, they're going to take all those people over there to Israel, right? And it speaks about all the people worshiping Yah there and learning His ways and His law, walking in His paths. Not some man's paths, not some tribe, His ways. Because He's the one who gave the laws to Moses, right? Moses didn't say, hey, Yah, I got an idea, man. I got a couple of laws I want to give out. Would you put a signature on it? That's not the way it worked. It was Yah's ways.
Yes, I agree.
So if the outcome is for the Gentiles to be grafted in to Israel, and all throughout the New Testament you see Israel represented, even in Galatians, the last chapter, chapter 6, verse 16 being the last verse, the Israel of God, right? So who is the Israel of God? And when we speak of Abraham's seed, who is that? That's neither Jew nor Greek. It's who's ever in Messiah, right? Whoever has the faith. So we have a time of the Gentiles, and we have a blindness in part until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. So when the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled completely and the full number has come into the family, what's going to happen then? That's the question. What was the plan of Yah from the beginning? And that's what we're going to see as the outcome. And it's going to be very evident throughout the prophets and the New Testament. So,
Yo, North, that was fucking solid. I've never heard you explain things that thoroughly before, but that was fucking solid, dude. Thanks.
So then, how do you explain a lot of these contradictions? I still want to go through what I have here and just give you an overview of it. And like I said, it's more of a literal reading of the Bible and asking those questions of who, when, where, and how. I'm
think
probably not
about
the best at this. I don't do a lot of this stuff, so I'm probably not the best at it. I'm like talking in public about it, but
when you do it, when you show me those examples, I want you to keep in mind who he's talking to and ask yourself one question. Were those men wanting to be under law to say that they could gain their salvation by their works of the law, or were they doing it out of obedience? You know, that's what I want you to think of, because a lot of those men were, you know, they wanted to do the works of the law to attain salvation without Messiah. That's what they wanted, in my opinion.
what I'll do, I'll drop a quick photo in the chat. I don't know if you can see that, but that's sort of a basic overview.
Yeah, what I understand and what I seen the word grace, what I could see, my eyes are getting old and it's getting late, but what I could see was the grace, and you know, it's what I'm pointing to. It's the times of the Gentiles. We have a grafting in process right now going on. So if I'm adopting children into the family and then there becomes a point where there's no more adopting children into the family, and the family is all together. It's not going to take too long for the family to start doing the same kind of things, right? They're going to be observing the same ways, speaking with one accord, and doing things with one accord. So I would
Okay, so
encourage.
like
I would
some,
just
sorry.
encourage you to think about. Yeah, just encourage you to think about the outcome of this whole situation we're going through with the time of the Gentiles and this time of grace that you speak of. Um, I'm not against the time of grace, as you say, and I'm not against grace at all, or undeserved kindness, any of that. I'm not against any of that, right? There was grace in the Old Testament, and there's grace in the New also. But I would say that the final outcome of this is that so all nations, all flesh, shall observe his feasts and his ways. And that's something they're not doing currently because maybe they're under grace, maybe they're being grafted in and adopted into the family, and they're not expected to do everything in an instant because it takes growth. And you have to grow in wisdom, and you have to study to show yourself approved.
Okay, so what's that division that we're supposed to be making where in the Greek, I think the word's ostomatheo, which means to make a straight cut.
What verse are you in?
Just the one you mentioned, right? Study to show yourself approved, rightly dividing the word of truth.
What about it?
Where it says to make a division in the scriptures, and in the Greek, the word is ostomatheo, which means to make a straight cut.
It's not to it's not to separate the two as in the beginning when I told you that, you know, even the scripture speaks of the shadow of the things to come. And some of those things are not only a shadow of the things to come, but the exact way it's going to go down and the exact way it has gone down in some of those instances. So a lot of people get tripped up in some of the words that are said. Dividing dividing the word rightly is understanding how the puzzle pieces fit together. It's not taking part of the word and setting it aside, and all of a sudden you have a completely new, different word. The word,
I
the
don't
word.
believe a different word. I don't believe that we're setting anything aside. I believe that certain scriptures were written for application to Israel or the Jews, and certain scriptures are written for application for us. And the churches like to mix that up
Oh
and
yeah,
put
yeah.
you back under the
Yeah,
law and keep you coming in and giving you money and doing your thing. And like I said, I just believe that the real difference is that you believe that Paul's probably preaching nothing different, whereas I believe that Paul is preaching something different.
No, I get what you're saying now,
Are
and
you
what
saying that
what I
God is
would
a racist?
what I would refer you to, flying high. Just ignore that, man. Go to Jeremiah
No, it's
chapter
a
30.
serious question,
Chapter
you know.
30. Go to Jeremiah 31 and read 31 through 34, if you could. It'd be beneficial for us to
Yeah.
read it now. Jeremiah 31 through
And
34.
and to answer that question, no, God wasn't a racist. He just chose Israel as his people to bring salvation to the rest of the world.
But why them?
Ignore. I'm serious. Ignore him. He's just going to waste time. So just read the Jeremiah 31 through 34.
Yeah, let's read some scriptures nobody understands.
Amen.
Hamitos.
You don't have to listen.
Honey, ma.
Can we get a moderator to mute the guy?
So again, I believe that this is where this supports my position that we're not part of that second covenant. In those days,
But everyone shall die for his own iniquity. Every man that eateth the sour grape, his teeth shall be on the edge. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break. Although I was a husband to them, said the Lord. So I'll stop there for a second. This is
Yeah,
where I
stop.
was saying that we Gentiles in the past were not given any of the promises. That was to Israel. They were not given or part of the first covenant of the law. That was given solely to Israel. And in those days, it was unclean for Gentiles to associate. It didn't mean they couldn't convert, but it was not clean to associate with Gentiles. So when it says, I'm going to make another covenant with Israel, to me, that discounts the Gentiles as being part of that second covenant. God saying that they failed their first covenant that he gave to them, and he's going to give them a second
Yeah,
chance,
I
basically.
understand. Yeah, I understand this. This is why I said there's many covenants made in the beginning. But something you said again, you talked about the promise, and you talked about the covenant made with Israel and the law. The promise was to Abraham and his seed, which is Messiah,
Correct.
right? Okay,
And
now
his seed would
Messiah.
be Israel? Is that his seed would be Israel?
No,
The offspring.
listen.
His offspring.
No, Messiah's offspring. No. Abraham. The promise was to Abraham and his seed, not seeds as in plural, seed as in one. And so it's Messiah, Jesus, the seed. And we read that. And so that's where the promise comes in. And so that promise, when you have Christians who have faith, there is no longer a distinction made between Israelite and Gentile. If you are Christ, you are Abraham's seed because you're adopted in. That's the whole point. And that's what the scripture said. We read it a while ago, right? So the law does not disannul the promise. The law cannot disannul the promise. It was after. It came after. The promise is first. So if the promise came first, and Messiah is the seed of promise, and he can give it to whoever he wants to, and there's no distinction between Jew or Greek. They are truly Abraham's seed if he gives it to them, right? That's what the scripture teaches. So now we're in Jeremiah 31, and he's speaking of a new covenant that he's going to give with Israel. Now, again, did Israel fail that they should fall? No. It's so you could attain salvation, but don't boast against the branches, right? Because there was an ultimate purpose. It's kind of like Messiah dying and people saying, oh, he's a punk for dying. No, these people, I mean, if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't have it. And if it wasn't for the law, you wouldn't know what sin was. And if it weren't for the law and the prophets, you wouldn't know who Messiah was. And he didn't come to
100%.
destroy
I
those
agree with
things,
you.
right? So he didn't come to destroy those things, but he came to fulfill them, not so you could break them, but so you could have the power and the unction to do the same and follow him as the example. That's the point. And so this new covenant that he makes with the house of Israel in the millennial reign, right? This is something very important. Where do you think those people are going to be staying during that time? And if it's in Jerusalem or in Israel, what's going to be happening in Israel, like in Zechariah 14, when all the nations have to come to Israel during the new moons, Feast of Tabernacles, all these things? And if they don't, they die, right? In Isaiah 66, it says, and from new moon to new moon, and from Feast of Tabernacles, they'll come, all flesh. And after they go and they celebrate the feast, verse 24 of 66 says, They shall go forth and look upon the dead carcasses of men who transgressed against Yah. Transgressed, that's breaking the law. So those men who transgressed against Yah, they'll look upon them, and they'll be in a fire that is not quenched, and where the worm dieth not, right? So all flesh shall do things they've never done before. And a lot of Christians cannot stand to hear you say you would like to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles, the new moons, Passover. A lot of Christians are like, why are you trying to go back to the law? Why are you trying to do these things? Well, that's kind of what the scripture teaches all flesh will do or they will die. So I think it's kind of important.
Doesn't Paul teach that we're dead, reckoned dead at the time of reckoning, and that a dead man cannot sin?
Sin is the wages of death.
All right, I'll keep going through this, just to maybe give a bit better understanding. I'm happy for you to just jump in whenever you want, and I'll stop. Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, I said that backwards. But the soul that sinneth it will die.
Yeah.
The sinners will not inherit.
So if you're reading more literal, I suppose, and I suppose the reason why I do is to get rid of these contradictions. If we're looking at the first covenant, and Moses went up unto God, and the Lord God called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thou shalt make they shall say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel. So the first covenant was made with the house of Jacob and the children of Israel, which would have nothing to do with us. Would you agree with that? At that time.
I would say that at that time they were a mixed multitude, were they not? Were they all
Well, going off the
flesh-born
scripture, it
Israelites?
says Moses went up to the Lord and called out to him on the mountain, saying, Thou shalt go to the house of Jacob and tell the children of Israel. Now that would be the offspring, and that would be the 12 tribes of Israel. So there were no Gentiles included in that first covenant of law.
I would kind of disagree in the sense that as soon as they left Egypt, right? As soon as they left Egypt, they were a mixed multitude, and those who were with them were taken in and adopted into the family as if they were Israelites, and they did the same ways and same customs that those Israelites did because they accepted their God, right? They knew he was the
Yes.
God,
So
right?
anybody could become a Jew by following the laws and the rules and the teachings. That's correct. However, they were still classed as Jews, not Gentiles, and that us as Gentiles were outside of that first covenant. That first covenant was made, it clearly says, to the house of Jacob and the children of Israel. And if we go back in scripture, it describes the house of Jacob and the children of Israel to be those 12 tribes and the offspring of Abraham who became Israel. So I don't believe that first covenant had anything to do with us or Gentiles. It was to the house of Jacob and the children of Israel.
So those Egyptians and those other people that were with them, right, that were not related to them, they didn't benefit at all from the law of Yah and from his ways. Is that what you're telling me? It was only to the bloodborn, not to those who were within the mixed multitude and adhering to the ways of Yah.
Well, at that time, I wouldn't be able to tell you whether those people were there with them at that time. I know that you could follow those ways and become a Jew. However, the Bible does say that the children of Israel are the 12 tribes, and the house of Jacob is obviously a bloodline. So it's saying that they would make that covenant with the house of Jacob and the children of Israel. And at that time, there are no Gentiles mentioned.
Let me give you an example of what I'm speaking of.
No,
I'm
I
sure
understand what you're saying. I can't answer the question.
No, I can answer it here by scripture, and it says it very clearly. So you remember what I was saying about all flesh shall have to go to Jerusalem and do those customs they've never done before, right? And those customs being in the Old Testament. So
yes,
in Ezekiel chapter 47, we're speaking about being a Gentile being like an Israelite, being just as they're born in the country and they are an Israelite, right? That's what we're speaking of. So in Ezekiel chapter 47 and verses 21 through 23, now this hasn't happened before. So chapter 40 through 48 has never happened, but it will happen in the future. So shall you divide this land unto you according to the tribes of Israel. And it shall come to pass that you shall divide it by lot for an inheritance unto you and to the strangers that sojourn among you, which shall beget children among you, and they shall be unto you as born in the country among the children of Israel. They shall have an inheritance with you among the tribes of Israel. And it shall come to pass that in what tribe the stranger sojourneth, there shall you give him his inheritance, saith Yah. So that's going to be in the future. And,
yes.
So all the prophets and the New Testament agree that the grafting in of the Gentiles and these people, the Israelites that you say, they will all be one family, right? And they will all be celebrating feasts. And those feasts are the Feast of Tabernacles, New Moons. And why do you think Gentiles will have to do that? Is it perhaps because those ways are his ways and not Moses' ways or some man's ways or some culture that made them up? Those are his ways, right? And that's why everybody's going to do it. It's being grafted into the family of Yah. Not that some other nation is going to have some kind of hold over you or some culture has a hold over you or some kind of cult, right?
But those people had to become Jewish, all right? And if this scripture is including those people who were born in Israel and became Israel or became Jewish, then they were following those rules, that religion, I suppose you would say.
Well, that scripture hasn't happened.
It is just addressing the nation of Israel. It's not just addressing anyone outside of Israel or the house of Jacob. So I don't 100% agree there. And then, Leviticus, these are the statutes and judgments and laws which the Lord made between him and the children of Israel in Mount Sinai at the hand of Moses. Again, we're not today the children of Israel. It's addressing Israel. It also states in Romans that Gentiles were not under the covenant of law, for the Gentiles which do not have the law by nature do the things contained in the law. These not having the law are a law unto themselves.
So they do the law.
That just supports that.
Yeah, that's the point. They do the law. It's not something entirely different. See, there's those who had the letter of the law.
It says that when they do the law by nature, they've become a law unto themselves, meaning that Gentiles were never part of the first law that was given to the house of Jacob or to Israel.
Yeah, I understand. And what I'm saying is we have the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. It's the law of Yah. It's not a completely different law. That's the whole point.
Okay, so you don't understand
From what I read, that you've got Israel. From what I read, you've got Israel that had to follow the written law. It was always they were saved through their faith, but I suppose they would fulfill that law through their faith. However, today we fulfill the law through the fruits of the Spirit, and we're not under that written law. And by having the Spirit inside and feeding that Spirit, then the Spirit works within us and allows us to fulfill those fruits of the Spirit, which is love, joy, peace, happiness, long suffering. Love your neighbor. You've fulfilled the law, because you can't do those things without doing the law. I can't love my neighbor if I'm not fulfilling part of that law. I can't have that love, joy, peace, and happiness. So it's showing a different way. It's not to the letter of the law, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and again, that'll go back to the time of the Gentiles and the Gentiles being come in and being grafted in, and how that takes time, and all of those things, and how there's grace during that time. And I understand all of those things you say. I think you're
But then here it says that Gentiles were never given that law. So
flying high. Just give me a minute, man. So
yeah.
I think what's happening when you're speaking of the law, you're not. I don't think you're understanding. It's Yah's laws. It's the Father, the Heavenly Father, God.
Correct.
It's His laws, right? It's His ways. So I want to point something out to you. And you haven't really responded to this. When Isaiah 66 says that all flesh shall come to Jerusalem, right? And they're going to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles, the new moons, the Passovers, all these things. And Zechariah says, all the nations of the families of the earth will come and celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles, new moon. Same thing Isaiah says. When these scriptures are there, right? And it's a new heaven, new earth, and they're going there for to celebrate feasts of the Old Testament, Yah's ways, the things He instituted, right? His appointed times, things He instituted, not man, not just for one people, but for His people, not just for one certain group of people that has a certain look about them, and He picked them just because. No, it's for everyone that's His people. If you're in Christ, you're Abraham's seed according to the promise. So this is what I want to point out. If you go to Isaiah chapter 2, and you understand that this is the latter days, speaking of exactly what Isaiah 66 and Zechariah 14 and Ezekiel 47 and all those scriptures speak of, it says, it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of Yah's house shall be established upon the highest hills in the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow into it. Many people shall say, come, let us go up to the mountain of Yah, to the house of the God of Jacob. Many people is going to say that. For what reason? And He will teach us of His ways. And see, that's what I'm trying to point out to you. It's His ways. And we will walk in His paths. So who's the we that's going to walk in the paths? It's everyone. For out of Zion, and so what's the reason? For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of Yah from Jerusalem. And many nations shall rebuke me, and He shall rebuke many nations and people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, so on and so forth. Micah says the same thing. So
when
this is one last thing. We are in a time right now where you don't have to go to Jerusalem to worship. That's true. Remember the woman at the well? The days are coming when you don't have to go to Jerusalem. You worship Him in spirit and truth. But I'm telling you right now, the days are coming when all flesh will go to Jerusalem and worship, and that's the way it's going to be, and that's what the prophets say. So there's a time for everything, and that's what people are not making the distinction between.
Okay, so from what I read, when I believe it's in context. I could be completely wrong. I'm never going to, make that 100% claim, but I do a lot of this research myself. But when it's talking about the nations, and it's in the Old Testament, it's talking about those that believed, the Jews, the Israelites, whether they were brought in and they believed, whether they were born in there, like we were discussing earlier. It's still talking about the nations of Israel. It's not addressing Gentile nations at that stage. And you can see that through those first and second covenants, that it's not addressing Gentile nations. It's addressing the Jews. It's addressing the house of Jacob. I believe that the scriptures support that those that believe in the time of this dispensation of grace are promised heavenly places. It is those who, like the Jews from the beginning, who are promised their land and their kingdom, and those that don't believe
that are going to have to go to Zion. They're going to have these things that you're speaking about. And in this dispensation, we're promised heavenly places, not earthly places and earthly kingdoms. And I believe that if I keep going through these scriptures, that's
Well,
what it supports.
yeah, just let me respond. So you said it's, the Gentiles are strictly Israelites, right? So this is the reason I brought up Isaiah 66, because it makes a distinction between them. And so here I am, and I'm in verse 19. I will set a sign among them, and I will send those that escape of them to the nations Tarshish, Pool, Lud, and draw out the bow, and Tubal, and Javan, to the isles afar off, that not have heard of my fame, neither have seen my glory, and they shall declare it my glory among the Gentiles. And they shall bring all your brethren, and it's speaking of the same ones that were sent out. I understand what you're saying. Now, here's the point. We get down into, I believe it's verse 23. Shall all flesh come to worship me, right? And so that's what we're seeing. And when we read Isaiah 2 and it says, all the nations come, and they'll say, come, let us go up to the house of the God of Jacob. That's a distinction between the house of Jacob, which is the 12 tribes, right? And the people who say, come, let us go up unto the house of the God of Jacob to learn of his God's ways and to walk in his paths. Now that's a distinction. Now we're in the New Testament, and it says that the Gentiles are being grafted into the family. We were in Ezekiel, and Ezekiel makes a distinction between the Israelites,
That's where I
right?
disagree. I just
Well,
stop you
listen,
there for a second. That's where I disagree, that we're not in that New Testament. And yes, what you're speaking of were those promises that were made by Abraham for Abraham's offspring to be the nation of Israel. And I'm just going through it here quickly.
are you denying the Galatians we read earlier, and you're going back and saying that the seed is all of Israel? Are you doing that again? Because you know
No, what I'm
the seed is not many, it's one, and that one seed is Messiah. That's what the scripture said, right? Or are you saying that the scripture in the New Testament is contrary to the Old? Is that what you're saying?
I think we've just got a misunderstanding, that's all.
Okay, so is the promised seed, is it many seed or is it one seed? Is it plural or singular?
Well, I'll just go back and read it. Give me 2 seconds.
Galatians chapter 3.
Hang on, I'm just going to first read it in.
Now to Abraham and
Hang
his
on.
seed. Here's what it says. Now in verse 16 of chapter 3. Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made. He saith not, and to seeds, like plural. He didn't say plural seeds, as of many, but as of one, and to thy seed. And then he says, which is Christ. And then he explains it in detail, right? As I explained it, he says that this is the promised seed, Christ, the one, and he can give this to whoever he wants to, which is why there's no distinction made anymore between Jew or Greek, but you're all Abraham's seed. So verse 17, and this I say, that the covenant that was confirmed, so it has nothing to do with what you're speaking of. You're saying Israel and the law and the seed and the promise. This is nothing to do with each other. This I say, that the covenant that was confirmed before of God in Christ, the law, which was 430 years after, cannot disannul that it should make the promise of none effect. So the law is going to do nothing to affect the promise. The law is not going to do one thing to affect the promise, right? All right. If the inheritance be of the law, it is no more a promise, but God gave it to Abraham by promise. And remember again, and we've been over this several times, the promised seed is one seed. And verse 16 says it's Messiah, it's Jesus, Yeshua. That's the promise. Now, if you want to understand how everyone else gets the promise, You have to go down and continue into verse 22 through 22. But the scripture hath not concluded all under sin, that the promise by faith of Jesus Christ, or Yeshua, might be given to them that believe. Before faith came, we were kept under law, shut up unto faith, which should afterwards be revealed. It's something revealed. Wherefore law was our schoolmaster to bring us into Messiah, that we might be justified by faith. Right? Okay. After the faith is come, we're no longer under a schoolmaster, for ye are all children of God by faith. Now this faith means there is neither Jew nor Greek, verse 28. This is where it gets to the meat of it, man. This is where it tells you. There's neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female. You are all one in Christ. And if you be Christ, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. He was the one seed that was the promise. And he's the only reason you can receive the promise, right? So it's not to many seeds, it's to one seed. And so there's a little bit of a difference in understanding of what Yah's law is and what Messiah came to do and what we're to do after Messiah left and what we're going to do when he comes back. This is where the confusion is. And we could go over those things in more detail, but I'm sure everyone is probably sick of hearing it, and I would be glad to talk to you anytime, man.
Yeah, no worries. Yep. I'd actually like to go through this properly with you and finish it all off and have a good discussion, but I don't think this is 100% the right place either, like I said. I do feel like you're misinterpreting that a little bit, but that's cool.
That's all you can do is misinterpret somebody else's imaginary stuff.
So, do you agree in Exodus that Israel was promised, which Israel was the house of Jacob? And it says that they're promised to be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, which is where they're going to bring salvation to the rest of the world at that time, which I think is a statement that you're making, that everyone's going to have to go to Zion, everyone's going to have to go and learn these laws and these rules. I don't disagree, but I don't believe that is to us today as the body of Christ, as in the dispensation of grace. I don't think the scriptures support that.
Isn't there some royal families that claim they're descendants of the family of David?
It's in Isaiah chapter 60.
Yeah, okay.
And it's in a few other verses also, but I would fly and high. I would advise you to go to Isaiah 60, maybe around verse 3. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and the kings to the brightness of thy rising. And it speaks of many things about Zion. And so, but yeah, if I could just finish up the point and kind of put it in context and kind of clarify what I'm speaking of. So I would continue on and go into 61, and it talks about the stranger shall feed your flocks, and the Lord of judgment that hates robbery for burnt offering. I will direct their work in truth, and I will make an everlasting covenant with them, and their seed shall be known among the Gentiles, and their offspring among the people. All that see them shall acknowledge them, they that are the seed which the Lord hath blessed. And so, yes, they are the seed which the Lord hath blessed. But the whole reason for that is, it's not because it was many seeds that were to be blessed. It was the one seed of promise. And that one seed of promise makes you Abraham's seed. And if you are that seed, if you're trying to follow the example of that one seed, which was the promise, then you will be following these things that are prescribed in the scripture. And we could go into detail, man, but I'm sure we're just going to be interrupted.
I'd like to go into detail with the Abraham stuff. I have done a fair bit of study on that. Like I said, I can't just quote it off the top of my head. I don't get a lot of time. I own a business. I've got 4 kids. I've got a lot of stuff going on. I've got a farm as well. I do what I can, but I have gone into that, and I'd like to go into that at another time with you. And realistically, the difference is, again, that I don't believe that today we're part of a covenant and we're not part of prophecy at the moment. Prophecy was put on hold when they were set aside at the moment, when Israel was set aside, and that prophecy will pick up again at the fulfillment of the Gentiles when it goes back to Israel. And I don't think that we're really I think maybe I've explained it wrong, but what you've just described is what I was trying to describe, that yes, there are is where it says that they're going to receive a kingdom and that salvation is going to come through Israel, through everybody else. I don't believe that's addressing us in that scripture at that time, if that makes any sense. So, and I don't believe that everybody, like I said, the dispensation of grace promises heavenly places, whereas the gospel of the kingdom promises these earthly places. So, we'll have to get into it another time.
Yeah, that would be one we would really have to get into because, speaking of going to heaven or staying in heaven and where those scriptures could be found, if they could be found, that would be something to go over. I would just say when people speak of prophecy, we know that there are 2 prophets spoken about in Revelation, but we also know that, you talk about the fruits of the Spirit and you talk about love and all these things, and not saying you particularly, but a lot of people say that.
I love you too, North.
No, I did say that. I did bring that up. Yes.
Yeah, and so what we have in Corinthians is, follow after charity and follow after all these things, right? But I would rather that you all prophesy. I would rather you all prophesy because it's more beneficial for the church when they gather that everyone prophesies, but at one time, not all at one time, and everyone's just speaking gibberish, but to prophesy, which is to speak of the future, not to predict the future, but to explain the scripture and the prophecies within it, right? And so that's what I'm trying to do, because that's what I see in scripture being put above all things. Above all these other things, I would rather you prophesy, right? So when I'm speaking of that kingdom that is to come and the Gentiles see in their righteousness, like in Isaiah 62, the Gentiles shall see thy righteousness and the kings all thy glory. We speak about all these things and the watchmen on the walls and all flesh shall come and worship. And so it's not a new kingdom in heaven I see for Gentiles, like the Israelites just weren't good enough. Because there were
and when I say Gentiles, I just got to clarify that I don't mean, like you said, there is no difference between Jew and Greek today. What I'm saying is that not just Gentiles, but that anybody who believes in the dispensation of grace, which says that this is a free gift that's been given, those people will inherit heavenly places, and God will fulfill his promise to Israel to become a nation of priests for those and they'll receive their earthly kingdom and their earthly places. And anybody who is there at that time, yes, will have to fulfill those prophecies.
Okay, so just to respond to the difference in heaven and earth, the model prayer, right? How should we pray? And what they were saying was not tell us verbatim what to say so we can repeat it over and over, but this is how you should pray, right? So one of those things being, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So when we speak about the kingdom to come and where Messiah rules from, he rules on the earth, right? He doesn't rule in heaven with, the Gentiles only. So I just want people to understand this is not a picture painted in scripture where the Israelites just weren't good enough to reach the heavenly places, but they were given an
No,
earthly.
that's not
So
that's
just
not what I'm trying to
let me
say.
finish. And I'm not saying you're trying to say that, okay? Because we're going to have to go into a great deal about exactly what you're saying. But I'm not saying you're trying to say that. However, a lot of people say that all of Israel has fallen. So I'm just addressing a few things. So it's not, and this could be someone's assumption or presumption, that Israel had fallen so badly that they just couldn't make the heavenly realms and they got the
Well, that
earthly kingdom. So just, Guy, can you let me finish, please?
Yeah.
So, okay,
No, fuck
thank you.
off.
So if people would presume that by just hearing that there's a distinction made between the Gentiles and Israel, as you put it, in their kingdom, in the new kingdom that's given to them, I say it's one kingdom, and there are differences in people in the kingdom and what they do. However, I think you got it mixed up in scripture, and we could go over it another time, man, because I really don't play well with others who act like children. The other guy coming in cussing. So yeah, we'll talk
No,
another
no,
time, man.
that's all good, and I think that's the difference again, where I'm saying, asking those questions like we would of anything else that we read of that who, when, where, why, how, who was being addressed at that time, why were they making that address? I feel like that some of those things are out that you've mentioned are out of context, and the scriptures will show that they're out of context, but we need the time to go through. And I think that if you ask those questions, it clarifies a lot of the issues and a lot of these denominations that we have today. But I will say you don't seem to believe like a lot of these other denominations either. So I'm not sure whether you attend a church or whether you say you're part of a denomination, but like I said, I did study at the Bible College, and some of the things that you're saying are definitely not along the mainstream Christianity lines. But I respect your point of view and your knowledge.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we'll talk again.
Back to if the earth flat or not, then I suppose.
Well, I mean, it's definitely not a globe, and it's definitely not floating around in the Einsteinian cosmos. That's for sure.
What? There's no curve?
Only on the firmament.
Only in your mind.
I don't know. Arlen seems to be sleeping all the time there, pushing out some Z's. He wouldn't know what's going on.
My dome does curve. You're right.
They're flying high.
Only if you're elevated.
Yo.
Can I ask you a question?
Escalate it.
Yeah, 100%.
How is the Bible different from Scientology?
Oh, they're pretty different, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, the story in itself, but like it's a story made by man.
Well, as a Christian, we don't believe it was made by man. I think that the Bible, if it's true that it was made over the time period that it was made, and the books that were, I can't remember off the top of my head, was it 500 years? I'm not sure. But it was a very long time. There was a big gap between the Old and the New Testaments, and it would be found all over different parts of Europe. There was some, there's found with the Dead Sea Scrolls, with other history books that we do take into account. It'd be a pretty amazing book just to be written by man.
Actually, the Bible has over 600, or not 600, but 6,000 different, like, what you could consider to be a old school hyperlink, where it references itself, like, back and forth between the different books. And so it's like, it's pretty crazy. I don't know about the New Testament personally. I do know the Old Testament is something to be studied. I haven't made decisions on it yet, but either way, the Bible's pretty intense overall.
Yeah, but new or old, it's kind of hard to fact check. Like who wrote it, or the story is true. There's no way you can fact check it. The only reason people believe in it is because it says like the Holy Ghost inspired people to write the good thing.
Actually, a lot of the Bible is historically verifiable. It's one of the most historically verifiable books.
Can you really go back 2, 3, 4,000 years back and like?
No, it's just that the Bible mentions characters that are also mentioned in other historical documents all over the place.
Yeah,
So if it's been proven that it was written over 1,500 years and somehow references these other people and backs itself over 1,500 years and found in different locations and put together where it backs itself, what would be your explanation for that, Turtle? Plain?
Well, because it's an old book, so the people from that time are gonna be represented in those stories.
Okay, so over 1,500 years and found in different locations, different books, over 1,500 years found in different locations. How is that possible? How is it possible that you start a book now and in 1,500 years someone in your family or someone that you know has the ability to continue on and finish that story and completely referencing itself?
Because it could have been a book that been publicized publicly, like widespread, and there's
Well,
just
the
a
books
bunch of
were
copies of
different.
it.
The book as we have it today is something modern that was put together. The books were all individual books or individual scriptures that were found in different locations, written in different time periods. So that doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
Yeah, okay, so let's just say I write a book right now and people gonna find it in 200 years from now. Is it gonna be a book that's gonna be added to the Bible then?
Does it support the Bible? Does it mention the same people, the same places, the same? Was it written? Were those books written over that time period of 1,500 years? Is that something that could be done?
If I write it that way, of course.
I find that pretty hard to believe. I don't know. Anyone else got an opinion on that?
Well, but Turtle, do you think the Bible is divinely inspired?
That's what it says about itself, but I'm very skeptic about it.
No, I said, do you think it is? I don't think that's even what it's. Well, okay, but just what do you think though? You're just skeptical, you said?
You know, I've been raised Christian, so I'd like to believe it, but again, I'm a skeptic, so I don't really believe it.
I mean, do you think there's any sacred texts that are divinely inspired? Or like even to the point of being able to like embody certain higher realms of consciousness and even heavenly realms and high level truths within the actual writings themselves or the inscriptions?
No, not really. I just think it could have been anyone that written that stuff. I don't think there's been inspiration of a higher consciousness or something like that.
For any sacred text of any tradition throughout all time, you don't think there's any validity to any of them?
Well, they might have grounded in some truth, but like if you tell a story to one person and that one person has to tell it to 100 other persons, and it digresses over decennia, I think the story itself gets polluted, gets corrupted. Like I've heard stories about like that most of the Bible stories that are just old folklore that's been converted into a book, something in that way.
North, you there? Are you still in here, North?
Yeah, man, I about fell asleep. What's up?
What I'll do, I'm going to send you a message, and I'll just send you some information for you to read through yourself. That's probably the best thing to do. And then when you get a chance, let me know what you think. You'll understand my position a bit better than I'm explaining it to you here.
Yeah, will do, man.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the chat.
Yeah, you guys were on fire there for a while. That was good. That was great.
It's funny that you guys know the Bible through and through, but nobody can answer these questions.
No, like I said, it's probably not the right platform here to have that discussion, and that discussion can go on for 4 or 5 hours straight, really. Yeah, but
Is there a relation between believers of religion and flat Earth?
I believe that there are a lot of flat Earth Bible believers, because the Bible doesn't outright state that the Earth is flat, but Hebrew cosmology describes it as being flat, and the descriptions in the Bible describe it as being flat. So they say it's stationary, it's immovable, it's on foundations. It takes its form like a clay stamp on an envelope. It says that it's the sun and the moon that are moving, not the earth. Basically, the Bible explains that the earth is the center of God's creation, and the heliocentric model describes the sun at the center of the creation. And this is where I think it comes back to those occult beliefs and the opposite of Christianity, that it's sun worship, it's pagan worship, having the sun at the center of creation.
Isn't the biggest thing that they mentioned the firmament in Genesis?
They do mention the firmament, but I think there's a lot of other proofs in there other than the firmament, talking about the earth being stationary, that it cannot be moved, that it's on foundations, that it's the sun and the moon that are moving and not the earth, that the earth is the center of God's creation. He sits above it like a footstool, looking at all the creatures inhabiting it like a tent. So all the descriptions give a stationary flat earth description. And yes, it does mention that there is a firmament, which is usually argued by flat earthers as the containment. But again, we can say that we need containment, but what it is, I can't tell you. The original Hebrew is rakia, which means to hammer out a metal, something flat, to pound, to beat, to overlay something with metal or something solid, is the original Hebrew meaning of the word.
I find it kind of odd that faith is admired and it's used as your ticket to heaven. So your ticket to heaven is essentially your ability to believe in the absence of any evidence. And if you do that, if you don't have any evidence, then you're rewarded forever.
I think that there's evidence that the Bible's real. I think that, from the discussions we've just had, the time period it was written, how it was written, things that predicts things that have happened. I don't believe the way that the churches teach it and cause the confusion. And I think that the churches have just been infiltrated like everything else on this earth. I mean, you just have to look around to see that the debauchery is just getting worse by the day. Just got to look at our music, our movies, the degrading of women. That's all it's about these days is, your girlfriend's a bitch or a hoe, and it's just disgusting. And this is, you can see that it's getting worse.
That the church has been infiltrated, that's a fact. But like the origin of itself, of the church, it's a more interesting one.
Well, I have my theories on that as well from doing church history at a Bible college, but that's a very long subject.
Because the Romans, they started the church, right? They used to be about the whole bunch of religions, but then one emperor came in charge and he started the Christian religion.
No, so it was. I would not call the Catholic Church the original church, because the Catholic Church has some very flawed teachings, as well as proven that they're pagan worshippers. Maybe not in the lower levels in the churches, but at the higher levels, 100%. And they did that in the past because they wanted to control church and state. So what they did was they wanted everybody in the church worshipping, and they would put a pagan symbol behind a Christian symbol. So, for example, the sun behind Jesus's head, and the pagans would come in and worship their sun god, and the Christians would come in and worship their Jesus the Son. And it was the Reformation by a monk who was reading the Bible, Martin Luther, who was reading and saying, hang on a second, you guys are doing this, but the Bible says that we shouldn't be doing this. And this is where our modern day Christianity has formed out of that Reformation of the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah, but it's still based on a story coming from the Catholic Church. Like,
Well,
like
it's based on the
Martin?
Bible. It's based on the Bible, but then everyone, again, has their own interpretation. And I believe that a lot of people twist the interpretation, especially the churches, to suit them making money. I mean, the churches are just full of sinful people, and the Bible says, let God be true and every man a liar. So that includes the pastor standing on stage.
But that's a really big thing, the interpretation of things. Like the Bible is very cryptic. Like you can present a story to someone and they can make their own interpretation. But if you tell it to somebody else, they make their own. So
I think me and North are almost on the same page, apart from a couple of small details. Well, maybe not small details, but
you see,
at
there
the
you
end of the
go.
day,
There you go.
but at the end of the day, that can be flushed out with scripture, because scripture does support scripture. And if you can find the supporting verses to support what you believe it means, then there is no need for man's interpretation. You go back and you, like North was doing, going through the prophecies, going through different scriptures that are supporting that point of view, whereas a lot of people cherry pick the scriptures and give them an interpretation that they want to give to them, rather than letting the Bible interpret itself.
And
That's a big problem.
What about the different denominations? Like, do some of them have it wrong, and like some of them are going to go to hell because they're like bickering between the?
Well, with the denominations, like I said earlier, I do believe 100% that most of these denominations have started to make money. All these churches are all tax exempt. They all, to a certain extent, have to teach what the government allows them to teach to keep that tax exemption. That's why a lot of them closed down with recent events, and no one could go because they're controlled. So I think that a lot of that comes down to the money, and what they tend to do. This is the argument that discussion that me and North were having, is that it depends on when you believe your church began as to what you believe in the scriptures. So, if you believe that, like the Baptists, that your church began with John the Baptist, then anything to do with prophecy with John the Baptist, anything from John the Baptist forward, well, then that's your church. Whereas, there's other churches that believe that the church started in Acts when the Spirit came down. So they disregard some of that other stuff, and they believe, the prophecies surrounding Acts, and they move forward from there. So I'm saying the church began with the dispensation of grace after Acts 28, when Israel was set aside and it was sent out to the Gentiles. I'm saying that's where our church began today. So it all depends on where you believe the church began in the Bible.
So I have a question. If you never if you live in rural Africa, and you're a tribesman, you never heard of God, what happens then? Like, do you
They
go
have
live around
their
God?
own. They have their own spiritualities, depending on which areas you're in, and yeah, and many of them going very ancient and very deep traditions.
But I mean,
Well,
in the
that is
Christian
one
model.
reason. I
What would you
suppose
say,
the
Alan?
Bible sort of preaches that the fulfillment of the Gentiles. So that time is going to come when everybody's had the opportunity to hear that salvation word from the Bible. Now, the other perspective is, I suppose, that if there is a creator and there is one God, that the Bible talks about people being separated. They were given different languages because they were conspiring against God. Who's to say that their religion that they're following and their language is still not God?
Okay. Flying High, I want to ask you something. What's the last book that talks about Jesus returning and shit, and the moon turning red and all that kind of weird shit?
Well, that would be Revelation, but
Yes,
again,
Revelations. Yeah.
so my belief, and this may not be North's or anybody else's, and I can show you scripture that back it, but this is discussions I want to have with North, is that as Gentiles in this dispensation of grace, it says that we're forgiven for our sins, that we're sealed with the Holy Spirit. Now, Revelation is God coming to wage war on the earth. He's coming back to take what is his from the powers and principalities. The Bible explains that we're ambassadors for Christ, left here to do his will. Ambassadors are always taken out before a war. So I believe that those that are in Christ, or that those who have been forgiven for their sin, aren't going to be here to go through the war to receive the punishment of those who did not believe. Otherwise, God's an Indian giver. He says, your sins are forgiven. And then he turns around and says, I'm going to punish you for your sins. That sort of doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
go over
because you
that.
can't just have someone else forgive your sins for you. You have to change yourself. You have to learn yourself.
Correct.
No one else can do it for you. It's not even involved with any other entity other than oneself ultimately.
Yeah, we can go over that tomorrow if Gio doesn't mind, or maybe tomorrow night or tomorrow evening sometime. If time permits and nothing's being said of great importance, we could go over those things in Revelation that we perhaps disagree on.
But
well, yeah, we could always. I can fire up Livestream too anytime, and they'll both be running live. So anytime that's easy to turn on, and we can also do events too, like North, like you've done events in the past. So yeah, if you guys want to do an event, just let me know, and we can add it to the schedule.
We just have to work out a good time. We're in some pretty crazy time differences. I don't know what the North was just saying before. It's probably 2 a.m. over there. Well, I got 6 p.m. So, but I can put time aside to do anything. It's all good.
Yeah, because if you guys wanted to have it, or we can do it in here uninterrupted as well. But if you had it in a live stream where you have the moderator abilities as well, like I can give those to you temporarily as well, so you can be able to for the event. So that way, if you wanted to like host it or moderate it in a particular way, with particular panel members and all of that. So because when it's an open room and if it's open topic, then people may just to be able to have like the time, the space for it, so you guys can have all the space you need to go through everything.
Yeah, we'll work it out, man. Yeah, like I said, it's real late. I'm going to bed, so yeah, we'll work it out.
I have a question about where you're born.
Where you're what?
Where you're born. So I guess where you're born plays a large role in what religion you have, and then what religion you die with. Like 90% of wherever you were born and taught is how you're going to die. So did God plan, if you're born in India, and you believe whatever Indians believe, are you just destined to hell based on your geography?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think
That's
anyone's
kind of fucked, isn't it?
I don't think anyone's destined for hell. hell is a state of consciousness. There are realms in which that exists, but I don't think any soul just goes there forever after death. That's not a thing.
Yeah,
There is
but
like you can be trapped when like there's like demonic entities and there's like ghosts and things like that. So there's that, but it's not like a realm that if you sinned in life that you just have to go to forever. That whole concept I think was just fabricated to control people.
it is kind of fascinating though. Like I get what he's saying. Like people get born into Hinduism, in Muslim religion, the Quran, and you guys are saying like the Christian religion is like the chosen one, that it is the truth, I guess. But so all those people that are not born into it, that don't humble into it by accident, they're all doomed.
Well, I can only speak for myself. I mean, obviously everybody has all kinds of different viewpoints on spirituality and religion and philosophy of life and all of these components. But in my viewpoint, all of these different traditions are part of the creator. They're all part of the whole. So the Vedics, the ancient Chinese, all of these different traditions, and like the Norse, the Aztecs, the Mayans, endless different, even going back to like Atlantis and Lemuria as well. Anyways, but so all of these lineages, they're all unique expressions of the divine, in my viewpoint, of the creator. There isn't any one that has to be the way for anyone, but all of them are expressed through humans in different ways. And it seems as though the creator intertwines and kind of creates all of them in its own capacity to create all of that rich diversity. And there's truth and there's various different components woven within all of them.
Isn't it a fact that energy can't be created or destroyed? So if your energy or your spirit, then it can't be destroyed.
Any of you guys watch Robert Sapolsky on YouTube?
Who?
Dr. Robert Sapolsky's a professor at Stanford. He spent time in the forest with apes, and he teaches a bunch of different.
Did you read the Bible to apes?
No, he kind of goes into religiosity though, and like its functions, and like some speculation as to how it could have evolved, if you believe in evolving. Essentially, he speculates that it evolved, as a ritualistic thing to do practical actions like, don't mix pork with beef, and all sorts of practical, life guidance things that we like co-evolved with.
So I shouldn't be
really.
stuffing a pig into a cow and then wrapping it in bacon before I roast it. It's pretty tasty.
I want to add something, and I'd like your opinion on it. Like, it's a fact that like the higher up people, in maybe not in government, but above that, like the royalties and shit, they have all this satanic shit they're doing, and there's reason why they're doing it. Like, I think if you know Star Wars, like you got the dark side, so I think they're corrupted by the dark side in some kind of way, if you can compare it like that. So there must be a light way, like the way of the Jedi, shit like that. What do you guys think?
Say it again.
About what exactly?
I maybe just reword it. It was kind of too long-winded, not like long-winded, but it was wordy. So just just ask it again if you could in just like a concise way. So I'm not trying to call you out for being wordy. I'm just saying in my mind it was like I wasn't able to. So yeah, just if you could share one more time.
Yeah, first time I think about it, but it's hard to word it out. But let's just say there's like these people that are hardcore satanic, and there's a reason for that, I guess. They're like inspired by demonic forces. I really don't know how to word this shit.
Yeah. Well, I think in a sense, this entire realm is a form of a spirit world. It's just one that has the physical thing we call physical matter, and we're humans within it. But it's like one world in which we exist, spirits and souls exist. But there's many other layers and levels of dimensions of consciousness and spirit worlds. And they're all, in a sense, intertwined and connected. Although with this one, there can be direct interplay with certain other spirit world components. So I think from the highest sort of angelic side, and then also from the demonic, which is interesting with the concepts of the upper world and the underworld. The upper world being the heavens, the angelic, whereas the underworld being, I mean, not all of the underworld is evil, but there is that component of it, of the underworld, that does have all of that to it. The very demonic and dark, and things that are trying to tear you down rather than lift you up. And all of those.
Maybe I could make it a bit more specific, like in Freemasonry, it's mostly based on the Bible, I think, like especially in the early degrees, like a lot of Christians are Freemasons, but when you approach the higher ranks, they make you do weird rituals like spitting on the cross and stuff, and they make Lucifer into like the true God. Like it's fascinating to me.
I think that, even the Christian churches, if you want to think about it this way, the biggest achievement they had was crucifying Christ. And what do these churches display? The cross that he was crucified on. Wouldn't that be a trophy to them? And the Bible says that you shouldn't be, making graven images of God or any of these things. And this is exactly what all these churches do, in direct opposition.
Yeah, I agree. It has to do a lot with symbology.
Is there a mod in here at the moment?
Geo is here.
Do you mind if I drop a link into the chat? I suppose it's just further information on what I was trying to discuss earlier. If anyone wants to go and look at it, they can. Might give a bit more understanding. Is that okay?
It better be pornography.
Only me.
Chat. Why is there pervs in the chat? Fuck. This day and age, everyone's a fucking pervert for some reason.
I don't know. It's a bit strange. He wants to see photos of me.
Flying high, yeah. You can post the link you wanted to post in the, of course, in the live stream text. Yeah, you've got the role. You can post if you need to post like a PDF.
Yeah, cool. Oh, it's just a link to a sermon thing, like a teaching thing. So if anyone's interested in what I was having to say, they can go further and have a look, and that'll sort of explain the position.
Nice.
Flying high. I have to admire you. You're not throwing out anyone that comes with some other interpretation of stuff. It's something I admire.
Well, like with the flat Earth, I mean, I can't change anyone's mind. I can present what I have, and there's times I get fired up as well about certain things, but generally I try to stay pretty calm. Otherwise, it's a wasted conversation.
True indeed.
Nice. Big Geo.
Yo, what's up, Noah?
How you doing?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
I don't know, bro. I've actually been thinking about you sometimes when I'm on other servers. Like, man, I miss Geo for some reason. I don't know.
I usually have that when I'm jerking off. I think about Geo.
What is with this perv? Holy shit!
That wasn't me. I'm just throwing it in right now.
Everything has to be made like to some perverted thing nowadays. Weird.
It's called humor, you know.
Yeah, perverted humor. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry to butt in, but I got to go, guys. Thanks for the chat.
All right, shoots. Well, catch
Good
you,
night,
sir.
big guy.
See you later.
Yeah. Cheers, Fun High. Yeah, no, I feel like if we met in person, we would get along well, dude. I feel like we would just laugh and have a great time. I hope we get that chance someday.
Yo, you know, Witsit said he might visit me. I'll be fucking stoked if he came to Hawaii. I don't know how willing he is to go into the big surf. I want to see that fucking fuck going in the big waves. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Funny.
dude, that would be awesome, man. If we, I was thinking recently, like, you know, many of us that have known each other on here for months, years, you know, if like to should be able to meet in person. Like, imagine if like 10 of us were all just in a room together. It'd be off the charts. Like the frequency.
Yeah, you, me, Jeremy. I mean, we could even have Kosho come, just to like give us the normie take. You know what I mean on like what's going on.
Can I come?
Someone to balance it out, or it would get too crazy. I think I don't know.
Yeah. No, I see in the future we could do retreats. You know, like I mean, we could have like various like getting together, just kind of more like private type, getting together, just a few of us type of thing, but also like bigger, actual retreats as well, where depending on different numbers of people, because obviously you could do like a thing of just like 15 or 20, but then there's even ways to do like hundreds. And there's places like. Yeah, there's places in South America, like thousands of acres, beautiful. Yeah.
Isn't there this big flat Earth meeting in America somewhere where all the flat earthers come to?
Yeah, but do we want to hang out with those guys, or do we already have like our specialty group already?
Dude, I went to this one event a couple years ago. Wasn't really an event. It was more just like homies camping and partying, like all of us, like actually just chilling. It wasn't like an event in that style. It was called Flat Camp. And this guy, he kind of organized it, and he did, I think he did like 2 of them. And I went to like the second one, and ODD was there. So I got to meet ODD, and we talked like all night, and we like there was a big bonfire, a big fire, and we were all hanging out, and it was just amazing, dude. Like, so it wasn't like an event, like wasn't like publicized in that way. It was more just people that of like the flat earthers that were getting together, and just like within the communities that people knew each other. So that was just amazing, dude. Like we stayed up all night by the fire, just chilling, partying. It was like good food. There wasn't any like globaler that was trying to battle you and tell you you're wrong. There's like none of that shit. It was just everybody was in high vibes, amazing. We were all just connecting and sharing information and just vibing in a way that was like, for all in different communities of in my life, like there's something about people that know what the earth is just the energy is so high in person, because like that they understand that core foundation, and then you're just like there's so much more to like learn from one another after you have that. It's just like the knowledge is just endless. It's awesome.
Wait,
You know who else
how
I
many
like
people
hanging
were
out
there?
with? Is a New Perspective, man. That guy seems like a cool dude. Me and him always like DM each other like certain information and stuff, and like I don't know, bro. I feel like New Perspective would be a cool cat to hang out with also.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But you said ODD TV was there?
Yeah, I got to meet him. Yeah, he was there.
I'm just wondering how many people were there actually at that camp? Just in general, how many people?
Oh, if I had to guess, maybe 30, 20, 30, 40. Not everybody spent the night there. Like some people were, but like I lived close enough by that I just drove there and drove home because it was pretty close to.
That's very interesting, though. Like, I had my doubts about ODD TV. Like, he could have been a psyop, maybe.
Oh no, he's legit. I'm 100% sure on that. Yeah, he's not a plant or an agent or anything. I hung out with him. I hung out with him all night, dude. I got to know him pretty well, and yeah, he's definitely.
Are you talking about FEMA camp?
No.
Yeah, well, we're gonna all meet up in the FEMA camps. I'll see you guys there.
Well, no, I don't know if you know about that. That was a thing, dude. It was called Flat Earth Music and Arts, FEMA. It was a thing
that's so lit.
It was not.
I didn't know that was a name.
The thing I went to was called Flat Camp, which was different. But the FEMA thing, I didn't go to that. That was IPS, Infinite Plane Society. That was
Yes, I know who that is. Yeah.
I think he did like 2 of them. Maybe was there more than one? One of the
he did one in Albuquerque where he lives, and to begin with, which was an art show, a flat Earth art show and presentation. You can still actually see it. I'll find the link and put it in the chat. It's interesting because it was kind of right around the time. It was 2017 when things were still a little bit new and people were trying to, figure out what's going to happen with all this. And they had a globe pinata, which was awesome too. I wasn't there. I wasn't at either of them, but a globe pinata, there's a really cool video to go along with that where they're just like bashing this pinata, and then people made art pieces and brought them, to signify the whole death of the globe, or, flat earth truth type stuff. And there were some good talks there. I was there when I was in the chat when the FEMA idea came up. It was Issa Mahalski that came up with that idea, in fact. And he should just call it Flat Earth Music and Arts Festival. Because we were all worried at the time whether they're going to put us in FEMA camps. Kind of that talk was going on. Like, shit, are they going to put all the flat earthers in FEMA camps? Like, we'll just make our own FEMA camp. Call it FEMA. And then a few people got freaked out because it was like, wait, were we like cursing it by calling it FEMA? Holy shit, in fact, there was a weirdness that went on with the change of venue, and Snack to the Future, who's in here, was there, and he was a big part of helping get that all set up and running especially when it changed courses. But there was like they wanted to have like an extravagant layout, which they did. They had like a bar where you could get like weed, just whatever you wanted, weed and stuff like that, and
a weed bar. That sounds kind of hot, man.
Yeah, it was cool. And then it was on a rooftop actually. It was kind of a cool setting where they ended up having it. They had One Big Love, which is a cool band, a cool flat earth band that a lot of people don't know about. The other one was oh man, there's a really other good band. I'll mention it when I remember it. But regardless, it was just a little bit makeshift. And then IPS showed up, and his girlfriend, I guess at the time, or I think might be his wife now. Anyway, she didn't have her ID with her, which is why he said he had to leave. But then people were kind of sketched out like he's not staying, and people were just like freaked out at the time still about this. Like this is kind of a big deal. Like, are they going to come blow us up? I even think there was a talk of a bomb threat or something like that at the time. It was weird.
We all know that wouldn't be like the government. That'd be some crazy glober, like NASA shill.
Or at least it would be portrayed now. It could be the government just portraying it as some crazy glover. You never know.
Well, I heard somebody. This obviously just total like a wild idea, kind of, but like it's obviously this is even kind of could be considered paranoid. But there was an idea like at maybe one of those first like big flat Earth conventions that maybe they would have some like CIA agents that would come in, have like a backpack, and then have it filled with like some poison, and then just put the backpack down, and then just leave, and then it's just releasing all this poison and it kills everybody.
Right. Well, I mean, when you think about what you're going up against, I mean, it is an institution that collects $50-60 million a day. I mean, do you want to fight that?
But do you really think you guys are a threat right now?
What's that?
Do you really think you guys are a threat to the system right now?
No, but I think the system wanted us to do this. So that's the reason I felt comfortable in talking about it, because I figured that's what they want anyway. I don't know why. But regardless, they were useful on both sides for whatever reason.
Well, I think the
Why would
truth
Obama,
about
why
the
would
shape of
Obama
the
vote?
Earth, the truth about the
Yeah.
shape of the Earth is one of the biggest threats to it's the biggest to their
Yeah.
entire system. If that comes out, they will not maintain their position of power. There's no way they'll be able to.
It's actually already come out as a thing. It was out in 2017. It was over in 2017. If you were listening closely to the debates, it was all over. You know, anyone paying attention. So that's why it seemed a little bit threatening, even at that time. Like, wait a minute, this is over for anyone paying attention. And these archives are not going away. People will save these videos. These debates have been clearly one person obfuscating and trying to come up with all these different ways of excusing one contradiction after another. And now it's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they knew the AI was going to not be able to contradict itself forever, and they had to embrace it somehow. I don't know.
I think it's really important to look. I think it's really important to look at those debates, right? Because the early debates, you know, we kind of really didn't know a lot. We were all still learning and everything, but we still had them on the ropes in the early days, even though we weren't really prepared for that debate. Meanwhile, they had like, you know, hundreds of years, you know, preparing for this debate and writing it down. And we had, you know, kind of forgotten, like most people weren't flat earthers at the time, but when it came out on Joe Rogan, you know, Eddie Bravo, look into it, man, just look into it. You know, that was kind of the point where it's like, oh, this is out on Joe Rogan. Like, people know, like UFC, sports, mainstream media, and then you have people like B.O.B. were putting out mixtapes, right, for free, which was really strange. But yeah, it wasn't just B.O.B. It was, you know, everywhere. It was like, everywhere you look, people are talking about the flat Earth thing, and everybody was scoffing. And now it's just kind of like, well, yeah, I know.
You know, it's funny you mention Eddie Bravo, because I always used to watch the Joe Rogan show, you know, when it was still on YouTube, and then I saw Eddie Bravo, and I was like, what the fuck is this dude talking about, you know? No, and he said like what you said, just look into it. So I did. Like he was the great awakening for me. Like that show that turned me on, man.
You could almost argue that Joe Rogan was doing his part for it by playing the dumb Glober, because he didn't do a very good job of defending it. And he just let Eddie Bravo chew him up, basically, which could be his way of saying it without saying it, you know?
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought Brandon Schnaub was like a legitimate Glober, and Joe Rogan was like, y'all go at it, you know? Like, go ahead, argue it out, have it out.
He knows. I mean,
Well,
you have to
yeah,
totally
he
lack
did
common
that whole
sense to
thing
go
where-
believe in the vote.
You think
Go
Joe
ahead.
Rogan thinks the Earth is a planar stationary Earth?
I think he knows for sure. What, does he have no common sense? He has no common sense?
He probably knows so well that he doesn't go into the other stuff. You know, he doesn't like he probably knows what the shape is, but
Okay,
knows it's not a
how are you
bubble.
suggesting he knows? How are you suggesting that?
Well,
Like,
he was all about the moon landing, the fakery to begin with, right? And then he basically publicly walked it back because he said, if the Illuminati wants to pay me, I'll lie to my mother, right? So, you know, it's like a public confession that I'm lying now, you know, and he's
Exactly.
you know, now since been lying, right? So it's like, I know he's watched all the videos. I mean, a guy that's on a public platform talking about real issues finds out what the truth is about things usually. I imagine obsessively like we do, even more so. And how can you go out of any of these discussions that are at length and talking about details and still think, oh yeah, it's a globe? Come on, really.
Well, he has like a full video I'm seeing of him explaining why he changes his mind. What is this?
Oh, I heard recently he's been talking about walking back. He's been walking back the moon landing, saying that it wasn't real that time, and I think they're trying to do like this whole like saving it by admitting it type thing, like saying, okay, that was fake at the time because we didn't really have the technology. It was important for the space race. We won, and then now we've got this plasma technology, and you know we're going to be able to do it for real. That's I think where they're trying to go.
I want to add something else. Like Joe Rogan, he has big connections with Alex Jones. Like they're friends.
Yep.
But in some kind of way that makes me kind of sus about it, you know.
Of course.
Alex
Well,
Jones,
that's-
he's the guy that he's the biggest psyop ever, man.
Biggest show ever, yeah. Totally.
Well, he's
Exactly.
I
they
think
both live here in Austin now.
I think a lot of what Alex Jones says is true, but I think it's kind of like what New Perspective said. It's kind of like the Illuminati's way of kind of like, all right, what are we gonna do? And okay, we need this guy to kind of announce it to get our karmic whatever cleared. And so they basically have Alex Jones like announce what they're gonna enact on us before they do it, so then they can kind of, oh, see, look, Alex Jones warned you. You know what I mean?
That's a big.
I think he's. I think he started out being purely authentic, believes all that shit, everything he says, and he just got more and more popular and more money
control
by advertising, basically. And he's more about promoting, sustaining his lifestyle. I don't think he's. So I think what he puts out is sprinkled with flair and that kind of stuff, but it's also based in true stories that he's, true stuff that he believes.
No, it's truth mixed with lies, just like rat poisoning. He says that the Muslims control Hollywood. Kosha, who controls Hollywood?
Anyway, yeah, so he, a lot of stuff that you hear from him could be untrue, but I don't think it's because somebody's.
I think he was a troll from the beginning. What's his name? What's his name? Bill Cooper called him out from the
Bill
beginning.
Hicks.
No, Bill Hicks.
Oh, you mean Bill Cooper
Bill
called out Alex.
Cooper is Bill Cooper is different from Bill Hicks or whatever. Bill Cooper called him out from the beginning, and then the story of how he snuck into that was his claim to fame, is he snuck
Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, he snuck into Bohemian Grove. That was his claim to fame, and the whole story about how he snuck in and stuff is just, the whole story doesn't add up. And the fact that Bill Hicks would just, so when you listen to Bill Hicks, who the fuck said Bill Hicks? Bill Cooper.
Because people think that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. That's why.
Yeah, now I'm fucked up because I keep saying, but Bill Cooper basically from the very beginning. And when you listen to Bill Cooper, bro, the guy doesn't get emotional and yell, and you know what I mean? But then you hear him just, I don't know, bro. Just watch Bill Cooper show him up as a shill, and then just look into people who just his claim to fame. I think from the very beginning, the guy's been a fucking
Wait,
plant.
what was your point about Bohemian Grove? Because that's really fascinating when you go into Bohemian Grove and Alex Jones getting there. Did people send him there?
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
point,
like
actually.
he was
I never
set
really
up.
thought
It was
about
set
that.
up to make it look like he broke in and was giving us this secret footage and stuff. When it seems like when you look into it, that's definitely not really like he was that espionage oriented. He was just let in to be the shill that he's become.
I never even thought about that, dude, because that would seem. I always thought that was like strange that he had, gotten broken into Bohemian Grove. Somehow he found out where it was and got some name tags or however it was that he got in.
Yeah, and then he's
Unless
allowed
it's
to
just
show
that
his
easy.
footage.
Well,
right.
There was a guy before him who actually legitimately snuck into the thing, and that guy got no media attention whatsoever. And then there was Bill Cooper, who had a radio. So basically, I forget the original guy who snuck in, but there's a guy who originally snuck into the Bohemian Grove
really?
20 years. Yeah, 20 years before Alex Jones did it. And then there was Bill Cooper, who was kind of the conspiracy theorist radio guy before Alex Jones took over. And then just so happens nobody knows about the original guy who exposed them. And just so happens that the one conspiracy guy who has a conspiracy radio basically gets gunned down. And then all of a sudden the new conspiracy radio guy is Alex Jones. It's kind of like they just replaced all the old guys. And then, this is the new conspiracy guy. Go to him to get all your info. And then now info wars. You know what I mean?
Exactly that. If you were the guy that actually snuck into it, they would have killed you by now. there's been so many
Right.
people that have been killed, like people that come close to Bill and Clinton and stuff, that they get killed if they want to sue them. Like everybody gets killed around them. Like
Yeah,
the
but
fact that he doesn't get killed is very suspect.
yeah, but who's gonna
Yeah.
kill him? Who's gonna kill him for breaking into Bohemian Grove?
There's many ways you can kill a person.
No.
Like
I didn't
it's
say
not
how
that
would
hard.
you kill him. Not how would you kill him. I'm saying who would kill him. Now let's say that
Well,
there's people
whoever,
who
Like
run
all the
whoever
Bohemian
members in
Grove.
Bohemian Grove, like
Yeah, let's say people
everybody
who
that's
run it.
been
They
part there, the people
see
that
his footage.
invented the nuclear bomb and shit that been to
Yeah, but there's no
Bohemian Grove.
nuclear bomb shit there. He didn't get
The
any
people that invented the
politicians.
nuclear bomb, they went to the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, I know, but he didn't get any footage of any politicians there and anybody
It's
important.
non-related, but the people in such power, they could easily get someone killed. You know, just car
Sure, yeah,
crash,
I
something
understand
like
that.
that. You know, like it's
I
easy.
understand they could kill him. So, they could slip him a fucking Mickey and then hold his mouth shut for 5. I know they can kill him. I'm not asking how could
Sure.
they
Coach, you know people.
I'm saying who would kill him, and
How would
why?
anyone how is anyone supposed to know exactly who it would be?
Yeah, well, then why were you saying he'd be dead?
Well, because
I
it would
don't
be
think,
something
like,
that they would take a
I
they wouldn't allow
have
to
an
happen.
answer. I have
even
an
though
answer
these
for
guys,
both.
even though these guys could take anyone out because they have control over like the entire system in the way that they can do that, but it doesn't mean that they always will. Like karmically, it may not be destined for that person. So like,
Well,
I think
or that
ultimately
person
this,
to be useful or hired, like Alex Jones.
I wanted to say, like, if a local mafia, the mafia of a city, can hire hitmen to whack you if you get in the way of their business, I'm sure the CIA can tap the mafia to do it for them. I'm sure the CIA
Yeah,
have their own
exactly.
hitman. I'm sure the CIA can tap the mafia and have the mafia do their dirty work for them. They probably have dirt
Sure.
on the mafia. Say, yeah, bud, like we're gonna need you to kill this guy, or these pictures are gonna fucking get released and your fucking gig is up. Or the CIA have their own trained hitman inside of it. So those are two sources right there, and that's just the
Unquestionably,
mob
there'd
and
be
just
no
the
problem.
CIA.
If they wanted to do it. If they wanted to do it, I don't know why. Kosho, what's your meaning for asking that? Like, why would somebody have to know who would do it to make it valid?
I'm trying to keep my patience here, but
Coach, just
it's not
lose your patience. Just lose it.
It's not a ridiculous thing to ask. New perspective. I personally think it's ridiculous.
Well, you know, no one would.
I personally think it's ridiculous to suggest that without having any reason. So when I ask why would they do that, and we just say, oh, well, they could pay a mafia. I know what they could do, but what reason would they have to kill him, and why would they take the effort and whatever? Like, why would they even have the desire to kill him for that?
Who are you talking
Well, they
about?
wouldn't. The
For
point is that he was
Bohemian
hired.
Grove.
He was hired to tell us the truth about things to begin with, so they wouldn't want to kill him. But if he was actually doing something that what they didn't like, then they would kill him. Right? That's the point.
The thing I presented it with was like he's controlled opposition. Of course, they want him to get traction. Like everybody that thinks, oh wait, this is the guy that went to Bohemian Grove. He must be legit. Like that's how I think about it.
Exactly. They use 9/11 that way too. Anybody's that telling you the truth about 9/11, which is obvious to anybody that looks into it, in my opinion, then you can listen to anything else they say. If they're telling you the truth about 9/11, then aliens must be real too, because they said that, or whatever they, anchor it with. Hello? Did I kill the chat?
I personally think Alex Jones is actually hooked on some sort of stimulant. Personally,
yeah,
I don't think that's his normal personality. I think he's actually has like a meth addiction or something of that type. The way he
Adderall,
acts is
very
Adderall something. Yeah, Adderall is basically meth. Something along those lines. Some stimulant. He acts like he's hooked on fucking crack or something. Like he's
no. I don't think that. I think he knows himself. He's playing a character. he can go crazy sometimes. He knows that, so he's just gonna do that. He's gonna go crazy. It's gonna
It's like Hitler,
Who
bro.
knows?
Watch
like
those
the people.
videos of
It's
Hitler.
like how are we gonna figure that out? Does it really matter? Like, he's crazy regardless if he's hooked on something.
The people that believe in him, that they can see through some mirrors, but like it's a great way to avoid the majority of the population to just reject the guy because the crazy shit
Yeah.
he's doing, like it's the ultimate tool. But still, you have the conspiracy people that will still think better of him.
Yeah, we were talking about that in here the other day about how crazy it is to try to explain to somebody, the normie, in your family or whatever, how complicated the layers are and how they use subterfuge to like if you try to explain, like I did with my mom, trying to explain to her that Alex Jones is controlled opposition, then you're really crazy. It's like it's like believing what he says is crazy. But if you think that he's saying it on purpose, you're really crazy, right?
Well, wait, I want to know two things. Does your mom watch Alex Jones?
No, but she's heard about him through the regular mainstream because now he's like the Sandy Hook denier that got sued for billions of dollars, all that kind of shit. So
Okay, but if you don't know Alex Jones and you're gonna talk about him being a psyop, that's the next level. The first level is you believe in him.
Right.
Okay, if you believe in him, all right. But then the next level is he a psyop? Because you have to look into him before you can know he's a psyop.
But a psyop a psyop on top of a psyop is the next level that even a lot of conspiracy theorists can't get to. Like my
You think
friends
Alex
that
Jones?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go
Well, I was
ahead.
gonna say my friends that admitted that I was right about 9/11. Then by the time they called me to tell me that, I'm like, and also the 9/11 truth movement was controlled opposition, and they were actually working for the same people that actually can, like then they're like, oh no, because they were hearing all the 9/11 truth people and now on their side, and now they have to start questioning them as well. So it works perfectly. You make you control the opposition, obviously.
Muslims run Hollywood? What a dumb shit. What a fucking dumb shit. What a dumb shit.
I'm sorry,
Muslims
Gio,
run Hollywood. I
Gio,
swear to God.
What were you gonna say? You sounded excited. I didn't want you to stop talking when I was continuing.
Oh, I was just gonna say, if you were saying Alex Jones, or is that who you were saying a psyop within a psyop? I was just saying, like, do you think he's that complex though? Because he seems like kind of a simple dude in a way. Like he kind of okay, let me say this. Have you guys ever heard the idea that he actually is just a normal dude, believe it or not? That he's just that's just him? He's just a guy?
That means that they actually let people like say things like he says, and they don't actually control the opposition, which would be stupid on their part because.
Well, but they have been. I mean, he's kind of been taken out. I mean, he's been like banned off everything, and now he's being pounded in court and stuff. Like, I mean, he hasn't really been propped up by the control people.
That's to give him credibility because he was basically buddy with Trump.
Credibility.
Yep. Because what he was seen, he was starting to be talked about even by like halfway normal people or normies about him just being like, a mainstream guy that's, like supposed to give us this, edge. And I mean, I keep track of things and the way people kind of feel about things somehow a little bit. And it was like he was too accepted as this like mainstream conspiracy guy. And he was too buddy with Trump, and so he needed to get his credibility back by being banned. That means that and they do that with Q and all these other things. They give things credibility by banning them.
Dude, I got in trouble.
Because then the conspiracy theorists say, "Oh, they just like you just said, they took him off the platform. He must be telling us the truth."
I don't want to. Again, I'm going to keep my patience, but I got in trouble. I remember at work. I was at work in 2011. I want to say, and in the Navy. And I remember somebody saw my computer, and he's like, "Dude, you got turned." He's like, "Dude, you got to take that off the screen." I was like, "What the hell?" But he's always been taboo, and what do you call that? Like, he always put a bad taste in people's mouth. If you were not, I remember my friend. You know what? I told my friend that Jeremy Scahill got killed by a fucking remote control in his car or something like that. Because the first time I heard it was like from Alex from Infowars, and it was like 2 months before the news reported it. And I was telling my friend about it, and he's like, "Where did you get that? What's your source?" And I told him it was from Infowars, and he punched me in the arm. I remember that. He punched me in the arm for citing Infowars. So it's always been, it's never been mainstream or even accepted by anyone, not in my experience.
Well, mainstream conspiracy.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to touch on like Alex Jones being a normal guy, like the way like people need money to finance their business, and I always see Alex Jones talking about these supplements. You know, you need to buy this and that. Like, if he was controlled opposition, would they just finance him? Like, I think that the big thing about this strategy is like selling these supplements for some reason. So I find that's really interesting.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, that's a business model, of course. Like that whole thing, you have your radio show, you talk about your topics, and then you sell products, especially all the supplement things. Yeah, that's basically his whole business model is do the shows to get people to buy the products, and then obviously whatever money he can make off the shows as well. But yeah, I mean, he kind of has the vibe of a guy that like. I'm not that he was like a struggling artist necessarily. Maybe at the beginning, not artist, but like radio show dude, basically, who kind of had to make his whole kind of business, basically.
Yeah, I think he was controlled from the very start, and he was just the figurehead for the info wars that they, built around the whole idea that the government is, conspiring against the people, which they obviously are. But if they tell you that, the revelation of the method is to tell you the truth and then use that truth to sell you more lies, which defines Alex Jones.
That's a bad strategy.
I will tell you one thing.
Yeah, go ahead,
if you tell a girl that you're trying to turn her on and then you're successful at turning her on, she's going to be way more turned on than if you just tried to turn her on and not told her.
It's a good analogy.
Good point.
I don't know how it's the analogy, but it is a good analogy regardless. And speaking of which,
oh my gosh,
I'm kind of getting turned on right now.
Well, I mean, Alex Jones, he's definitely a character. There's no doubt about that. It just doesn't really seem like a good actor to me, and he kind of just I kind of think that's him. Because when he's doing his acting, like when he's doing his acting part is when it's like really just see-through and transparent. But then otherwise, it's like he seems like it's just him trying to then do the act, and even when he's acting, it's not good. So for you to say that he's a plant, it would almost have to be like, okay, he's acting that he's acting, and he's looking fake in the acting, but actually he's like a really high level, Jedi ninja that's actually, you know what I mean? I just don't see him that way. He seems not that high of a level of a dude to be able to even pull that off. Meaning he's kind of like screaming about his topics, and a lot of the stuff is just regurgitated that he's getting from other sources. That's mostly what he does. And then he just makes it more dramatic. I mean, can you think of anything Alex Jones has said that's really new, like brand new, hot off the press? It's all just recycled stuff with his kind of drama.
It's more the things he doesn't talk about. Like the things about Israel.
New stuff, then he'd actually be telling us stuff he's not supposed to.
Like he knows what he shouldn't say, like shit about Israel, like shit abroad. Like he shouldn't talk about that. He never does.
Yeah, it's funny, Gio, because I've always said, like, people talk about him being Bill Hicks. I say that he's actually could be Sam Kinison. Actually, looks way more like Sam Kinison. But regardless, if I had to bet, I'd say he's actually who he is. Actually, maybe that he was played by different people, possibly too. But regardless of any of that, I was always arguing that he's not funny enough to be those guys, either of those guys, right? Like he doesn't have the wit and like all those things. Like, where's his humor? But other people say that maybe he is that good, right?
He's definitely not. It's not. For myself, I'm 100% sure it's not the same guy as the Bill Hicks guy. Totally different people.
Yeah. Bill Hicks was a tall, lanky guy. But then, although Bill Hicks was a bear man, they're both bear men. That's why he looks more like Sam Kinison, in my opinion. regardless of that, there
There
is
is some
ties.
interesting stuff about that, though. Like he says he's some age, but in fact he looks
Yeah.
way older.
He's way older than his age, and he'd be even older than that if he was Sam Kinison. But they do have those potions, you know, where you can like reverse your age, basically.
Yeah, I found it.
Did you
So
find-
basically in 1996, Bill Cooper was the one to expose the Bohemian Grove first in 1996. And Bill Cooper, he does give his due credit, though, unlike Alex Jones, who claims he's the first guy to expose it. Bill Cooper gives his credit to research that he did from a guy from before, a guy who wrote in a place dark and secret, a book from 1985. So this is 10 years before Bill Cooper even released it, but Bill Cooper cites the book, right? Bill Cooper isn't a fucking shill like Alex Jones is. But this guy, Philip Finch, is like the original guy who exposed the Bohemian Grove to the public. And so basically, Bill Cooper was the original conspiracy radio guy, original radio broadcasts about conspiracy theories. He covered the topic of the Bohemian Grove. Well, what would that be? 5 years before Alex Jones did it? So Alex Jones did it. Alex Jones did his sneak in, but this other guy did it. What would that be? 25 years beforehand? That's 25 years. You know what I mean? Like, that's to be the first to claim that I'm the first one to do something, but someone did it 25 years before me, and then 5 years before I supposedly did it, someone else already had a radio broadcast on it. I don't know. And that's his claim to fame, right? That is Alex Jones's claim to fame. Without that incident, he wouldn't be like quote unquote the conspiracy guy.
Yeah,
so
but
it's weird.
The biggest thing about him is like his claim to fame. Like he showed the video of him being there. You know, that's the biggest claim of fame. Now the Bohemian Grove in itself, it's been quite public. Like you know, like there's been a lot of things. I think there was also a precedent that said about Bohemian Grove that it's a bunch of faggots in the woods. Something close to that.
It's definitely not completely incorrect.
They've been building this up. The whole idea of conspiracy theory has been useful to them ever since, you know, I don't know how long, but JFK for sure. And the hiring the controlled opposition to investigate the JFK murders was their first controlled opposition part of it. And then I remember seeing JFK the movie, thinking that Oliver Stone was giving us the truth about it, you know. And now I realize he was also a show, giving us the truth about that he was even murdered. I don't even think Kennedy was murdered at this point. So, you know, that's the show that we're looking at.
Yeah, that was just a whole staged thing. Yeah, no, yeah, he wasn't like nobody was shot and killed in Dealey Plaza that day.
No.
Also, Bill Cooper.
Wait, you gotta elaborate on that one. Nobody got killed for what?
Look at
Bill
how fake,
Cooper
look how fake
also.
the Oswald murder was. Well, how are they going
Bill
to fake the
Cooper-
murder of the guy that supposedly killed the guy and not fake the guy that fake the murder of the guy that he supposedly killed? But that's not my whole reasoning.
Bill Cooper literally predicted 9/11 too. You could see like how he was
He could
building
have
up
been
over
controlled
time.
too. I hate to even admit it about him. He could have been controlled too, because you have
Bill
people that are
Cooper
telling you
could
the
have been.
truth, and then you trust them.
Yeah.
He could have. All of these people, anybody that's put in front of us that has a name that everybody knows, most likely is controlled opposition, in my opinion.
Wait, I did still want to talk about JFK not being assassinated there. What?
You can see there's some pretty good actually Russian vids did a pretty good thing about that, where he shows it was filmed twice. Second time was a dummy. Might have been seems like, if I had to guess, seems like she pulled like you could see her like go up to his head, and maybe she pulled like a release of the head exploding, right?
Yeah, it's a little Hollywood. It's a little Hollywood
lever,
thing.
little
Yeah,
lever
yeah.
she pulls, and then the head explodes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know specifically about
if it was JFK that died or not or whatever on that day, but I do know for a fact that it was some sort of Masonic ritual, even down to like the name of the city, the time, what the street looked like from above, where people were positioned when it was happening in the video. Like
Yeah.
there's a bunch of, yeah, like basically it was definitely a Masonic ritual. Now, I'm not making a claim that he died or didn't die or someone got shot or who got shot, but the actual area, when it happened, the details that were released, all of it's in Masonically encoded and extremely obvious if you find like the right channels to point out the details to you.
Well, you think about info wars, right? Like the information age. They knew they were headed towards the information age. They knew the internet was coming. They already had the internet for a long time before that, right? And the war is information, right? Separating people by information, using information to control people, giving them false stories that are partly true. I mean, this is what they've been formulating and working on for a long time. It makes sense and it works so well, you know, especially when you talk about like some of these investments people make depending on information. Crypto, you know, if you have certain things happen with like something said, whether it's true or not, that makes the stock go down.
Toshi Nakamoto literally translates to Central Intelligence Agency. Like, how much more obvious can they throw it in your fucking face? They might as well just fucking write on the top, like, enslavement device, invest here. Like, I got, dude, when people say, like, oh, like, no way if there was a mark of the beast that anyone would go along with it if they told you straight up. It would have to be a deception. I don't know. I feel like we're slowly approaching a point where literally they could literally announce, like, yep, this is the mark of the beast. Take it, you lose your soul. And yeah, and I feel like there would actually be a good amount of people in the population that would do it, regardless of what you say about it. Because they literally, it's becoming more obvious over time. You know what I mean? They're not getting less obvious.
They're using that though too. Whether it's true or not, they're using that as a fear. I mean, they use that to, you know, rally people into the Q movement and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
It's
what
all
the
about
whole
that.
like in terms of the JFK thing. It was it's like a huge psyop, basically, like a psychological operation. The whole like death of the king and everything that came with that.
Camelot, the end of Camelot. Yeah.
You know, I've watched this wild conspiracy that Michael Jackson is like Q.
Oh, come on. They'll go as far as they can go. They're like, go ahead, say whatever you want, as long as you're part of our team. You get people to believe your bullshit story, then we control you and you control them. Perfect. But there's definitely some truth to what the Q movement is all about. They use the truth to sell us lies. There's a lot of truth to what they're saying.
Yeah, make the truth so unbelievable that nobody goes into it.
Flat Earth amply demonstrates that.
But the flat earth is kind of different, though. You know, most people are so indoctrinated that they don't want to even look at something else. Like it's something deep, man.
It's very deep.
Well, I was thinking earlier how, like, when we're now, this would maybe depend on how, you know, one views their life. Like, did they come from a spirit realm or another dimension into this body, or is this body, you know, the beginning of your consciousness? All of those questions.
Yeah.
But the main point I was gonna say is from the perspective that we have existed before this, and then we come into the body, but there's almost like a form of amnesia that kind of separates us from our full understanding, and then we're in the life, but there's still that essence of us that's there. In that perspective, it just makes me think how you can be born into a life and it's like this whole new thing that you're in, you know, in that sense. It just makes me think about on the larger scale with like this globe, the whole, like this whole kind of paradigm that we're in, like a lot of the mainstream sort of science stuff that's been corrupted, the government parts that are corrupted, the Federal Reserve, the big pharma, big oil, agriculture, industry, all of these components. Anyways, but I'm saying it's like, what if like we're in like that humanity is in its own kind of birth in a sense, meaning that even though this is like this whole wave of deception and it kind of has cut us off, but it's like a cycle. And then now we're in the process of unraveling it and like a rediscovery. And so in the same way, like we incarnate into a life, you know, in that sense, I was just sort of thinking how like all of humanity is in this life right now, like collectively, like this trip, as it were, of what this is. And these people that are doing, like in control, doing this stuff and telling us the Earth's a globe when it's not, and all of these different factors. So sorry, that was long winded, but yeah, I was thinking that in my head earlier and I just wanted to voice it.
Yeah, I think the deeper discussion is spirituality or spiritualism, because the flat Earth is, I think, in a way a deception because it keeps you focused on physical material minutia. Scientific method openly admits itself, oh, we don't actually ever get to the truth. So by us always debating, well, this is scientific, this isn't, blah, 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 you're still going into that mousetrap of materialism and scientism and all that. And basically, I think that the true hidden secret that even Flat Earth is covering for is, I guess, the spiritual reality, is how I would put it.
Yeah, and how it connects with the ether, it seems.
I don't know if it,
oh, God.
I don't really know if it connects, but like just imagine if you were born like 100 years ago without the internet. Like the internet, we can look up anything, you know, we can cross-examine stuff easily. But if we were born 100 years from now, we wouldn't know anything. We would just go to school, go to our work, and do our daily thing. But we couldn't be able to get a lot of knowledge. We just read from books and shit. And our
And
God
whatever you heard.
bigger right now.
You know what I heard? I heard that there's a planet with burning hot ice today
Burning
on
ice?
TV. So it has to be real. Burning hot ice. Actually, I got
Raining
a link
diamonds
to
and
it.
burning ice.
Burning
Yeah,
hot
and then the blue glass planet. Yeah, it's because it's mainly made of silica, and then you know the sun shines through it and it just looks blue, right? Literally things that they tell you. Oh man, you can't even make this stuff up. I got a link right now. I'm
Actually,
sorry.
it sounds pretty made up to me.
No, it's actually it was on the television.
Oh yeah,
Like,
television.
It was on television.
Another movie that told us the truth, Wag the Dog. I mean, that was one that was really a revelation of the method. They're telling us the truth in plain sight with that one. You know, if it's on TV, it's true, and they're showing you all the different manipulations of the truth in the background. It's a great movie. Everyone's seen Wag the Dog, right?
I haven't actually, not yet.
You gotta check that one out.
Me neither.
Robert De Niro.
Wag the Dog, 1997. Oh, this might be pretty good. It's
Oh, yeah.
funny because you look at the date of a movie and when it's made, and it's like if it's made in the 90s, it's maybe early 2000s, probably like the best fucking movies because they have like the special effects we have today, minus the shitty writing we have. It's like the good writing that they had before, and then the good effects we have today, and none of the shit parts. Like before, it was good stories, but shit effects, and nowadays it's good effects but shit stories. But like in the 90s to early 2000, it was like golden age of movies.
Yeah. Some good series though since then. I would say like the good writing and real interesting projects are in
some of the series. My headphones went out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the JFK thing. Yeah, that whole event is pretty interesting. It took me a while to really understand, like, all for myself, what really went down, what that was all about.
What went down?
What do you think it was all about, Gio?
Yeah, I guess I did bring it up because it's still. I'm just thinking about it. I was just because you guys had mentioned it before, so I was just still thinking about it. What I've come to, I mean, there's a lot of factors to it, but just to give like a basically. Okay, so there was a real like car parade, like they were going down the road in the car, and JFK was actually in there waving to the people, and we've all seen that footage when they're going through the city and shit. But when it went down into Dealey Plaza, all of that was blocked off with police for the public. So the public was not allowed to go down into Dealey Plaza. They were all up on the street, and the cops were all holding them back. And then as the car goes down into Dealey Plaza, since they didn't let anyone from the public in there, it's hard to say what even really went down in there. And then in the Zapruder film, there's the sign there. So as the car, you see the car when it's in the real phase, when JFK is actually in it, that's before the sign, and that car comes up, and then there's that whole sign, the whole thing. They cut the footage there. I know this is going kind of deep into it, but they cut the footage, and the car that comes out from behind the sign is a different car, filmed on a different day. And there's actually cuts all along there's cuts where they actually cut in that car into the other Dealey Plaza footage, because there's like, for example, there's a lamppost, and they had to cut out the actual lamppost itself, which was like in front of the car. You know what I'm saying? So like there's many indications that indeed there was a different car that was cut in there. And then there's all these like, there's a couple people in Dealey Plaza, and those were not like people from the public. Those seem to be like basically like crisis actor type people, because there's like the dude with the umbrella. There's all these weird things. It's like a whole symbolic ritual. It's like a Masonic ritual.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know about the cut, but I know about like where it is, how the sheets. Dude, there's literally like a guy who had a YouTube video that was literally side by side reading out of a book of Masonic rituals and showing which Masonic rituals were being performed live in the fucking film itself. And I was like, and they do this. He does the same thing. He does breakdown. He did the George Floyd. There's another one where like a bunch of people kneel near someone. Dude, it's just, there was another one where they did like the Hiram Abiff ritual or whatever, and like 3 cops were like the 3 Hiram Abiff guys that like, dude, it's fucking crazy.
That's very fascinating. Do you maybe have a link to that video? Because I'm all ears.
I can look up for it, but I'm like kind of playing games right now. Let me see.
Dude, just quit Minecraft, man.
So like they may have driven the limousine like down into Dealey Plaza when JFK was actually in it. They also might have shot off some guns, up into the air or whatever, or even guns without bullets in them. But I think JFK and Jackie Onassis they might have ducked their heads. Not that they even had to, but and then they just cooked off in the car. And then that footage that they put in the Zapruder film, that's all cut in to just show what they wanted to show.
Like, if it's a bunch of crisis actors, they shouldn't even have to pull the trigger. Like all those people that come back in documentaries and stuff that were quote unquote witnesses.
Right. There's like the limited kind of witness accounts exactly that claim to be there. And those can all be planted. But I mean, people though it would make sense to me that they would shoot some shots just to kind of make it seem, at least for the public that was there, that it happened. Even if no one else was able to be down in the plaza or got footage of it, it's like only this weird Zapruder film. There's a couple other films that claim to be real as well, but.
So another thing, like if he wasn't killed, is he chilling with Hitler in Argentina right now?
Can you hear me
Well,
right
who's
now?
the guy who was asking for a link?
Yeah, I mean they're part of these bloodlines. They're not going to kill their own dude.
Who was the dude that asked for a link?
Me.
Just put it in the main chat.
Turtle Plane? Turtle Plane? Is that you?
Yeah, yeah.
Send it to me too, though. If you're gonna,
I don't
if you're
have
just
the
gonna do it privately.
exact I don't have the exact link that I was thinking about, but I have a guy whose channel that's extremely similar and probably just as good. Give me a sec.
Like people talking about the rituals, like if people understand the rituals, that's fascinating, you know.
I don't know. They're all right. They're not really of the highest level of consciousness, but they do their stuff.
What do you
Yeah.
mean with that? What do you mean with that? Highest level of consciousness.
Somebody
Well,
was
I'm-
asking, can you hear me?
you talk about these psyops and just the way that they run their deceptions.
I was
Yeah.
going to talk about the rituals. Like
Oh.
a psyop can be connected to a ritual.
Is my
Right, and I'm saying
My-
that's weak energy.
Scripted by alphanumerical codes.
You know,
Am I
the
coming
best
through
thing
right now?
is like if you wanna
Yeah, we
understand
can hear
your
you.
enemy.
Somebody asked where he went. Look in the live stream. I mean, if someone asked, I have to just give what information I think is interesting about it all. So you know how the Antichrist or the other Christ or whatever, you know, that the whole thing about a seemingly fatal head wound, right? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So JFK had a seemingly fatal head wound, and they resurrected him as Jimmy Carter. I know that theory sounds crazy at first. I put it off for a long time until somebody told me take a closer look at Rosalind and JFK's lifelong boyfriend, who was Lynn Billings. And if you study those pictures, I mean, just look at the close up there of the younger ones with the older couple there. Tell me that you just look at that. Look at the expressions on their faces. So the whole thing about Marilyn Monroe, she was a beard, right? She was just there to make it seem like he wasn't gay. And they did a little plastic surgery, got rid of a few things. There's some very distinguishing marks on the inner eye where there was like a scar. It almost looked like maybe JFK was hit with a BB gun on the inner side left eye. And that mark is still there in Jimmy Carter. So this is the ritual we're really talking about here. They resurrected somebody, right? They literally resurrected him back into the same spot he was, in my opinion. And they even used JC Can Save America, right? Exact same years, exact same face.
Yeah, my conclusion on that was that I don't think they're the same guy, but they're definitely related. But I do think they're different
Well,
people.
he gave us the idea that a peanut farmer could become president, right? That was important for people to think that anybody could just become president, even the peanut farmer.
Yes, yes. The American dream. Anything's
If you
possible.
look into Jimmy Carter's history, there's not enough there to substantiate that he had a whole life, to be honest. I think he was a made-up character. He was planted in. He actually did have a life since, you know, the death of JFK, but he became this other guy. I mean, I think that's how far ahead they plan things, in my opinion. But if you look at the coincidence of him looking a lot like JFK is one thing, but then when you look at the wife and the lifelong boyfriend, that blew my mind. Exact same face. I think if somebody actually did the alignments, you know, it makes a difference, because just looking at it may not be as convincing as if you actually took a picture and then lined it up with the other face and saw how close it is. You're like, wait a minute, there's no way. Exact same facial structure and everything. in every little detail. That's my opinion. Sounds pretty fucking crazy. I agree, but where did he go then, right? If we agree that they faked his murder, right? So then where did he go, right, Gio? Why wouldn't they still use him in the public light? See, this is
Well,
what they like to do.
just like Jeffrey Epstein, right? He quote unquote got murdered or something, but
Right. I have a whole theory about that too.
he could just be sipping tequilas, for what do we know right now.
Yeah, I haven't seen him since, but I think he was actually the son of Aristotle Onassis. To begin with, he had a son, Alexander Onassis, who supposedly died in a plane crash that took off. Look at Wikipedia. Took off from runway 33. Right, was in the air for like 33 seconds, and then the two other guys on the plane were just fine, but he died of complications in the hospital. There's a whole thing about him, like, they're trying to find, who killed my son and all that. And I think they hide people, especially if you have a father that was a rich shipping magnate like that, like you're a target. So if you become if you're the son of that person, you can go into hiding in a way and become someone else. And I think he might have become Jeffrey Epstein. And it would also make sense because he was a pilot who actually who trained JFK Jr. how to fly, because he would have been JFK Jr.'s older stepbrother. Interesting enough, when Jackie went to supposedly marry Aristotle, and so he gave JFK Jr. his first flying lessons. And then it's interesting if JFK is kind of like the ubiquitous leader of the Q movement, who's going after all the pedophiles, and then he would have been essentially, kind of like the figurehead going after his older stepbrother for the island where all the girls were filmed. And Aristotle Onassis had an island that he was able to have taken off the map. That's how much power he had. He could have his own island taken off the map. Well, how does this math teacher go and get his own island? There was some funds going still to him. He was actually a philanthropist helping out with other businesses. I think he was put into hiding through another, like as a, put into a family, a Jewish family or something in New York. And that's where he, made his life from there. He was kind of a ladies' man at 21, or actually at 19. He was dating the ex-wife of Aristotle Onassis's arch nemesis in the shipping business, which is weird, right? And his dad had a falling out with his dad over that, like dating the ex-wife of his biggest competitor. But maybe that was partly where he learned about sex from an older woman, and then he kind of reversed those roles with being with younger women to be part of it. But let me show the pictures of that and instead of talking about it, because it's hard to even get what I'm saying without seeing how close these guys look. But at 23, I think he died in this plane crash. That wasn't even a crash. Just like the plane went up in the air and came back down, and they said there was a fire, but the two other guys that were on the plane didn't have any injuries. So it makes no sense that he would have died from that. Anyway, all in the family though, right? Interesting that JFK Jr. would have been his older stepbrother. Yeah, I think you're born into a certain bloodline or a certain group of people, and you know that the world's a stage, and you can be a part of it, because you're a part of that group of people, and nothing's really true that they show us, even if it's true. True with like quotes around it, most likely.
Yeah, they have to agree. Like, if I'm an old family, right? And there's a couple other old families that I'm working with. We're all in league together to control the world. It makes sense have people vetted since birth to be your servants. The only way to get someone vetted from birth to be your servant is if their parents already had oaths to you, before you were even born.
Yeah. Yeah, they've admitted that like MK Ultra is a real thing, and I think you pretty much commit your kids to being a part of this program, and like over sexualized at a very young age, put into cages and all kinds of weird shit, possibly even like with like getting their sensitivity to be less than usual levels. Okay, here's the by the way, Geo, in those pictures I posted with with JFK, look at that very first one. Look at those man hands on her. I mean, those are fucking huge hands for a woman, or a little old woman like that. Just look at those hands. So if that's a dude, and it happens to look like JFK's lifelong boyfriend, and JFK happens to look like Jimmy Carter, I mean, how many more coincidences do you need? But yeah, then what do people think? Maybe this Epstein was actually this Alexander Onassis guy.
Where are the hands one? Which one?
Of those string of pictures, look at the very first picture where she's sitting with, I forget whose wife that is. The very one with all the JFK pictures, look at the very first one where she's sitting there. Just blow that picture up and look at her hands.
Okay, yeah, I guess I see what you mean. Do they look big, you're saying?
They're huge.
Okay. I mean, I guess they could look large. I guess they do look a bit larger than the woman's next to hers, but they're also kind of at an angle. There's got to be other shots of her hand somewhere. Why, you just saying she used to be a man?
Well, I mean, those are very large hands for a woman.
Or rather, is a man, I should say. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that would be Lynn Billings.
This was Riggs. This was Riggs's theory, right?
Yeah, he's the one that tipped me off to it.
Yeah, I remember him talking about it.
But they would have been a lot of work that went into it, because you can see pictures of them dancing where she looks like a small woman, and then there's other pictures where she looks like she's bigger than him. Then there was a whole thing that there was this weird thing they did somewhat recently, with the size of Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter with the visitors of the Bush family, or the Bush George Bush Jr. or Senior or something. There's some weird things about that, almost like they're playing on the whole, like playing with the size of people. I'll put some of those in there, like very strange, like almost like making fun of how they can manipulate the size of people and the way they look.
Well, you were saying before, where might have JFK gone if he wasn't really, shot? Because like you couldn't just be walking around anywhere in the kind of society, I mean, unless they wanted to be risky or whatever, but he would have to be completely out. But I think they have on other lands, that they're keeping from us. So
that too, yeah.
He could have just gone and lived there.
Right, and then there just happens to be a woman with a man that looks exactly like him and his boyfriend. Maybe, yeah.
You mean with Jimmy Carter?
Public eye becoming president again and doing all the things they're supposed to do.
Yeah, I'd have
Possibly.
to think about that. I do you have any good videos comparing them, like their speeches or anything? I mean, I have
Yeah,
looked
he
into
would've
it.
had to
So
have
I
a
have
little more
looked into it.
Southern drawl.
I've looked
But
into
yeah.
it some, and I do see the resemblance when I looked into it, because I looked at least a lot of the information that was out there about that, and I've looked at footage of them and listened to their voices.
Yeah, look at these like weird size pictures they did with there's more than this too, but just these show it. Like look how big fucking Joe Biden is supposedly compared to.
That does look funny. That does.
Isn't that weird?
Wow. That is weird. They both look way bigger.
Yeah.
See, that's some weird cut-in stuff. That's not even. There's something's wrong with
Dude,
that. What the
what
hell?
is that?
That is a freak show.
Dude, there's no way that's real.
No, it's obviously not. There's more of them too. I think I saved them somewhere.
That is just
then they
bonkers.
did. Okay, then they did the reverse. This could be someone just playing around with Photoshop, but
See, these guys are not even very high level in terms of their whole network. These are pretty low level. I mean, I don't mean level like in some hierarchy. Well, yeah, it is a hierarchy, but these are like just the people that interface with the public.
yeah, exactly. So why not just have the same guy play the part? You know, there's even good evidence or a good theory that George Bush wasn't really who we think George Bush was, the senior. That he might have been JFK's older brother that died in a plane crash supposedly. And then he would have been planted as a Republican on the Republican side, so that this they just control both sides of everything. But there's interesting comparisons there with that idea. That is
You know what I
amazing.
think also is I think like, do you remember that Robert Downey Jr. movie where he's like a black dude? Tropic Thunder or something like that, I think. Am I correct about that?
Was that Ruhit?
It's me, Noah.
I think Ruhit
Yeah,
just.
I chimed in.
Oh, that is Ruhit, yeah. I heard
a
an
wild,
Australian.
a wild Ruhit coming through, ready to make his attack to try to
Prove the globe.
convince something to a whole room of people that will see through what he's saying is not true.
He's one of the only Globers who kind of has kept his wits. I'm of the personal opinion that a lot of these Globers, when I first came to this community, were a lot sharper, and now it seems like they're more confused. Ruhef seems to have avoided that. I don't know if he had like the
Well, he doesn't
saline
look
shot
into
or.
You just stick to refraction. You don't have to worry about any of that confusion stuff.
Because, like, honestly, some of the people that I know, like Rumpus and Zanuck, like, every time I listen to them, it sounds like they're more illogical the next time I listen to them. It's like, wait, like, the arguments aren't getting better, they're getting worse. Like,
That whole AI thing's interesting because the AI realizes it's contradicting itself and making all kinds of excuses, but that's an interesting thing. They might have realized that they're not going to be able to get away with the game with the AI coming around, because you can't just have this computer contradicting itself and trying to come up with what was it? I think Napalm put it the best. Like they can't waffle. The AI can't waffle the way the ballers do. Like saying two things that are contradictory and trying to make you think both are true.
I mean, whatever one's like current perspective is on the shape of the earth, I will say that in my perspective, the globe is unraveling, and it is in a process of unraveling and will continue to be. So no matter what like one's position on it is right now, no matter what like kind of wave someone's riding, it, in my understanding of like just this whole realm and this current creation at this current time, it's a process of unraveling to where there will be a point in the somewhat near future to where no one will believe the Earth's a globe any longer. Like it'll get to a point where the deception has been like deflated to the point to where not to say that everyone will know exactly what the entire Earth is per se, but the whole story of it being a globe will no longer be what it is right now. So it is in a process of unraveling.
Okay.
So Ruhif's just along for the ride.
Yeah.
But he is.
Ruhif's
You are keeping your composure. You're not quite as excited anymore. It kind of seems like you're like not as excited, but you're hanging in there with it.
Ruhif's an honorary flat earther, actually.
Yeah. Like I will bet literally everything I have. That's what you just said will not happen.
Well, we'll give it all back to you.
Yeah. We're not going to keep your stuff. Don't worry.
You've got to convince the clever people. All right.
Yep, it'll be done. Just take some time. It's going to
Need
take
to make some predictions that match reality, that sort of thing.
It's going to
Have
take
a model, have a map.
It's going to take some crews out in the world.
Yep.
Yeah, dude. You could do it all. It's just a matter of the time and resources to do it.
Yep.
I mean, think about how cool it would be to go out and do sextant measurements all around the Earth. Let's say you have a team of like 50 people, 6 boats, and everyone's out there taking detailed measurements, linking that all to the sky, linking the land to that. It's all possible. I mean, that's a big project to map the whole Earth.
But you don't need to map
do
the
it
whole Earth.
entirely for
Earth
free.
is, stationary and level. Stationary levels are base axiom. It's just what you're left with after you stop believing in the bullshit ball.
But Dave, but let me ask you this though, Dave. Like getting right down to brass tacks, do you think the Earth being planar is proven, or do you think that there is still something outstanding that would be more of a final definitive type? And of course, it's dependent on what if you have a subjective viewpoint on what definitive is. But I'm saying, would you say it is actually proven, or do we need to do further testing to validate it? In your viewpoint,
The whole idea of proving it is the false dilemma, because it's
establishing
it's obviously defining the whole thing is the false dilemma. It's not about that. It's about nobody had to believe the Earth was flat before they decided to make it a ball, because it was just like, yeah, obviously our whole experience is stationary and level. We don't feel any movement. There's no reason to think that it's anything other than that. So it's not a belief. It's just what your whole existence is. And we all
I agree with all that.
Why would we think any of that would be different? But defining the parameters.
But that's more of a
like, how are we supposed to know what the whole thing is, right? How would
you've got to convince people
I hear you
understand physics.
Yeah, I hear you on all that.
Convinced?
But that is kind of more of a philosophy in a sense, what you're saying. Although I'm not trying to put it down in a sense. It's beautiful and I agree. But what Ruhif's I think is talking about is like, I think what he was about to say is the more of the rigor of measurements and validation.
For the whole thing. Yeah. Defining the whole thing is a totally different question, whether your experience is what it is. Like if I'm sitting in a chair, I don't have to believe I'm sitting in a chair. I'm just sitting in a chair. Right. If my whole existence is stationary level, I don't have to believe it's that way unless there's something else to believe. And then I realize that there isn't anything else to believe, because that's ridiculous that we're spinning on a ball. So you're back to your base axiom.
So when you say to a glober, I don't feel any spin, has that ever flown with a glober that understands physics? This is what I mean. Like, you have to convince smart people, and you're not.
The threshold that you talk about was determined by one linear movement, either upwards or downwards, not 2 vectors, not 3 vectors, not any speeds close to it. They're just like, we can figure out that this threshold of what people can feel, just like if you're on a plane going one linear direction, is just the same as going many different directions at millions of miles per hour. It's just the same, in principle. You understand physics, right? You must believe it.
Yeah, I do. That's why I'm saying to you,
must be just the same as the smallest possible elementary example, right? Just blow it out of proportion. It's exactly the same if you understand physics, right?
If you say to someone that
Orbital
understands
mechanics,
physics, I
you just
don't
tether, you
feel
don't
the
have
Earth
tether.
rotation.
I
Doesn't
don't
even
think
matter.
it matters at all what your feelings are at all, in the least bit.
Yeah, no, Ruhif's actually right in what he's saying. They do have an explanation for it. It's parts of it are pseudoscience and based on assumptions and models and all kinds of misinformation, but they do have an explanation that
an explanation is not a good explanation necessarily.
Again, if you
It's not a
understood
valid
physics,
Yeah, not a valid.
like I said, when you can convince someone that understands physics that we should feel rotation, I don't know what I'll do. I'll congratulate
You
you.
get on a roller coaster ride. I expect to
You'll
feel
buy us
rotation.
all a beer. You'll buy us all a
I
beer.
will buy you all a beer. Yeah, I'll buy you
If I
all
go
a
on a
beer.
roller coaster ride, I would totally
I'm
expect to feel.
gonna
the
go get my
movement of
beer
roller
from Roof in a couple years.
Ruhif, let me ask you this. Have you ever just thought about, and it doesn't even have to be related to you, it just could be in general, the idea of being codependent on someone else to have something validated or proven to yourself? Codependency rather than coming to your own conclusions, which could include trying to demand that other people do these things, prove or whatever it is. Like being codependent on them to do it for you. Like if you want to do something yourself, do it yourself if you want,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So being like, you guys have to prove this thing that you think. Well, maybe if we want to, or if not, we don't. Either way. But it's sort of like for you just to demand it. Yeah, it's kind of seems.
No, I'm just saying if you think that this is going to become mainstream in however many years,
that would be the worst thing possible.
It's not. You're only going to convince idiots.
I'll tell you what. I'll just tell you what I would say, because I wouldn't say that exactly. I'm not saying mainstream in the way that it is now. What I would say is this: the Earth is a stationary planar surface, etc. And my viewpoint on all that. It isn't a globe, so that truth just is what it is. Now, going back to the ancients and since the beginning of time, it's the base geometry, the XYZ axis, up, down, all of it, the whole 9 yards. So that is what it is. So what I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's going to become mainstream as some kind of like movement, like everyone like shouting from the rooftop. Well, it's just the truth itself is in a process now of becoming manifest, revealed, and people to be aware of it after this whole huge basically a blanket brainwashing of the globe Earth, which took decades and world wars and genocides and all this shit for them to do. But we're in that phase right now. So just the truth itself will, in its own way, be more known by more and more individuals in time. And I do think there's going to have to be more testing and more experiments, all kinds of additional things. But once that reaches that point, like you're saying, Ruhif, even very highly intelligent, all people will be able to see that and have that verification. And at that point, the globe will not be able to exist. So it's going to just be a process of that unfolding rather than the way you were making it sound as if everyone has to go out and convince the world of it or something in some kind of, verbal way.
Yeah, the objective difference between the two teams is the one has a model that matches reality.
I want to put this in a good perspective though. Now, I'm not trying to argue with retard globers, right? You're not trying to argue with retard flat earthers, right? I mean, I don't mean to use that word like, I'm not trying to point that in anybody's direction. I'm just saying you would probably prefer that as an intellectual, right? To not waste your time. So
I don't know. This is a waste of time. This is my waste of time. Yes.
Yeah, that we all waste time, right? Like I put on.
That's just rhetoric, because it's obviously not. If it was, you wouldn't be here. You're not doing the things that you really think are a waste of time, and you're doing the things that you think are the best use of your time at every moment you're alive.
Do you not understand procrastination, Gio?
But that's how you are wanting to you spend your time.
Yeah,
the things you don't want, the things you really think would be a waste of your time, you're not doing. Like those are the things. Like you're not probably into Legos or basketball or whatever things you're not into. I don't know why I said Legos, but you know, if you're not into basketball, then you're not spending your time there because that would be a complete
Yeah, Joe,
misuse
you
of
meant
your
to say connects. You know, that would have been the correct word to say. I'm just
What's the
kidding.
correct word?
Here's the thing, Ruhif. There's people who are wrong on both sides. We both know that. It's unavoidable, right? So what is the problem though is the fact that we've got people who are supposed to be always professionals when they're on the TV, right? Unless it's just like some kind of comedy where they're taking the piss. How have you ever heard of ice that burns you because it's so hot?
Oh, that freezes to your skin. Yeah. So the heat of
No,
your
it's hot
skin
ice.
touches
It's
the
not
ice.
cold. It doesn't freeze you. It's not a freeze burn. It's a hot freeze burn. It's a
What do you mean hot
hot
ice?
burn.
Has to do
What
with
is hot
pressure.
ice?
Let's
to do with
just say
pressure.
this is something I heard on the TV that people the proponents of the heliocentric model have been pushing. All right.
It
Now,
has to do with temperature,
are we
pressure,
are we
and states of matter. So if you have a different atmosphere on a different planet, you could have the same substance at a much higher temperature, i.e.,
What is hot ice though?
ice or solid water or whatever, and but it's much hotter.
Okay, but what
That
is
makes
hot ice? I don't understand.
ice on another planet that's
No,
hot.
we're not on another planet. So what is hot ice?
Yeah, the claim is that on other planets there's a different atmosphere. An atmosphere so different from the atmosphere on Earth that ice is actually hotter than it is on Earth. So you know how ice has to be
filling in the
what,
blanks for them?
32 degrees Fahrenheit?
You're filling in the blanks for them, or are you just taking over what I was talking about? Because
Go
I don't
ahead.
really talk
So
about that.
under extreme
Give
pressure,
me a
ice will
moment.
ice will form. Okay.
Holy shit, man! Let me recollect. Now here's the thing, bro. This is what professionals are talking about. Never did they give some kind of workaround explanation like Noah tried to give. I mean, that was stellar performance, dude. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't care. Here's a
Yeah, it's either
real problem. Here's a real problem though.
witchcraft starting shit.
No, I'm just, bro. I wanna speak for more than like 14 seconds without getting completely like wrecked off of the voice channel. You know what I mean? That's all I'm asking. I
You've got 2 minutes.
I want to
My mouth
know
is
how they came to this conclusion, Riff. How do you think they did actually come to that conclusion where they found this exoplanet and it's got ice that burns you because it's hot ice? How did they come to that conclusion? Where did they get their samples? When did they
No
bring
one's
it back
saying they
to the
got
lab and
samples.
actually look at it?
No
When?
one's saying that.
Nobody did because that's
Right.
impossible. Or how come everything's so impossible when it comes to the heliocentric model? But looking outside and seeing that it's flat is also impossible. You just it looks flat because it's so round.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just
It's
getting
round
right.
because we measure it. We measure it with curve.
You measure.
You
You didn't
don't.
measure the freaking
You do.
freezing hot
Don't
ice.
measure.
Did you?
Where do you
measure that?
Yeah, you know
add
where I'm going to go.
add calculations, you use assumptions, you do all kinds of tomfoolery, but you don't actually measure something directly. That's curvature.
So this is what I said a few minutes ago. Only one side can make predictions for what we should see in reality based off their model. So I can make a prediction if I'm standing on the top of a mountain and I know my elevation and I point a theodolite at another mountain, I know what angle I should measure if the Earth's a globe, and I know what angle I should measure if the Earth's flat.
So what are those predictions coming from when we didn't even have like any actual real sophisticated technology like we do have today? and people looked up in the sky with a toilet paper roll with a piece of glass at the end of it, and they said, "Oh, that is a sphere, and this is a sphere that we're standing on. I am the biggest genius in the world." How
Yes,
how
you are.
how did this toilet paper roll with a little bit of glass or what? Did they even
I
have the technology to make glass
don't
at that
know,
point?
and I don't
How'd
care.
they
I'm
how'd they
I'm
make that
giving
experiment?
I'm giving you what we can do today to demonstrate curvature. I don't care what they did thousands of years ago.
Well, if you're convinced that what you've done is that you have somehow found the curve, then I guess you could, go with that if that's what you think you found. We've gone through it a million times. It definitely what you've done, and we could go through it at some point again. Everything you've shown me that you've done does not hold up to a solid, logical string of steps that would be needed to accurately decipher the shape of the surface.
We shall discuss it tomorrow then, Gio, because it's way past the doggy's bedtime.
Okay, fine,
Way
sir.
past.
Sounds good.
Hey? Okay.
I'm going to do my best English accent. Okay, fine, sir.
Yeah, we can do it tomorrow. That'd be cool. You know the video I'm talking about. So I'll stick it in the chat.
Which one?
The Californian aqueduct one. Hold on. How do I search how much? There we go.
I mean, I think it's more of a question in terms of like you're saying convince. I think it's really more of a question of can you guys convince everybody who's coming to the conclusion that it's not a globe? That's really what this comes down to. Can you guys convince us, which you can't, obviously. But anyways, I'm just saying, and I don't mean just us like me or in any type of group, like, oh, like us as some group. I'm just saying in general, people that are, let's just say, coming to the conclusion the Earth is not a globe. In addition, if they think it's stationary or planar, it could be their own, choices and so on. So that's the number that's growing. The amount of people who believe in the globe is the same and is actually dwindling. So
yeah,
that's the
we
thing. You
have
guys
different
don't
ideas
actually
on why that is.
like you don't actually have full physical proof of it, and neither do even saying that the Earth is planar. I think ultimately we don't have the full physical measurements yet that would be needed.
Anyway, I posted the video in the chat. Please criticize my prediction for the globe and make a prediction for flat Earth. Doggies are very hungry. They're like half an hour past their dinner time. All right. See you tomorrow. See you.
Prediction. Okay. I predict Earth's still going to be flat and motionless.
Yep. That is age-old prediction.
Yeah.
And the sun will rise. That's pretty solid too.
Here's the thing, man. Like I was saying, like he doesn't care what's happening 1,000 years ago. But just today, I heard. I mean, it's a little early in the morning. So yesterday, I heard on the TV that they had discovered some exoplanet where it rains hot, burning hot. All right, ice. Come on, dude. Come on. It wouldn't.
It's crazy. Hot ice.
It wouldn't burn you and be in a solid state if it was like a liquid. It would like you know what ice is? Frozen water, dude. Come on. It's so ridiculous. It's being put out today. They got articles of it. It's on the TV. I didn't look it up on an article. It was literally on the TV. And this is the globe insanity that is constantly promoted by some people who are supposed to be professionals, man. These are the people that are being paid to say this. Look, dude, paid. Like it's a profession. They're supposed to be professionals. I mean, there you go. I don't get paid for it. I'm not a professional, but I know for a fact that they're taking the piss. Like, look. in the end of the day, I would totally believe it if they didn't rely 100% on CGI. Nonsense. Just CGI nonsense the whole time. Something real once real one time is all I really need, and I could believe it. But when it's never real, when it's always CGI, come on, bro. Come on. I'm gonna freaking believe in anime, bro.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. It is. It's fucking brutal. It's really just. It's like C-level Hollywood. It's not even B level. It's definitely not A level. It's like bad acting, and it's just. I would say it's a good effort, but it's not even a good effort. It's just. I think they do that on purpose, though. They make the space stuff look kind of fake a little bit on purpose, because you know how there's that thing with like to make the movies look so real. There's a thing in which like when people are used to people know movies are fake, but movies look so real. I think they're doing like a flipped psychology thing where the space shit is like almost a little bit made to look a little fake, so that people ironically would believe it's real. Because if they were to question it and it looked really real, they might be more likely to be like, I'm going to compare this to a movie or something like that. Where if there's an obvious difference, then they're more likely to be like, oh, well, then the fact that it looks kind of weird must be that it's real rather than that it's actually just fake as fuck. Like they're trying to make it look like it's like people almost like kids in their basement just filming some shit. Like it's kind of low quality. Well, it's gotten better now, I guess. But back in the early days, it was like home movies style, like a lot of that NASA stuff. But yeah, I think they kind of try to do a reverse psychology thing. And the fact that people just know there's something funky about it and they just assume, oh, it must be because it's real. I don't know how they do that trick. It seems kind of bizarre that they pulled that off, but
it's not even a trick, dude. Everybody, once they put on the TV, they've given up for the day, dude. They've 100% forfeited their entire day. And they don't want to deal with reality. So what do? Put on the freaking boob tube. And later on in this program, after they had mentioned the freezing, the frozen ice that burns you, right? They mentioned a Ragnarok style apocalypse that is surely going to come. All right. Well, wake me up when that happens, because I'm going to go in Discord and I'm going to start laughing like a maniac in all the Glober channels while they're screaming their tops off. And you know what? Nobody's actually going to really believe that. How many times were we supposed to be like obliterated in the last decade? Like at least 10, right? Like almost once every year.
By what, an asteroid?
Like a near miss asteroid, freaking global warming.
Hey, you know what it's like? Hey, you know what it's like, bro? You ever play poker in like a real poker place, and how like if somebody's lagging on calling, like an all in or something, they're like taking their time, they're sorry, but if you're still in the hand, you could be like, I always tell people like this, take your time, but I'm gonna call the floor. I call the floor, take your time. And that's what it's like, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not really that good enough at poker to know what calling the floor is, so
Like if you're still involved in the hand, like you're can act after this person, they're taking forever, you can call the floor, and then they have to start timing it down from 60 seconds down. And if you don't make a decision, then your hand's folded in 1 minute.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you.
You know what I mean? So somebody's got a big decision, they're stressing, that, you know what I mean? It's like, hurry up, but take your time, but I'm gonna call the floor. But take your time. You know what I mean? That's what their asteroids and all their calamity that they talk about.
Yeah, no rush.
You
Hurry the
know?
fuck up. Right, I got
Right.
you. I mean that, but like you, it makes a very valid point. Like I mean, those are just the rules of poker. Like like
Yeah.
nobody's telling you what to do, but there are the
Exactly.
rules.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's I mean, I feel like some of the rules should be like you should have a little bit of proof when you make these claims, dude. Like at this point, like NASA and the History Channel with their sub category of freaking science or whatever the hell they want to call it, they make the most extraordinary claims, and they've got no window to explain any of this. They have no expectation to explain it. We're the only ones that are holding these people accountable or telling them that the clock's ticking, and explain it. How about you
Right.
please entertain us and let me make my day, and I drop my hand and watch you just get obliterated. You give me all your chips, right? That that's the thing. That's all I'm asking for. Just explain it. Don't throw CGI in my face. It's a bluff.
Right.
That's all it is.
Right. Yeah. It's fucking crazy, bro. It's crazy that we're the only ones standing up to these people, and we're really like so insignificant compared to people on Earth. Especially how many Globers there are. We're such a small percentage, bro. But that's why, like, I'm always happy and think that I'm so blessed. No matter what, even if I got incarcerated or got clipped or whatever, I consider myself blessed, dude, because we're such a small percentage, bro. And the knowledge that we know, and he's given us understanding, bro. It's such a gift, you know.
The funny thing is, Ruhif was like, "You think this has become mainstream? Only the idiots will believe it." Like, okay, yeah, that's a funny way of insulting the whole room with people that haven't even came to the fact of realization yet. I mean, like, this is the thing, dude. Some people they're afraid to even make that stand. Like, I mean, I I was young when I started making these stands. I mean, I I I was a dude yelling at the old man in the parking lot, not the other way around.
Yeah, but I think what's interesting about information is that it's not always about how many people are aware of it, especially when it comes to truth, because truth continues expanding and spreading on its own. Meaning, like in my viewpoint, like deceptions always crumble, they always fail eventually, and the truth stands the test of time. And especially if a certain truth has been like subverted or forgotten about or glossed over or forcefully propagandaed over, whatever it may be, that truth still remains. And once in like a population like this, like in humanity, once there's starts to be like a crack in the deception, and then the truth starts, and then just the way that it organically sort of propagates. I think within like humans, the way that things are right now, that can actually propagate quite quickly, and it may only take a certain few who are to then share it with more, and then everything else that kind of comes from that, the other like actual experiments and tests and everything that can come along with it, if we're talking about something like the Earth. So it's inevitable. Like it's inevitable that the deception will always crumble and that the truth will always come back into awareness if it was forgotten about.
These dogs are really wild, man. Can you guys hear them? Okay. They know that their flatter day daddy's gonna feed them right now.
Yeah, dogs are just like Globers, dude. Just wasting their time. Wasting your time and just being jokes. Something we post on the internet. Like, they're smart, but they're stupid. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, this model of the globe has been sold to people pretty thoroughly, and then they think there's all kinds of data that backs it. And then
Yeah,
in some cases, they don't seem to be able to, not calling anyone out in particular or throwing shade necessarily, but I'm just saying, like, they may not be. It's like to have the actual logic to properly sort the information.
Yeah, like, dude, like I totally can relate with them on the level where I didn't question it, right? Like I mean, like, there were things I questioned. I didn't question the entire thing. But when I've got multiple questions that have mounted up and I hear about there being reasons why it's not the way it is that I've been told, and you got people like you and me who pretty much somebody can wake you up with a phone call that in like, 6 hours from now, you're asleep. You're like, "Oh, what's up, dude? Hey, man, I just have questions about the globe model. I heard you're a flat earther." And you're like, "Okay, what's up?" "Yeah, so, like, why is it that the sun sets?" And you're like, "Yeah, dude, it's not because of curvature, it's because of perspective. And, light actually doesn't go on forever, so stars aren't really that far away." So, like, you know what I mean? Like, this should propel these people further and further into the next question. That should have made perfect sense. The fact is that these people still think that light can go on forever and ever, and it doesn't. It's just so stupid to think that. It's actually the most ridiculous thing. Like, I mean, gravity makes more sense, and that's retarded. I shouldn't be using, harsher words like that. I should say something like foolish or whatever, but you know what I mean, you guys get the point. Like,
I
I'm not
love that
trying to
word.
put
I
these
love that
feelings.
word, retarded. I really do.
Real
And I
word.
was
Well, I mean, it technically means like slowed or delayed, and then there's like mental and physical type retardations and so on. And the word just, retard, the way, like, there's a couple definitions of that word. But the thing is that people that believe in the globe, I mean, there's probably a spectrum of intelligence levels or IQs, whatever you want to call it, amongst all people in different ways. And everyone's also intelligent in their own way as well. But it's like they're not, I mean, to see it as slowed or delayed, I mean, is that really what the globe Earth is? Because it's really more of like a belief. Like, they're not, I mean, I know people that believe the Earth's a globe and they're not necessarily dumb people, or they're not mentally retarded people or anything. They're very intelligent people and they still think it's the case. So is it really about like intelligence, or is it actually more about belief and science and all of these other factors?
I think there's something that clicks inside somebody's head, and they haven't figured out the algorithm. It passes all socioeconomical boundaries.
I think it's actually like It's a good explanation, really. Like it really is. It just has a stigma. Like they're too slow to even follow you. You know what I mean? Like they're left behind in the dust, and you can't even make it where they can even start approaching it, right? That's to me like they're just not following. Like they need like 500 days of explanations for this one simple thing. When you and me, we can get it over with in like an hour. It'll be 100% understandable.
Yep.
For that moment, you might need a refresher course. I might need a refresher course, but they are constantly needing refresher courses, and they still won't get it. They're
Dude,
too slow.
they need precursors, dude. Let alone refresher courses. They need precursors every time you start with them. You know, man? They
They
need a
need
precursor, an introduction.
they need a shock collar just to correct them,
Mm-hmm.
like and give them some sort of signal where no, that's wrong, and it
Right.
can't be those words because they don't understand the words. It's what they need. They need some kind of physical reminder that they are wrong, and that's just somehow that's just how you got to train people. Maybe I mean
That's pretty out there, dude. That's pretty wild. I mean, you're talking like shock therapy, them out of the globe.
Maybe we could put them in concentration camps or something. You know what I mean? I heard it's never been done before, and I have a couple ideas up my sleeve. If you guys are interested, you can DM me.
They literally need to concentrate. That's all we're trying to say, right? But no, like there's got to be some sort of response factor that works.
Well, what do you think about the idea that okay, so like in the idea that like just between angels and demons, let's say that from the demonic is where like, you know, deception comes from. So the globe being a deception, do you think that it could be possible that people are almost in like a form of a demonic possession? Not that they're completely like like out of the exorcist, but
Absolutely.
that just the globe part or the belief, the commitment to believing the lie and not being willing to kind of, you know,
It's a veil over their eyes, bro. A veil. Like
yeah.
when Paul turned or Saul turned into Paul, how they said like the scales fell off his eyes. That's how I felt when I became a flat earther. Like the scales fell off my eyes, bro. It was like right then and there. You know what I mean? It was like a serious, like a spiritual like moment. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to make it spiritual or anything like that. I'm just saying like it was a life altering event. To me, in my life, like the first time I got laid, you know, or that, I would say I would remember that over the other thing. I'd remember when I became a flat earther more than anything. You feel me?
I can understand the scales that fell off. Like I mean it's just a little different. Like, you know, that's not how I experienced it. How I experienced it is I've already had a few doubts in my mind, and I was opened up to the subject, and it just simply made sense. And the fact is that I already knew that 100%, like there were things that didn't, you know, I mean, I knew for a fact that the globe wasn't 100% proven. Like it just, even if we were going in outer space, right? And if outer space even existed, that we weren't 100% proving it because it just didn't have 100% perfect explanation. And it wasn't just like a slight issue. It was like massive, huge problems, dude. Freaking huge. Like simple facts where like Which way are you? Oh yeah, you're to the west of me right now, Flyer Day Saints. I should be waving my flashlight around towards you, and you should be able to see it because light
Right?
goes on forever. But guess
Shouldn't
what? Guess what? On the flat Earth, in the flat Earth conception, that doesn't work. And in the globe Earth conception, it should work. But guess what? That doesn't work. I'm sorry, that doesn't work, bro. There's those problems, bro. Those problems are huge, major issues that you can never ever hurdle as a globe
Nope.
Earth, and they're going to have to reform this problem, or else they're just mentally freaking challenged.
Well, they can't reform it and keep it the globe. So what they'll do is they'll have different experts saying a slight variation of the story. So if one nullifies the other one, then the other one will be able to. It's just like you can verify their stuff and debunk it, but it's just the average human being, such as you and I. We don't have millions of dollars at our disposal, so it's just like a lot of legwork and a lot of smurfing, basically. We don't get it all in one spot. The information we look for, it's not like on Etsy or something we can get it in a package deal for $24.99. Like if we really want to know about like where we came from, the shape of the earth, how we can get our energy, we have to research and do the due diligent research, and we'll get what we put into it for sure. I have no doubt. No doubt.
Bro, can I get it on Etsy though?
Yeah, I got it at Ross. I got it at Ross. Oh
I
my
won't
god!
believe it unless I can buy it at Walmart.
Right? I'm at Walmart with a small cart buying wall art.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, dude, it's like I said, bro. Major fucking issues. Like like for a simple fact, the curvature. Guess what? It's never there.
I know.
Always MIA.
Yeah.
The movement takes a bunch of pseudo physics to even make the whole Earth moving as a ball with water sticking to it. That takes a whole bunch of just fabricated physics.
Yeah, it does.
The
Oh
fact
my god, it's so
pulled that
ridiculous.
off. Yeah. Oh, but it's just so big. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
I was
And
thinking
they have their new term, spaghettification. So stupid.
I was like lying in my bed like a couple days ago, and I was just lying there like I was just thinking how people actually believe that like my whole room, you know what I mean, is spinning and going upside down and going in all these different vectors. I mean, to be on a globe that's spinning at all those speeds basically means that at any moment we are like tumbling and twisting and thousands, even millions of miles an hour. What is it? 2.2 million miles is the total when you add up all of them. It's absolutely insane, versus no, I'm just chilling here and it's still and stationary and at rest. My house the house is just here. That's what it is. It's not going upside down and flying with all these different reference frames. Like it's just right here. And it just trips me out that like, just to believe that you're actually twisting and turning in all these different, physical vortexes.
Yeah, but you don't understand, like, bro, physics, bro. Like, God, you shouldn't feel the tilt-a-whirl, bro. Like, but I do feel the tilt-a-whirl. It's clearly spinning, and
yeah,
like it's spinning on two axes. You know, what I mean, that's the perfect. This is the perfect thing. Like it's got the revolution, it's got the rotation. It's actually really two revolutions if you think about it, right? Like the teacups would be probably better, I guess you could say.
I mean, there is something to be said about the size they claim it is. Like, so yeah, like I don't think we would. Well, that's a whole nother topic, whether we would feel the spinning or not. But I mean, just the 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, like that would look pretty slow from the outside. but it is
You,
still
you
thousands.
literally have to weigh less. You would have to weigh less at the equator. You'd be a chunky 1,000-pound pig, and you go to the equator, all of a sudden you're not as heavy anymore. You're like 900 pounds. What would really be? I don't know. I don't think
Yeah,
you'd be
and
10% lighter.
you're trying to cross the border right there at the equator after you swallowed a couple balloons, so you know you're already going to weigh more just using that weight off the top. You know what I mean?
Dude, you're hilarious. That's funny. Yeah, it's bonkers. I mean, then you'd have to have this like. Well, how about this though? Like, do you think it even could? Like, let's just say. Like, do you think the creator could create a globe with the gravity? Whether or not this is that or not, this realm is that. Do you think it's even possible?
I think the best example of that would be if you got on a roller coaster, right? And you had a basketball in your hand, and as the roller coaster starts going, you're spinning the basketball, and the basketball has a GoPro glued onto it. And so what you'd be seeing as the basketball's spinning as you're going on the roller coaster, a couple different vectors, you'd never see the same kids waiting in line at a hot dog stand or like anything that you've seen in that amusement park, you never see again. And now that's the closest thing, like comparison that I've told Glovers that if your argument for parallax or lack thereof, so whatever argument they make, they're still lacking in the parallax. So, you know what I mean? They can't make any argument with that. It just falls apart. But they'll push it as far as they can to see how much a flat earther knows. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing, man. I'm willing to tell a Glober straight up. I don't really know, and I don't care, because I don't need to be that smart to realize that fucking light can't go forever. Like, there's just these simple properties that completely destroy the globe, and then until you can
And that's
even like
real
approach
physics.
those.
That's real physics.
Yeah. Yeah, like if you can't even approach an argument against like something such a simple concept, then I'm sorry, dude, you haven't even gotten into the argument yet. You're just fucking you're still trying to get past the boarding, right? And you haven't even entered the plane of conversation.
Yeah, you're lost in translation. Like Tom Hanks stuck at an airport. You know what I mean?
They'll never get past these points, dude. They're always going to get flagged, and they're going to get molested by the truth. That's really the facts.
Yeah, the truth pretty much just comes in and pretty much just dominates and rapes a lie right in its pie hole. You know what I mean?
It utterly triggers them and gives them PTSD. Yes,
So funny.
that's the problem, man. They got the PTSD. That's why they start coming up with this crazy crap. They have to go like out of the box, get like real creative with it, and come up with an abstract freaking argument like bringing up refraction whenever anything doesn't fit. Now we're supposed to like go back to the drawing board, reconsider everything. Come on, dude. I don't even think so, dude. I'm not going back to the drawing board, dude. I've been at the drawing board since I asked you why you can't see the flashlight.
Yeah, it kind of comes down to like foundational spatial awareness. Like how aware how aware of your space are you? Of what it is. Like, yeah, exactly. How light functions, how water functions when it's at rest. Just the base geometry of this whole realm. In terms of like the foundation of the earth, like just up, down, left, right, the whole XYZ axis, just like being foundationally connected to that.
Let's put it in this perspective. The Globers are like some dude who thinks he's been doing like some really good heroin his whole life. and then he finally gets that pure bag, and he shoots it up like he thinks he knows what he's doing. But guess what? He still never knew what the fuck he was shooting up the whole time. And he overdoses. Thinking he was the man, thinking he had a tolerance, but he never knew what he had tolerance for the whole time. He gets overwhelmed by something he never understood in the first place.
I thought you were going to say that he's been doing he was doing heroin his whole life, and then like being like that being the globe, and then somebody told him that it wasn't even heroin the whole time. Like it was just like a saline solution or something.
It was what do they call them? Amoeba? Not amoebas.
Placebo.
Placebo. Yeah, the placebo effect. Yeah,
Amoeba effect. I like amoeba.
Dude, I have so many medical terms, malpractice terms and like technical terms that I make rhymes out of. Dude, it's so funny. Oh my god! And then Helio told me last night to make a something that rhymes with the Cavendish experiment. I go, my lady gets mad and pissed when she's on her period. Like when I'm trying to open up I'm trying to open up a can of that Cavendish experiment. My lady gets mad and pissed on her period. Cavendish experiment. Helio was hella drunk last night, though.
Oh, dude. Welcome to the live stream, dude.
I know. Dude, people have told me before, like in the past, they're like, yeah, and like what we really don't appreciate is you coming on here like high or drunk or like loaded. I'm like, what? I'm like, dude, what the hell? Like that's one reason I will never go to like no AA and NA meeting. The same way that it's spelled and how it sounds is how I feel. Nah.
The thing is, if they keep making you repeat yourself and say, if you have to open up the night, the entire night has to open up with you saying that you're an alcoholic.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever heard of abracadabra, there you go, dude. Freaking
Yeah, they're invoking stuff. Sorry, they're invoking stuff when they say it 3 times. I think that whole invocation is like this. Like you've seen it in movies like Beetlejuice and Candyman and whatnot, right? So I think the invocation is like this. If you say it once, that could be a mistake and it could be overlooked, right? If you say it twice, that's your last chance, right? If you say it a 3rd time, you're knowingly and willfully invoking something of which not you personally, but of which a person may not know too much about, invoking it. I think that how they say 3rd time's the charm. Like literally, I think by the 3rd invocation, it's like we're asking for it at that point,
Oh, dude, it's just such a sham, dude. Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, I went into a drug class because of like weed, and saying like I drank, every once in a while, bro. Every time in there, like I'm thinking to myself, okay, 12-step process, be chill, respect everything, dude. I must be really hard headed because I don't respect any of that process. 12 steps seem like a bunch of bull crap. I'm trying to focus on stuff where all I should focus on is getting off of the problem, right? Which clearly wasn't weed or alcohol. It was the system that was putting me there that really made me want to smoke weed and drink alcohol the whole time. It's so stressful, it's so annoying. No, everybody in there is fiending like crazy. And then they're forced to talk about the times that they were fiending. Like, dude, what if it was so like sex addicts, you know what I mean? Like the whole time you're talking about how you were just so turned on doing this one thing and like how awesome it was. How are you not going to want to have sex after that? Like, hey man, maybe maybe I want to try it one more time, and I go back to this place and we can talk about it, and I got another story. Like, dude, it's a matrix, bro. It keeps you trapped in there, bro. You can't get out. You're killing yourself trying to do this 12-step process. You're never going to succeed doing that. Anybody who succeeded doing that, they probably couldn't afford the drugs anymore. Or they owed too much. The people who were selling the drugs have overdosed or whatever. Like there's no way that process could have helped them succeed. It's only like a tunnel back right into that problem. I never wanted to smoke weed more than going to that place. In fact, like they just made weed seem better. I was actually really argumentative in there. I knew that shit was bull. Like you telling me I have to go into a drug program over weed. Yeah, okay. Only the best freaking drug we have available, known to man, ever, where it's legalized. Come on, like I'd blow weed smoke into my newborn baby's face, dude, and not feel bad. I literally am saying that right now. I'm 100% serious. Because they're not getting addicted to it. All addictions are mental, right? Smoked opium, dude. Never got addicted to it. They say it's so addictive. I actually liked it a lot too. Never was addicted to it. Ecstasy, Molly, never addicted. Just not really thinking about doing it again. Just happens to be the case. Yeah. Not that hard. When you're constantly thinking about the globe, you're constantly thinking about ways to defend it. That's where it's an addiction. These are the real addicts here. I don't have to think of ways to defend the flat earth. I really don't care. I've I'm already flat, and the funny thing is the thing that is really true for the most part, like it's not always 100% true, is once you go flat, you don't go back. You don't globe back. You don't need to. Already given up that addiction to a bunch of CGI substances. Little G, I'm coming over in a half hour, dog. Get ready. Hanging out. Is everybody in here a flat earther, or are they now a flat earther? Did I convert people tonight? Where are the globies? I find it really difficult to believe that we're in here and we've actually defeated the globe. Even though we're right, the fact is that they should have way more people lining up, dude. Where are they? They have enough people with PhDs to come in? I think another thing is the fact that I could throw a planet at another planet or whatever in a simulation and get that to work. Even in a simulation, it was just incredibly difficult. Collision was imminent. It was always going to happen. So gravity is just BS. Did a simulation. That's my experiment. You don't like it? Come here. Prove me wrong. Prove gravity, the pseudo force, the fictitious force, the sham. Or anywhere else. Try to prove it to anybody that's a flat earther. Somebody like one of those flat earth society people that don't exist. You keep strawmanning about. I need like $50 if you can show me your flat earth society card on cam right now. Prove that you exist.